Parade banner.
All right. I'm gonna call the meeting to order. Clerk Boudreaux, can you please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Present.
Mayor Brown.
Present.
Councilmember Sweet.
Present.
Councilmember Tucson.
Present.
Councilmember Simmons. Councilmember McLean.
Here.
Councilmember King.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Please rise as you're able for a moment of silence and the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I will entertain a motion for agenda approval.
So moved. Support.
And moved by Councilmember McLean, supported by Councilmember Sweet. Any updates, changes to the agenda? Councilmember King?
I would like to add the appointment of Julia Bailey to the agenda.
Of who?
Julie Behe.
Julia
Okay.
Behe. To sustainability, to which
Yeah, it's sustainability. Her appointment already expired. That's why I want to add it.
all right, that can go as letter I. Any other changes or updates? All in favor of the agenda? Oh, do you have something, Councilmember Simmons?
Yes, can I just add a discussion about the setup proposal that I sent everyone?
That'll be letter J. Any additional updates, changes? City manager, do we have anyone here from outside the organization who has to present to us on anything or?
Yes, so we do have the Nathan Vogt here and Fearless from the Brownfield Amendment.
Okay, so that's resolution A.
People here to present. Are we waiting for them? Okay.
Okay. All right, that's not. Oh, for consent agenda? All right, thank you. All right, good evening. All right. Okay. All in favor of the agenda as presented, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. This is our first opportunity for public comment. So members of the audience, you will have 3 minutes to come up to the podium and address council. When you come to the front, please state your name and address if you feel so comfortable. This will be a conversation with you and council. We will not necessarily give response, but please refrain from addressing staff or other members of the audience. And I will start with those who are signed up on this list here, and then I'll move to Zoom. First is Corinne Hughes. Good evening.
I'm here because I was asking if the street name could be changed for my mother's name. And I wasn't sure if I needed to sign up or not, so I just went ahead and did that. So my mom had lived in the community for over 60 years on the corner of Woodward and Washington. And so she was a staple in the area and she fed so many people and she was a great person for race relations and all of that. So I and my family wanted to see if we could have the street named after her. She passed away on February the 24th. So that's why I'm here.
Condolences to you and your family again. I think that is on the agenda, so we'll get to that. Next, Sherry Wander. Good evening.
Hi, I wanted to speak a little bit about a unarmed non-police response. I know that's something that council has been discussing, and I could get up here and talk to you about the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Administration, SAMHSA, and their findings, their report that a unarmed, non-police response that is completely disconnected from law enforcement is best policy and best practice. I could get up here and read you the reports from programs in Denver and Eugene that talk about how infrequently responders have to call the police. But you all can read those reports on your own and we can get you that information. So instead, what I want to do is share with you a couple of stories. I'm going to change all the names. The first is about Derek. Derek will never call the police. He's had horrible experiences with the police in other cities and in Ypsi Township. I got to know Derek when I went out to address his wounds that he sustained because there is so much xylazine in street supply of heroin these days. Daily, I would go out there and I would change his wounds until one day he didn't meet me at the beginning of the path where his camp is. He's a homeless man. Because his fever had gotten so bad that he couldn't get out of his tent. I was able to drive him to St. Joe's, where he was immediately taken to ICU and was there for almost a month. Had he had to rely on law enforcement, he would have died because of his own fears about calling law enforcement or even calling an ambulance, knowing that the police would likely come. I'd also like to tell you the story of Shelley, a young woman who was staying in a local hotel, whose daughter was taken from her by CPS, who called me at midnight suicidal. I went to the hotel. I stayed the night sitting with Shelley, holding her while she cried, remembering stories of her daughter, and thinking about ways she might be reunited with her, or at least still be in her life, until somebody could come and relieve us in the morning. I could also tell you the story about Tyrone, who, because of his fear around stigma, was unwilling and unable to call the police, and who, sorry, this one's hard for me, ended up dying of a fatal overdose because there's no one who could bring the easy to get, easy to use, life-saving Narcan to his camp.
Sorry, time's up.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to address council? Good evening.
My name is Mark Nelson. I just wanted to come in and introduce myself. I'm on the agenda tonight for appointment to your administrative hearing officer position. And just, like I said, I want to introduce myself and see if anybody had any questions that I could address.
Thank you. When we get to that on the agenda, if you stick around, folks could ask questions.
All right, thank you.
The
Oh,
appointment's
it's on
on
the
the consent.
Oh, no, it's not. Does anybody have any questions? We'll make an exception. All right, thank you so
Thank you.
much. All right. Please go. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jen. I'm a registered voter and a community member here from 48198. And I'm here today simply to voice my support for funding for the Unarmed Crisis Response Program. I know, as Sherry had mentioned, and the council has talked about, this is something on your radar already. But as it is no surprise to anyone, we are in a crisis. People need someone to call that doesn't pose a threat to their livelihood, their housing, their citizenship status, their record, or their life. Making something from nothing, people like Sherry, these are the people that have already spent decades interacting with and re-envisioning the violent systems that surround us all, and they learn what it takes to deviate from the status quo. And so we are looking for, I'm here just again to support fully my or funding of an unarmed crisis response team in Ypsilanti and the surrounding areas. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to, please, Chuck?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Chuck Boltman. I live at 220 South Huron Street. I am here to say that I wish to ask that you support the changing of Woodward to be named for Minnie Hughes. I live 281 feet away from that street and signed the petition, and I thought it was important enough to come here tonight and to give my support in person. Thank you.
Or anyone else in the audience who would like to address council? Anyone on Zoom? Oh, sorry, please come. My apologies. Good evening.
Hi there, my name's Sarah Emirates. I live at 120 North Summit Street, and I'm here to really desperately ask that you support all of the efforts that have been put into a non-police unarmed crisis response. As a social worker and a therapist, this is a critically necessary service that would make a huge difference in, I think, all of our lives as community members in the county.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience physically? Anyone on Zoom?
No one on Zoom.
All right. Okay, well, seeing none, we will close audience participation. Thank you so much. Oh, is there a hand? There is a hand. Thank you. There, it looks like there's one. At the top.
Oh, there we go. My apologies.
No problem. Thank you.
There are several hands.
Oh,
Amber Fellows.
good evening. You can, she can unmute, right? You can unmute yourself.
Muted.
Amber, you have to unmute yourself to make comment.
Maybe we go to someone else and come back.
Okay. Ann Taylor.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Hi, this is Pastor Anna Taylor McCants. I am just calling in. I'm actually on my way in person, got my kiddos dinner, and I'm coming in from Township right now. But I wanted to voice my support for unarmed non-police response in the community. So my personal story is on May the 4th, I received a phone call from a frantic phone call from a lovely business owner downtown who had a suicidal man in her building. And she said, I don't know what to do. We just need help. We don't want to call the police. And I remember it was May the 4th. It was a Saturday. It was my son's birthday. I just pulled his cake out of the oven. I was about to ice his birthday cake, but he had just gone with his dad to eat. And I was like, you know what? I can be there in 15 minutes. Let me put out something on Signal and see if I can get someone else over there even sooner. And we were able to help this man calm down, spend some time with him, walk around the city and help him on the way on the bus to the next location. And I'm happy to say he's still calling me and bugging me every single day because, you know, that's what happens when people need to stay with them and whatnot. But again, my personal story is just that people in the community business, they need someone else to call. They need other numbers to call when, you know, I'm not available or Sherry's not available, because I think that our folks want people in crisis to be really taken care of. And we recognize that the police maybe are not always the most equipped to deal with folks that are in that particular type of mental health crisis. So I think that if money was put toward this, it would be very much utilized in the right ways by people in our community who are looking for this extra support.
Thank you.
Pat on her iPhone.
All right, good evening.
Hello, can y'all hear me all right, council?
Mhm.
Hi, apologies for the not in-person attendance. I am in Texas right now where I was visiting my family for my father's passing 20 years ago. I'm here to comment on the unarmed non-police crisis response. We absolutely need that in the city of Ypsilanti and the surrounding areas. We do have a public safety and mental health millage, and should that be renewed and restored as it is, the city of Ypsilanti should pass better provisions to regulate that money more effectively, because approximately $1.6 million, which came from the county reimbursement to the city, did not go towards these endeavors that benefit mental health or public safety. I do have a tracking of the line items over the years to show exactly where they do go. And contract services for Peninsular Dam, which is now maybe being destroyed. And also, you know, unarmed police field services for uniform and gun allowances
doesn't really align with the point of the millage. And so since the county commissioners are saying they cannot change the ordinance to require more provisions for the local municipalities, I think it's our responsibility to do that internally then. And also, as a human relations commissioner, I'm excited to share that we have 3 ordinances that were passed in our commission that Councilmember King will be speaking on later. But one of those is to amend the non-discrimination ordinance to retroactively change the adverse impacts that our original inclusions of the felony and misdemeanor protected classes when they were added. The loophole that was also added had caused issues, so we are changing that. We're also changing the discrimination complaint process to make it less impartial. So hopefully council will agree and vote on that. And also to add a fair chance access to housing act in the city of Ypsilanti, which will really assist people who are returning to the community with felony misdemeanor convictions on their records to be able to secure housing. As a social worker who's worked in the criminal legal system for 10 years and as a neighbor to people on parole, that is still something that the people are experiencing. Discrimination did not end in 2020 when we added those provisions. It's still happening. And so I'm excited for us to maybe try to retroactively fix that and address the issues that maybe we accidentally had impacted. So thank you and look forward to the discussion today. Thanks, Mayor and Council.
Thank you.
Julie Wilson.
Good evening. You can unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I am here to speak about the recycling containers and the location of them not being allowed to be in view and in front of our, in front of our garage. We were given these monstrous size recycling containers and now we're being asked to hide them. We don't have room in our garages for them. I don't know how pulling them from the side or the back of our house, how that's going to work in the winter. These are, they're heavy because they are extremely large and they are 2 weeks full of recycling. I'm asking that they relook at the language and trust that we as homeowners in the city of Ypsilanti are doing an amazing job of keeping our homes up to date, clean, tidy, doing repairs. And I think you have to give us the trust that we are also going to make sure that where we put our recycling containers is going to maintain the prettiness of our streets. And maybe we can be looking at other things that are a little bit more important, like the abandoned house on Kingwood or people digging up holes in their yards. But knowing that when I look around my neighborhood, I trust that my neighbors keep their house outside clean, they keep their yards mowed, and that I trust their decision of where they put their recycling container is the best place they see fit. And I don't look at it as blight. I see it just as we were given this huge, huge recycling container and now asked to hide it, which makes no sense. So I'm asking that that language gets relooked at. Thank you.
Thank you.
And try Amber Fellows again.
I don't know. Call me up again.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, yes, council, I'm calling in today to talk about a couple things. First one is the budget. I mean, one of Nicole Brown's campaign promises in 2022 was to center some sort of unarmed crisis response team. So that's a moment. Like you just need to work on that and get that in the budget. But along with other budget considerations, within the context of what's going on in Palestine right now, where the Israeli government just bombed a displacement tent city in Rafah, murdering 50 people, injuring countless more. I do think it's time to look towards divesting from Israel as a city, as well as weapons manufacturers and prisons and more. It's not serving our city to be supporting these things. And there's other cities that have begun to do this. So Richmond, California has done it, another city has done it too. So I am looking to do that with our council. So members of council that would be willing to collaborate on that would be helpful in the coming weeks. And other budget things. Yeah. Oh, and then lastly, the community benefits ordinance does need to be renewed. So that is the next thing after budget session is done that I would like to see council work on. So again, for those that are interested in working on that, we should do that together. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Liz Kennedy.
Good evening.
Good evening. I hope y'all are well. My name is Liz Kennedy, and I am the co-director of Care-Based Safety. And I come here today to ask for your support in funding an unarmed crisis response program in Ypsilanti. As you've heard from Sherry and Pastor Anna and so many passionate folks who are on the front lines every day, providing life-saving care for our community members, this is not just a program. This is an opportunity to create a lifeline for the most vulnerable members in our community and offers a promise of transforming how we approach public safety in Ypsilanti. CBS was born out of years of grassroots organizing and community collaboration, driven by the question, how do we prevent and respond to crises affecting the most vulnerable folks in our community? This program is dedicated and driven and designed by us and for us. It doesn't just react to crises, but it actually addresses the underlying conditions that create and perpetuate them. Through community building and crisis response, CBS is hoping to empower our neighbors to support one another and build resilience against crises. Police is not a one-size-fits-all solution. Punitive care does not work for everyone, especially those of us who are Black and brown, who live with mental illness, who are unhoused, who have disabilities. And for so many of our loved ones, we all intimately know how painful it is to have punitive responses to our loved ones and ourselves when we're in crisis instead of compassionate care. So I urge you to consider the invaluable contributions of community members like Sherry and Pastor Anna, who are dedicated crisis responders on the front lines, saving lives every single day. Their tireless efforts and the efforts of so many folks we've heard from today and that you hear from every day in community underscore the urgent need for alternative care options beyond criminalization. CBS offers a compassionate, community-driven alternative that prioritizes healing and support over punitive measures. So by funding this program, you're not just investing in public safety, but you're investing in the well-being and dignity of every resident in Ypsilanti. You're sending a powerful message that Ypsilanti is committed to justice, equity, and compassion. Please, I ask you to seize this opportunity to make a tangible difference in the lives of so many of the most vulnerable folks in our community. Please allocate the necessary funds to support unarmed crisis response implementation. And thank you so much for your commitment to exploring this issue and for really being a leader, not only in Washtenaw County, but across the state and nationally.
Thank you. Are there any other hands?
That's all.
Okay. All right. So seeing none, we'll close public comment. Thank you. All right. So next on the agenda, we have our department budget presentation. Good evening, City Manager.
Good evening, Council. I will start off the departmental budget presentations. I will do the city managers and then the budgets that the clerk would typically handle. I prepared those budgets. Next year, obviously, Tracy will be taking that over. So I will head through that. So in the city manager budget, it's a fairly simple budget. There's not too many expenditures coming out. We do have $24,000 allocated to contractual services. That's largely for any contracts that we will need with the, outside agencies for, Water Street and, other items like that. During contract approval, I was, requested as a part of that contract to get certification through ICMA. I submitted my application in, what was that? In February. So I had been in contact with them and I'm waiting for that to get online, but I do have, funds there for that. Then moving on to the city council budget, the GCSI, the lobbyist, contract was only approved for a year. So that's going to be coming back to council at the, end of September, beginning of October. And council at that time will need to determine how much funding they are wanting to allocate there. Currently is $3,000 per month. I'm not entirely sure of what their intentions are moving forward, but there's a possibility of an increase there. Let's see, and then conferences and workshops, there was an increase from 5,500 up to 10,000, just based off council's, desire to go to more training sessions, which is excellent, but we just need to, fund that a little bit more. In terms of board and commissions, anything that is funded for those, bodies will need to be funded out of 1010. Currently, there's nothing allocated for that. So if council would like to see some, funding going to boards and commissions, during your amendments, that would be the time to do it. And for a city clerk, the, revenues for marijuana applications, we have 2 medical facilities currently operating. We have 14 adult use retail facilities and then 3 cultivation. And then also increasing the professional development line item for the clerks so that both the clerk and the deputy are able to go through their certification process, through Clerk Institute. Going to voter registration. We do have the state primary and the general still coming up. So those are going to be funded. It's roughly about $35,000. That will go towards the state primary. That will be shouldered by both, this current budget and then the one that begins July 1. And then the general election, will need around $45,000 for that. In terms of the insurance, we have, been allocating about 5% to, 10%. Each year, I've noticed that the growth is a little bit higher, so I'd prefer to be on the safe side and just put 10% for each, fiscal year. And then our dividend budget, we typically also, conservatively estimate that, we've been getting roughly between 30,000 and, 35,000. So we put that at, 25,000 for this fiscal year. In terms of AHB, our revenues we've been forecasting those at about 40,000 a year. They vary from fiscal year. This past one we did 54,000. Expenditures, usually we estimate about 25,000, but they've been lower after the past few years, or the last year at least. And that's just based off the amount of liens that we didn't need to file. And those are the city manager and clerk budgets. If you have any questions regarding those, if not, we can continue to move on.
Questions from council on the manager, clerk, council budget? Councilmember McLean?
Madam Chair, City Manager, do you know year over year, what is it sounds like that's an increase over the prior year on the expenditure side. Do you know what the percentage increase is?
For insurance?
No, for the total for the city manager's budget.
Total for the city managers. The city manager budget was largely unused this past year. So the expenditures that were increased, not certain that I increased really anything, but just the $24,000 for the contractual services to assist with any activity on Water Street. And also the line item for training purposes really is just stayed static. Those funds should be able to cover the training for this year.
Other questions? Councilmember King?
So I just had a quick question. I know we discussed it a little bit for boards and commissions. If we were to put money towards commissions, what is an ideal amount?
That's really up to council. It's difficult to forecast exactly what boards and commissions would need. There hasn't been a lot of necessarily projects needing funding. So it's difficult to forecast. As council is aware, we haven't really allocated funds. We did a few years back, I think, in 2019, but those funds went largely unused. Then they just kind of began just helping fund the virtual access. I believe it was, I want to say $5,000, and that was mostly unallocated.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
As far as the insurance goes, that was strictly liability insurance.
Correct. That's general liability. Yeah. Workers' comp is done through HR, and then the other errors and omissions is done through finance. So that's just for the general liability.
And legal insurance is.
Legal insurance it's included, but it's separate. It's just not listed there.
Any other questions for the city manager? All right. Seeing none- Oh, is there a hand? Oh, I can't see. Councilmember Smith, I can't. see.
I know, like, well, this is just a question, so about our GCSI, so, because I guess we have to just decide on that, or is this something we could think about when we get to that time? I'm just wondering in terms of, I know during our last conversation, we kind of thought about some goals or thoughts that we'd like to see coming out of that work. So I don't know if we have an update or we could ask them to come and provide that before we make that decision.
Yeah, I absolutely can ask a representative to come speak to council. That might be a separate discussion if this is budgeted. If it goes unexpended, then that's just money in the bank. But if council decides not to move forward or to move forward, it's best just to have those funds available.
Because then we can maybe allocate it differently.
Yep,
later.
absolutely. So council can change funds from one fund to another with just a resolution. But if you want to have a supplemental allocation, you need to go through essentially an ordinance amendment.
Great, thank you.
I was just going to comment that when we signed that contract, again, there were supposed to be metrics that were supposed to be in place, and they pretty much told us that it would go up next time around.
Yes.
And the amount that they were speculating was probably about $50,000.
I'd have to double check my notes, but it would be an increase. Yeah, I know that.
Certainly, yeah, they will more than likely want to increase that.
I believe they wanted to have it gradually rising through. They wanted to do a 3-year contract initially, and council determined only to give them the one to kind of have them show city council what they can do.
And they always show up the meeting that we do.
Any further questions for the city manager? All right, we can keep going.
All right.
Thank you. Hi, Ryan.
Being mayor and council. So I'll be reporting for the finance, treasury, and assessing. So we're gonna look into our organizational chart, responsibilities of each division, and the budget that we have requested. So our organizational chart, so the finance department reports under our city manager and is headed by the finance director and treasurer and subdivided into 3 divisions. We have the assessing and then treasury and accounting. So our assessor is under contract from WCA. And then we have 1 finance generalist 2 in our treasury division. And then in our accounting, we have our accounting supervisor, an accountant 2, and a finance generalist. And we've also hired some interns throughout the year. So some newly graduates or some other that wanted to be who has been out of the workforce for a while, and we try to also help them get back into the workforce. So we now go to the responsibilities of each division. So under finance, we do budget preparation. We also process our accounts payable on a bi-weekly basis. We also verify that each department adhere to our purchase policy. Under payroll, this is also processed bi-weekly for our employees. We also do the financial reporting. We prepare our annual comprehensive financial report for the city. And we also serve as audit liaison. So municipalities in Michigan with more than 4,000 in population are required to have their financial statements audited on a yearly basis. So the finance department serves as liaison for the different departments. Under treasury, we are also responsible for investing our surplus funds. We also prepare accounts receivable for revenues to be collected. We do prepare our tax bills and collect all other city revenues. And our assessing, they do assess city properties. They process valuation appeals. So some of our residents don't agree with the valuation of their property, and they are given a chance to appeal those values. And our assessor also does the inspection, making sure that our property owners are classified accordingly. For budget requested, we're requesting same number of staff, and we're also looking to paying our interns for their hours, and then our assessing service to continue as a contract service. And for our operating expenses, it's we've added a little bit of increase around 3 to 5% depending on the line item. It's for our audit fees, for professional development and membership and dues. So our employees are members of professional organizations like AICPA, AGA, MGFOA, GFOA, MMTA, and APA. On the city goals, one of our goal is to retain and attract staff. And one strategy that we are proposing is for our employees to have adequate training and tools to perform their responsibilities. So an additional request that we are asking is for a $250,000 upgrade to replace our current ERP system. Our current ERP system was last upgraded in 2010, and that system has different modules. So for our tax collection, building and assessing, we have BSNA, and another system for our accounting and HR, which is Encode. And we're hoping that if we're going to get a new ERP system, we'll have the same module for all. And also, we're looking into a cloud-based system, which allows us to access our system in any device. Because currently our ERP system can only be accessed through our own desktops. And that's it for us. If you have any questions, please let us know.
Questions for Mr. Bosnica, Councilmember Simmons.
Hello. So two quick questions. One is around for the intern payment. If you have a sense, is it something based on, are these usually interns from one of the local colleges or like would they?
Yeah, most of our interns came from Eastern Michigan. So we do contact them if we have openings. Actually, our accounting supervisor and our finance journalist came from Eastern Michigan. They were our interns before, and now they're in those positions.
And then do you have a sense of what you would want to pay them? And then like how much time do they typically spend?
We would like to comply with the minimum rate from the county. So it's around, I think, 70. And then 20 hours per week.
Okay. That's like a part-time job. Yeah? 20 hours per week?
Yes.
That's a lot for an intern, yeah, anyhow.
We wanted to use interns, so because the work that they're doing is usually repetitive, and so if we hire like a part-time, usually they like to move on after a while. So we're just thinking we just use an intern.
And then my other question, so, in terms of this upgrade, so these kind of two main changes, how, like, what is the, it's like, I understand why like cloud is nice to be able to have everything on all your different devices. Is it to have folks be able to promote more, or kind of when is that the biggest issue to have everything on the desktop?
Currently, the current system that we have, whenever we are requesting for an upgrade, they've already been requesting us to do this cloud-based technology, because the current one, they're no longer doing the upgrades.
City Manager?
If I could add to that, currently the financial software is stored on our server, which takes up a good deal of space. So freeing up that space on our server will also assist in keeping down IT costs. Also having everything under the same umbrella will help catch errors, and that when you have to transfer numbers from one system to another, it just makes things more streamlined, more efficient. And then also we are hoping to put more permits and other items that the city would issue online to, again, streamline those and make it a more usable software for not only internally, but externally.
Thank you. Thanks. No questions, Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilmember McLean?
For the BSNA upgrade, I can appreciate that the old system is obsolete and no longer being supported fully. Did this go out for an RFP? And what other systems were considered?
Not yet. So we did receive some quotes, but we wanted to secure the funds first, and then that's the time we're gonna look into.
Is that an average value for the kind of functionality we're looking at, or from the other quotes?
You mean the $250,000
Yeah.
amount? I think that's the initial amount that we will have to pay to upgrade, but then after a while, the yearly subscription will be lesser.
Councilmember McLean?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a follow-up perhaps for the city manager. You talked about saving server space and reducing IT costs. Is that have you attempted to quantify that at all? Is it a significant savings? And if so, is it reflected in the IT budget?
And I believe Ray could speak to this, but we've recently had to expand server space. And when we do that, it does have an additional cost outside of what's in our contract. I don't know that off the top of my head, but Reagan might be able to speak to that.
I think we're now paying an extra $1,200.
Yeah, so
for-
$1,200 a month.
for the storage. Yep, and when we shift to cloud-based, usually it's part of the subscription.
So we could see a reduction of $14,000 per year with that?
We won't add in the future.
Yeah.
Because currently we are now using those space.
You have another question?
Yes.
Oh, go ahead. No.
Back to the question of discussion of interns. So are these truly interns? When I think of interns, I think of students who are currently enrolled in some kind of a program, graduate level, undergraduate level. Are they in fact currently students, or are we just calling them interns?
So I asked HR before, and they said we can also call them as externs, because some haven't been in the workforce for a while. So our current intern or extern that we have hasn't been in the workforce for a while, and we've been trying to train her. So after a couple months, then she could go out and apply what she learned from the city and apply for work in another. So
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
That actually answers my question. So, because I was going to ask about frequency of turnover of interns, but if they could also be externs. Well, I guess I'll ask, how long do you keep an extern or an intern? Is it by a calendar year, school year?
We do, we start off like 3 months and then add another 3 months. And then after a while, we start looking for another person to train.
Thank you. Additional questions for Reagan? Councilmember Clayton? Mhm.
Thank you, Mayor. You talked about the various kind of alphabet soup of memberships that we have. Could you say a little bit more about those? And do you have a sense that we get value for our money? Do we attend conferences? Do we get technical assistance from those groups? What do we get when we pay I am familiar at least with GFOA.
Yes, so we do get trainings from the different groups. So MJFOA, GFOA, and then AICPA. And then we also have some subscriptions like for APA, which is for payroll. So they give us updates. And yeah, when you're a member, your trainings are discounted as well. So I believe we do get value on those professional memberships.
I just encourage you to take a look at that. And if there are some that we're subscribing to or belong to every year, and if we're not doing anything with those, then maybe back off some, but I can certainly see value in several of those.
Yes, we'll review.
Any additional questions? Thank you. Reagan.
Thank you.
Who's next? Is it HR? All right. Good evening.
Evening. So didn't really ask for much on my budget. Everything pretty much stayed the same. But what's new is we have a new employee retention budget. Employee recognition budget. We have a new hire signing bonus, and then we have new positions. So for the employee recognition budget, it's also / retention, but that's going to job fairs, doing the IPSI swag. In the IPSI swag, that's offering it to our onboarding for new hires, and then it's also promoting the city when we go out to these different different job fairs or just out representing the city. It's just letting them recognize who we are without really saying it. And then we have the employee recognition added to that, which is, the yearly anniversaries of 5 months, 10 months, 5 years, 10-year, 15-year anniversaries. We're looking to do like maybe a gift with that. You can go to the next slide. So also what's new is we have a new referral signing bonus, and that is an employee referral and then a new hire bonus. So with the employee referral, the person that is referred, they have to work like 6 months, be in good standing, and then whoever referred them gets a bonus. And then new hires, they have to work within 6 months, be in good standing, and then they receive some type of bonus. But this is subject to policy guidelines. This is very new. This just added into my budget. And so we're looking to add that and implement that this year. Go to the next slide. We do have 2 new positions this year that we're looking at. We have an administrative position, which is shared with the DDA and the building department. And then we have a part-time facility maintenance worker at DPS. And then the next slide is what was asked was the FTEs. So I did FTEs versus 2023 and 2024. Pretty much the same, just talks about we have 101 full-time employees right now, 18 part-time employees, then it goes through the vacancies that we had each year. And then it also adds the 2 positions down below, and also shows our budgeted amount, which they add up to. And then the next slide is actually all of our part-time positions, which weren't listed. And so you see all of the positions we have plus the 2 new positions. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you. In terms of like employee referrals and new hires, do you have amounts that you're looking at in terms of what folks would receive after that 6-month period?
I believe we don't have a policy yet, so there is no amount. I know that my line item is 20,000 for the year, but we have to see who's hired and how it works.
So the police department had a pilot program, and it's going to be similar to that where a referral is 500 and then, a signing bonus would be like 1,500, but that's not set in stone. That's just what we use for that. So once we develop that policy, we'll make sure to share that with council.
Other questions from council? Councilmember McLean?
Thank you, Mayor. Following up on that, I appreciate that we're being thoughtful about how we find employees, keep employees. Any sense for, this could be for either of you, how competitive are we? When we put a position out there, are we an attractive employer? Are we a not attractive employer?
We're trying to
Middle?
be attractive.
I agree with that and appreciate it.
We're trying. I will say, you know, salary wise, you know, people beat us, but if they come and see the morale that we have here, you know, people appreciate that. And sometimes a lot of millennials like the leeway of being appreciated, having training over money sometimes. So that's what we're looking to push.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember King?
So I guess I'm wondering, the referrals and new hires, is that gonna be going forward or will any of that be proactive? I mean, like, will it go back to, going forward? Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
I was just clarifying, the 20K is for this program specifically or for your entire budget?
This. That's, yeah,
The referrals and the,
for the referrals.
Okay. So basically, you'd get about 10 referrals if we're talking 500 and 1,500 for the two people involved, and you get about 10 of those per year.
Right, so depending on, we have to write the policy, yeah, because it'll be gone quick if we keep it high. So we're just adding it to see how it works.
We'll add that this is more of a cost neutral. The funding is in HR, but essentially the unexpended salaries will help cover that $20,000.
Councilmember McLean?
Could I ask you to go back to one of your prior slides where you showed, I think, the FTEs? Yes. And so trying to understand that. So for 2024, for example, you're budgeting, or we're budgeting at 136 total positions.
Mhm.
We've got the 101. We've got 8, if I'm reading that right.
18
so we're
part-time.
119. So we've got roughly, what, 17 is that a snapshot of point in time?
This month, I did March to May to May.
So the positions that are vacant, does that mean they're vacant the entire time or they're vacant?
They're vacant right now, and then at the bottom, you see it's a percentage, so,
I can't read that at all, but
oh yeah, it's
17 people.
17 people.
because this year we lost a lot of people and we're halfway through. So around 12.5% of total employees, that would be for the year. This
Right.
year, last year would be around 4% of employees total for the year.
And I would simply point out for my colleagues on council, this gets at the point that I was trying to make when I shared with you the idea of a vacancy credit. It would potentially allow us to more accurately budget an amount without reducing the number of positions that we're actually budgeting. So I'm not sure that I've shared that with you or if you've seen that, but it's an idea that I'd like us to consider. It says that you recognize that at any given point in time, there are certain positions that are not going to be filled during the course of a year. You have history to look back on and say, in this case, we think 12% of the positions might go unfilled.
Mhm. I
but-
believe we started that. That's where the percentage came from.
Yeah.
Yeah, Reagan mentioned it to me, so it's in the works.
Great, thank you.
Other questions from council?
Just like that, we're first in the part-time category.
Oh, right. Well, thank you. And I think next is fire, Chief Hobbs. Good evening.
Chief Hobbs.
You guys can start the slides whenever you want.
I don't-
Okay, last time I did my presentation to the Finance Committee, I left off the organizational chart. I've added the organizational chart now. As you can see, in administration, you have myself, my assistant Liz, and the fire marshal. In fire suppression, you have 3 shifts of 7. You got 3 captains, 3 lieutenants, and 5 firefighters. Currently on shift 2, we have 1 vacancy. And next slide. So what I did for my budget is just the things that I control in the budget themselves. And I start out with the operating supplies. And based on your question, I increased that $2,000 this year from 12,000 to 14,000. And a lot of that is due to increased cost. And I listed the items that we typically pay for out of that budget, as far as cleaning supplies, kitchen supplies. I won't go through all of the things, light, coffee, water, light bulbs, etc. It's basically everything we need for the daily operations of the stations. The station is operational 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and that's our operating supply costs. For self-contained breathing apparatus, obviously, that includes all inspections, maintenance, and parts replacements related to our self-contained breathing apparatus and our cascade system that we use to fill our bottles when we use them. And so that's $9,000, and that's consistent with last year. That was not an increase. Turnout gears and uniforms, that's for professional protection gear, a replacement, cleaning, and maintenance. Each firefighter is required to have 2 sets of gear. Every time we go to a fire, the gear that we use have to come back and it has to be clean. So we have to have 2 sets of gear. I'll tie this into a gear grant that we just submitted for, and the total grant was for $77,000 to equip each firefighter with 1 set of gear, and that's a grant that's being provided through the state. And that provides $3,500 for each individual person. So, and that includes myself and the fire marshal. So that $30,000 that basically maintains our gear each year, and it's an ongoing thing. Repair and maintenance for EMS, I increased that $1,000, and that's just basically to increase costs again. So that includes our medical supplies, our life bands, our medical waste services, some EMS credits and department state licensures each year, our vehicles, and the department itself has to be recertified and relicensed by the state. There's costs with that. So those costs increased by $1,000. Dispatch services, contractual services to HVA, that increased $5,000, and that's actual cost based on whenever they give their employees a raise, they share that cost with the departments that utilize their services, and our run numbers are continuing to increase. So once you take their cost of whatever raise they give their employees, you share with us and the other departments, the increased run numbers, it's averaging out to right now to about $5,000 a year on an increase for dispatch services. Professional development, $30,000, and that's consistent with last year. No, hold on. Yep. And so what that does is that's all training classes, materials, and continuing education credits. So what I explained this before is if we do external classes, we have to have external professionals come in and instructors come in. We have to sign a contract with them for their services, and they come in. That includes their housing, their flights, and their travel, etc. And then what we do is once we pay for this class, say it costs $10,000 for this class, we will any seats that are available after our department takes the classes, we sell to outside departments. We start with our AMA partners, which is Ypsi Township and Superior, and we branch out from there. So I think in what we created in this upcoming budget was a way for us to put revenue in. We've never had revenue. We don't generate revenue. So that would be, those things should balance out. We're not going to spend all those dollars, basically. And fire suppression equipment, I believe that's $20,000 is consistent with what we did last year. That's all related to truck expenses, hose bed dividers, sensors. This is the things that we paid for out of this budget to come to this number. And each year it's probably the same thing. Crime scene tape, foam, chainsaw repairs, extinguishers, recharge, replacement, regulators for our SCBAs and other equipment, not just SCBAs, but other equipment, and all other equipment related to fire suppression. So everything on the truck. So from the time things get old, they break, we have to replace them. And we just put everything under fire suppression equipment, and it comes out of that budget. And that is consistent with what we did last year. Office supplies, yes. So office supplies, under fire administration, that's $3,000, and that's consistent with what we did last year. And that's, printing paper, pens, markers, tape, everything that, myself, the fire marshal and Liz, we use a lot of paper. And so, that's office supplies, that's consistent. That did not change. Postage, $200, that did not change. Contractual services, that increased $3,000, but that's for lawn service, plumbing, appliance repair and maintenance, et cetera. And that's as things break and wear out, we have a way to pay for those things. The same company that does our lawn care also maintains our sprinkler system, and they have to winterize it and then turn it on. And so there's a cost with that, and those costs are pretty consistent year to year. Where we at? Professional development now, and fire suppression, that's $10,000. That includes myself, Liz, and the fire marshal. Those are for classes and conferences for all three of us, and to include arson and fire inspection, continuing education credits, public education supplies, and equipment needed to conduct arson investigations. As the fire marshal gets more accreditations and certifications, he's finding out he needs more and more things to do his job, as particularly to arson investigations. And pretty much every time he goes to classes, he comes back and I need this, and it's usually something recorded. It's a camera, it's a recorder, it's a gas monitor. It's something that he actually needs that he didn't have actually realized. So that cost is all included in there. Office equipment rental, that actually went down $1,100 based on the fact that the amount of dollars we spent last year and what we project to spend next year. We decreased that by $1,100, and so that's at $1,000 now. Memberships and dues, that's what you call the alphabet. So we pay memberships and dues for it's $3,500, but we're part of a lot of organizations. That's the Amazon Prime, that's SAMS, that's the Washtenaw Area Mutual Aid Association, International Association of Arson Investigators, Michigan Fire Inspection Society, and I could go on. And each one of them, there's a fee to be a part of, and we pay into that. A lot of county specialty teams, we have members on a team, but each department pays a fee to be a part of the team also to offset some of the costs. So those are the costs for that, and that's $3,500. Largest part of our budget, other than personnel, seems to be our truck maintenance, and these are actual numbers based on the age of our fleet. So it's $100,000. It's been gradually increasing from 65 up to 100. We we keep having things break and things you don't foresee, and we've had to rebuild a couple engines, and we got trucks that are 15 and going to be 20 years old. And kind of offset that is we wrote a grant for an aerial apparatus, and that grant's for $1.1 million, and a truck is about $2 million. So this is the first time we've written for the truck, and sometimes you get it the first time, sometimes you don't. But we got time to keep writing it. I think eventually we will receive the funds for the aerial apparatus. The apparatus we have was actually purchased as part of a grant, and so hopefully we'll be able to continue that. Building maintenance, $20,000, and this is something I do each year, and it's really maintenance and updates to the building, and I'm doing the second part of the carpet installation, trying to put a dorm in the lieutenant's dorm window, and I am going to take also that funds, and I'm going to figure out some way to redo the captain's dorm. Before, I don't know if some of you guys have visited departments, some people haven't. Before COVID, the captains slept in one area. In the dorm there, it's a larger space is separated, and we figured we could separate the two, and we made a different area that used to be a workout room many years ago for lieutenant's dorm that left the captain's dorm, but we have I've been upgrading the facilities, the beds, the furniture, the lockers and et cetera. So if you guys come to the station, you'll be able to see those type of things and where that money goes. And the last one is bay and exterior doors. And this is another part of building maintenance. And so we've been slowly replacing the hardware on the doors. It was much cheaper than to do this than replacing all the doors. Our doors are actually in pretty good shape. So last year we replaced some panels, we replaced all the hardware. And this year we want to replace some exterior building doors and paint the doors. And so that's all I got.
Thank you.
Questions?
Yeah.
I've been talking forever.
You have. I have two that come to mind. One being more of a comment and then a question that I know historically the fire department, you all do a really good job at trying to locate grants to try to help offset costs and cover costs. And in a recent meeting, I may have brought this up and we have so many meetings, but in a recent meeting with the Lieutenant Governor, there was so much emphasis put on the Grant Technical Assistance Center that they have established from out of his department. And just wondering if, number one, if you're aware of that, and also that can really support in pushing maybe, some of those first time recipients, because they're willing to write support letters and things like that for folks who, display.
I do request support
Okay.
letters, and support letters are a big part of the grant process. And also there's another grant, so we actually wrote 3 grants this year. The last one was for hose. Our hose is fairly old, and I think there's another, the dollar amount for that one was $72,000. So we've actually written 3 grants this year, one for turnout gear, one for hose, and one for the apparatus.
Awesome, thank you. And then my other question goes back, and this is maybe a broader question, not just for you, but like city manager and other department heads around the membership and dues for some of, so I know the alphabet soup stuff, some of that is specific to fire, but like things like Amazon Prime, Sam's, we don't have like a citywide, like,
We do.
oh,
We do.
okay. Oh, all
And
right.
then, like I said, maybe not but the Sam's is separate. Maybe not the Amazon, but the Sam's I shop there, and I have the only account. It's a tax-free account,
Gotcha.
and that's to save the cost on things that we purchase. We go through, especially in the summertime, we go through a lot of water and Gatorade. We do a lot of training, and we're required to keep these guys hydrated. So there's a lot of costs in there. It increases during the summertime for certain things and decreases in the winter for certain things. It's obvious.
So, but there are shared memberships that the city, like is the fiduciary for, and then the department
Yeah.
utilize those things too. Okay. Also, other questions from council?
Mayor, Chief, good evening.
Hello.
Talk about the dispatch. I'm trying to just understand how we get billed.
So we get billed per run. And so we have it's like, I don't have the breakout. I'll send you that. So we get billed a certain dollar amount per each run they dispatch us on. And it's based on, our like say our run volume is 2,800 runs, and that's probably an average number. And I can't break down the total cost, but that actually, this next year, the number of runs based on that is gonna be, it's gonna cost us $66,000, I think is the number. And it increases each year based on, like I said, when they negotiate a raise for their employees, they dispatch not only HVA, their EMS services, their emergent health partners now, but all the fire departments in the county. So they take the cost to their employees, they increase and they divide it. And then they pass the cost along to us. And so our run number, each time we do a run, that increases from year to year, and then the volumes increase. So then that's how you get that. But I can send you that information.
I understand
I
that.
sign a contract with them each year based on the dollar amount and the estimated number of runs. That's how we get that.
Yep. Understood. Yeah, but appreciate it. And I don't think you need to send anything. Back on Sam's Club. Is there any chance that some of the things that we might buy from them, we might buy from, say, Dos Hermanos or any local vendors to keep some of our spend here?
Water, Gatorade, paper, things like that. Dos Hermanos? You lost me on Dos
I suspect they sell Gatorade.
Like food,
The grocery store?
food items, things like that.
Yeah, I don't know what
We buy the bulk. I buy cases and cases of them.
well, I understand, but
I don't know if there's a difference. So far I researched it online. I've had vendors come in and suppliers come in, and it's cheaper for me to go to Sam's and do these things myself. Unless if you can find, I would be glad to do it.
Yeah.
I would save me having to shop, but I do things online that I can. But I found that it's cheaper for me to. If somebody beats Sam's, let me know.
I think it's always good practice just to check and see if maybe they would come forward if they have products that you're buying
Okay.
in bulk, and maybe there's a chance that they would sell them, you know, if they know you're gonna be buying again and again and again,
Okay.
would give you a special price. I don't know, and maybe it would match Sam's, but anything.
Check into it.
I just love to, I love to be mindful of our local businesses where.
All right. We do as best we can, but that's, yeah.
Last question from me. Sprinkler system. I think you're talking about a sprinkler system inside the fire.
No. We're talking about the lawn.
The lawn.
So we're watering our lawn.
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Other questions, Councilmember King? Sweet.
So I just have a question about the dispatch services. There was recently a fire in my ward, and I actually was able to go to that house. And when I went to that house, the resident there told me that police was on the scene like minutes before.
Police are always gonna be on the scene before us because the way our dispatch service is set up, it goes into the 911 center. Your 911 center is your dispatch. So your dispatcher is your original call taker. So the information goes to your 911 call center. They don't, the sheriff's department dispatches them. They do not dispatch fire. They recently did a study. They have no intention to dispatch fire. And so that being said, once the call goes to 911, to the police, to dispatch center for 911, they take the information and they pass it on to Emergency Health Partners or HVA, who dispatch emergency medical services and fire services. So there's a gap in time. So anytime that you get a call, the police are going to get it before we do. So they'll dispatch it, they'll call it, they'll dispatch police, they'll pass it along, and there's always a few minutes difference in here somewhere. Then because the call goes to the sheriff's department.
And we know sometimes, even though it's minutes, that delay can be.
Right, but we do as good as we can, but I don't think there's anything countywide, because like I said, we just did the only way to do that is for to have the sheriff's department to eliminate that gap, have the sheriff's department dispatch us. And based on the recent study, that's probably not gonna happen.
Okay, so that was my question. Just, is there anything that we could do to?
No, we
reduce that
respond
amount
as
of
quick as we
time?
can to everything that we can, and I think it's as streamlined as it's gonna get for us right now in this county. That's as good as it's gonna get, probably.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet?
I didn't have anything, sorry.
Oh. Mayor Pro Tem.
With the dispatch, so we have reciprocal agreements with Ypsi Township and Superior Township. If you're called in on a fire as a second response, does that also go through that and accumulate charges through HVA, or is that?
No, it's for an initial call. So we do a call, and we like say for today we had call, we had a vehicle fire and an actual fire today on Cross Street, kitchen fire. We've had like 4 fires in the last 2 weeks. And so when you do that, we get that initial call out for that fire. And that's our cost for that. We had, if you look at each run we go on, that's our fire calls, our EMS, and any other call that we have during the course of the year. And when they dispatch us, when they go through our active 911 system, they send us a call, there's a charge for that. Now we do a call back, and then there's not a call for that, but there's an initial call for every run that we respond on. There's an initial charge. That explain it?
So when you're supporting another jurisdiction, we are not charged for that?
No, we are.
We are.
Yeah, because they're responding. That's same for them with us, because our automatic mutual aid agreement, we respond mutually to calls. And so when they dispatch, they're going to dispatch all 3 departments
At the same time.
at the same time.
They're charging everybody for one fire.
Yeah, well, you're also, if it goes into a much larger fire, you're still dispatching additional departments to that location, and they're each getting charged because they're responding. They're being dispatched.
Right.
It's not that, it's just the fact that they're being sent there. So each time they're dispatched, there's a fee for that. Not based on the location, it's based on the call out.
Understood.
Second question is about the lawn services and why we contract as opposed to having.
You know, we had this, and I did this for the finance committee, because it's still cheaper for us to do that than for DPS to pay overtime to do our services. And if I could give you the actual cost of it, it's not that much if you look at all those things that we pay under that $5,000. But it's still cheaper than having DPS cut. Bonnie's not in agreement with me. It's still cheaper than paying someone overtime to come in and maintain our lawn.
Had to ask, yeah.
And they did already. They asked 3 times. They all asked.
With the motor pool expenses, you kind of alluded to this in terms of getting the aerial equipment, but you know, how soon are we looking to purchase new trucks? You said some of them are 15 years old.
So each truck is at 15 years, it's considered a reserve, and 20 it's out of service. We have our tower is I believe 17 years, and I think in 3 years what we budgeted for it should be replaced. So we start now, and hopefully by the time we get the grant or something happens, we'll have something in place to have at least offset, maybe half that cost, maybe a little more. It depends. Our trucks are custom made, and we may have a way to save a little bit money. We're going to go out to and look at some. My Captain Schultz and I are going to go to some departments that actually bought trucks that weren't custom made, and they're looking at 1.6 or 1.7 million dollars to see if if that's something that we can get into and look into, save a little bit of money. But an apparatus we got high rises. You have to have the truck. We have high rises in the city. We have high rises on campus. We have high rises potentially going in downtown. We have to be able to operate, and so the truck it's just an expensive piece of equipment.
Does that fit into the capital improvement budget, or
Yeah, it's part of the capital improvement budget.
the 100,000 that we're talking about here is line
That
item
is
separate from?
strictly our cost to maintain our vehicles. So our ladders have to be tested annually. Our hoses have to be tested annually. Our pumps have to be tested. And then in the last 2 years, we've had engines that had to be rebuilt. We weren't planning for that. You don't plan for a $35,000 failure in a rebuild on an engine. You don't. You can't plan that. And it seems like it for us in our tower, we've had problems with it for many years, and it actually sat for 2 years. So while I was in litigation, Mr. Barr, right? So we've had a lot of problems with that truck, and so as they age, they come with additional costs. That maintenance, Reagan can attest, is just repair, maintenance and repair.
So that'll go down with the purchase of new.
It should, yeah. You would anticipate that it would. You don't have as old a fleet.
Other questions from council? Mr. Barr? Oh.
Okay, I just had
You guys just like
another
me, don't you?
quick. I wrote
You guys
this
just
down
think
and
you are.
I didn't know if I was gonna ask or not, but you mentioned after each fire, the gear has to be washed.
Mhm.
Have we ever had 2 fires in a day? And if so,
We
how
do the
would
best we can. At that point, you just do the best we can. Yes, we have, and you got to wear wet gear. You got to wear wet gear.
Okay.
So yeah, you have to fight fire. So if your gear's wet, your gear's wet.
And how long does it take to clean?
We have a gear washer, and it's called an extractor,
Okay.
and it's separate, similar to what you have for like commercial industrial washer, and that is supposed to extract all the carcinogens and everything out of our gear. And we do not have a drying system. Our drying system is we hang them up and they dry.
Thank you.
Usually it takes overnight. So if in our building, if you hang them up overnight, they should be dry. As you take the liner out, you wash the liner. There's a lot of parts to it. You wash the liner, you wash the hoods, you wash everything separate.
Any other questions from council? My last comment, it's not a question, but a comment, is that in that same meeting, we were talking about the grant center. There are other communities who are having the same, experience and have these same really large capital improvements for their trucks. And so there's been discussion about how do we work collaboratively to go after regional funds, as well as from the state. And it seems it seems promising, not this year. But there's been work done collaboratively for us to try to work on some of those things together, because we see that, again, with state revenue sharing not being what it's supposed to be and how rising costs, there are a lot of other similarly situated cities that are coming up on 15, 20-year-old rigs that need to be replaced and not knowing where those millions of dollars are going to come from.
They're expensive.
So
Yeah.
we're advocating for you all.
We appreciate it.
Yes. Mr. Barr?
Chief, in your organizational chart, you show 3 shifts. What is a shift?
Shift is it consists of we're rotating, we have a rotating schedule, and I don't know, but there's people who don't know. We work 24 hours. I'll give you a typical schedule. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then 4 days, and after your 3rd day, you have 4 days off, and then you rotate Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, Tuesday, and it's a continued rotation. Your days off continue every week. They're always different. And so in order to do that, work that schedule, you have to have 3 shifts. And 3 shifts of 7 is how we do that. And so that allows us to man the station 24 hours a day, 365 with the 3 shifts. And like I said, it's a captain and a lieutenant, and a captain runs the shift, lieutenant's there. The lieutenant for us would be an interior command position. And if the captain is off, the lieutenant takes that person's place. We do not allow the 2 officers to be off at the same time. So one of them should always be there unless one of them is sick. They can't be off on the same day at the same time. One of them's always there. And then we have 5 firefighters in suppression. We also run EMS runs, and after we get our rescue squad. So we also run EMS. So we run fire and EMS, and that keeps us pretty busy. Mhm.
I think you're good.
I'm good.
All right. Next, police, Chief Moore. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you for this opportunity. I want to, before we get started, I want to just interject a little commentary from my brother in red when you guys were talking about response time and the police arriving at fire calls prior to fire service. And that simply, there's some issues with dispatching, but primarily though, it's because we're already out there. We're already out on the street. We're already in the neighborhood. So when we get the call, the response is just that much more immediate. So I figure I'd share that with you. Yes. Okay, so I'd like to start with the organizational chart. This is significant as since I've become the chief of police, I have changed the structure of our organization. Our organization is now divided into 2 divisions, which is the field services and the support services division. When I arrived here, we had 5 lieutenants and 6 sergeants. As you can see on the chart, we've now reduced that to 2 lieutenants, 1 captain, and 5 sergeants. With our salary savings and the retooling of the organization to reflect a more alignment with the span of control, and then of course also the creation of some additional units by from reducing our top heaviness, we were able to put some other officers in place. So we have more officers that will be in our field services, and we were also able to create our community relations unit with those additions without it impacting our budget. So I want to start with some of our capital improvements that will be occurring. The first is our Axon Taser replacement. The current Taser system that we have is beyond end of life. Taser and Axon is the premier provider of electronic control weapons and systems for all of law enforcement across the country. They are the most researched medically and how all of those things impact subjects under control. It's imperative as an organization that we maintain the ability to have a less than lethal option when we're dealing with conflict. And so this is one that is very important to the role. We have negotiated this contract is similar to the previous installment when they had the Taser. So I'll just go over it just real quickly. The total cost over 5 years is $157,668. That installment will begin in October of this year at $29,000, and then there'll be a slight increase year to year until we complete the contract. So again, $157,000 for the total of replacing that. The other capital improvements that we're looking to do is, of course, improving our facilities, our interior painting, and to continue to remove some of the carpet off of the wall inside of the PD. I know that's a funny thing, but we have already started that process. Some of you have been to the station, and we've changed out the conference room. that used to be wall, floor to ceiling carpet. And so we've taken that down and redid that. So we're moving in the right direction. Next slide, please. Additionally, then this is part of this, not necessarily an addition, but a part of our normal allotment for fleet. We're going to be purchasing an additional 2 MARC patrol units. We're at an estimated cost of $115,000, and we'll also be trading in 1 vehicle. In addition, for the last 6 months, we have been tracking the expenditures on our vehicles. There wasn't a system in place to really quantify, what we're spending on each vehicle. There wasn't a system in place to do preventative maintenance, and we were kind of moving in a, by when it breaks, that's when we send it to get it fixed. We're now doing preventive maintenance on our vehicles. We are trying to really maintain and pay attention to our fleet so that we get the best usage out of our fleet, and also so we can determine where's the point of diminishing return. So we want to be able to trade in vehicles when we purchase new ones and get, to get whatever equity we can out of our vehicles. The last one on with the fleet, we're also looking to purchase traffic cones for the organization. Currently, the police department does not have traffic cones in all of the vehicles. Traffic cones are necessary when we're responding to could be a critical incident, could be an accident, but we want to be able to adequately place cones out to direct traffic and get the motoring public to slow down and to direct them in a proper way. Without traffic cones, we are strictly relying on just the directional lights from our vehicles. Often that can be, lead to a dangerous situation. We need to have traffic cones. That was one of the things in assessing the organization, recognizing that we didn't have it. It is truly a safety issue, not just for the officers, but also people that are involved in, traffic collisions or, pedestrians. So we want to make sure we shore that up. And I know you guys will have lots of questions. We will move on to the training and development. Just a quick update. So since my arrival, we've hired 17 lateral and cadet officers into the organization. The cost to train a new cadet to go to the academy is $25,000. However, we have been utilizing a grant that's being provided by the state. So we have not incurred that cost to train those officers. Utilizing grant funding is paramount, especially to an organization our size. We are a smaller entity, and so we look for every opportunity to save and utilize grant money to facilitate and supplement what we're trying to do as an organization. We also spend $1,200 per officer for their basic equipment when they come into the organization. This is a contractual obligation through our collective bargaining agreement, so we're required to provide those that equipment to those officers. And currently we have, and this is inaccurate, we have 8 vacancies in the organization, and we hope to have those filled by the end of this year. We are working very diligently. I believe in the earlier presentation, the city manager alluded to some of the measures that we use for recruiting. We utilize our salary savings to pilot a program for referrals, and then of course also signing bonus to make us more competitive with all of our the agencies in Washtenaw County and surrounding. And so those things, along with a couple other measures, has made us, very competitive, with the market. So we've been able to bring in, officers, quality officers into our organization. Leadership development. So we've asked for a significant increase in our training funds. We've had a deficit in the organization in preparing our leaders, the leadership development, not only just at executive level, but at the sergeant level. And then we've also had a deficit in our training across the board, looking for opportunities for reality-based training and all of the other training components that we've been missing over the years. We have a young organization. We have several units that we're going to be building out as we get more people, and that is going to require us to adequately train them. And some of that training is going to be going outside of the state of Michigan and some inside the state of Michigan. So that's the purpose in that. So that's going to include Currently, we have one executive command member in Staff and Command College. Currently, we just sent our newly promoted sergeant to Women in Leadership Training. We're looking to send all of our supervisors to the FBI LEADER supervisory track, and we utilize that. They're all over the country, so when they're in Michigan and we can drive to it, we're sending them to that training. We'll have to send our investigators to investigation school, along with doing some shadowing at other agencies that has a very high volume or capital crimes. And then, of course, our in-service training model, we have to invest in our officers if we want to see a different result. And so, I'll open it up for questions.
All right.
We got
Questions
let's go.
for Chief Moore. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah. I'll go first. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, sir.
I'm gonna focus on, well, I'm not gonna focus, the tasers.
Yes.
That's a fairly large expenditure of $150,000 or more. Said that these are beyond the end of life, that they're no longer being supported. This needs to happen. How many tasers does that account for?
So this will outfit the entire organization with the exception of the executive command. So I won't be getting a taser, neither will the captain. But if you're assigned to field services, you will have a taser. And also in the contract, just what we're proposing, it's also a instead of being nickel and dime, we have to, for, all of the training cartridges and all of the things, we'll be able to, whenever we need, we'll be able to make a call. They ship it to us. It's already included in the contract.
So then how often are these tasers used?
How often? That really fluctuates. As a less lethal option, we've had several, deployments this year. It really kind of ebbs and flows. It just depends on, what we encounter. What we're trying to focus on, of course, is our ability for officers to de-escalate and use these things as a last resort. Having a less lethal option, though, is imperative, right? We don't want to have to rely on lethal options when we, get in encounters. So this is one of several that we want to add to the tool belts, but we want to use grant funding for those other options.
So I watched the videos from this company, and so I'm guessing that the X2 is the old model, the P7
Yes.
is what you're replacing it with.
Yes.
Not just bizarre videos, but bizarre music that goes with it. They make it like a video game for this thing, and it was like very strange. Switching over the fleet, we've been talking for years about making our fleet greener. I went online and was looking at options for hybrid interceptors. I couldn't find anything. I sent you an email about this.
Saw it.
Couldn't find anything newer than 2020. Or for hybrids, is still an option? What's that look like? These vehicles sit idle for so much of the time. It would really be nice to be reducing our carbon footprint with these things and also saving fuel.
I'm not sure about the hybrid options. I can tell you what some of the challenges are with, EV vehicles and the hybrid options is one, and you would think that, okay, the load, so we put a significantly larger load on vehicles, police vehicles. So you have, of course, the light bar system, the radio system. Then now we have our computer systems in the vehicle, and then all of the other peripheral electronics in the car. So it pulls a significant amount. So the new interceptors are usually outfitted with kind of a dual, usually an extra battery or an upgraded alternator and systems to help accommodate, the load that's being pulled on the cars. And I think some of the challenges with the EVs is that they haven't quite got the balance correct on handling that load. So what would happen is, especially in high climate areas, so let's say extreme winters or extreme heat, the cars die really fast. Now, even in a hybrid model, you're not using the, your, you're not using, saving the fuel because it needs it because of all of the pull. So I think they're still working through, balancing what's going to be the best thing, but we can absolutely do some research. I did see your communication. And then, of course, I was all over and loving the bike. We do want to bring, bicycles and bike traffic officers back to Ypsilanti. We do.
Would it be possible to, so in the email, it was about e-bikes as alternative forms of patrol and the cost of e-bikes, even these ones that are fully outfitted, are somewhere between 4,000 and 10,000, I think was most. I'm wondering how those could be incorporated, if that would be an additional charge to the regular fleet, or if there's a possibility that those could be used as replacement for some of these vehicles.
So, couple things. So the one part that we can't forget is the need for transport, right? And transporting to the facility in the township. So we have to have that, capability. However, given Ypsilanti's size and specific areas, so if we're talking about, the business corridor, for instance, right? I think that's a viable, alternative, or something we can, really look at how we can utilize bikes to patrol, especially, motor assisted bikes, this area. And then in the event that we need, transport, we can, pull from other areas. All that, of course, is based on having, the adequate staffing, which, we're getting close to.
Okay.
So that's definitely an option. We've talked about it, quite a bit. So we do want to, have bikes be a part of Ypsilanti.
No further questions.
Councilmember Sweet and then Simmons.
Good evening, Chief.
Good evening.
You mentioned 8 vacancies. Are those all patrol officers, or what level in the organization are those?
So I say all officers, they are all officers. However, there are 2 lieutenants and 2 sergeants. That's a part of that. And then, of course, 4 patrol officers. So we'll have a recruitment, a posting going out here shortly for both sergeant and lieutenant, and it will be internal and external, because we don't have internally, we don't have the experience to fill some of those positions.
Follow up to that. So with these, if these or when these 8 vacancies get filled, does that encompass, looking at your org chart here, like investigations and detective bureau and community relations would be then
Absolutely.
per se filled with
Yes.
those? Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Simmons.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
So just a couple of questions. One, so for the, let's see here, the taser. So what is the expected life expectancy for a taser?
So the recommendation is 5 years for tasers. That's and that's, we don't control the industry. That is the recommendation. So obviously with the tasers that we currently have, we utilize them longer than, the recommended life expectancy. However, what's changed is that now they are no longer supporting the hardware and all of those things, because we're several generations away from our initial tasers.
And so how long have these tasers been in use?
I don't know the exact date that we purchased them, but our tasers are that technology was 2011.
And so I'm guessing, so kind of what happens as the taser to know it's like beyond expectancy? Like, is it that it doesn't jump out as quick? I mean, what, I'm just trying to get a sense.
Right. I don't know how it diminishes, if if that's the correct verbiage, but when they cease to be able to support the software and do the upgrades and then provide the hardware, then that's where we run into a problem. And that's kind of the problem where we're at now. So we've had, a couple deployments, and now we're having a hard time being able to replace the cartridges to utilize it.
Yeah, okay, so that's interesting too. It makes me think, because I was looking at this, the way this is broken out, this payments over 5 years. So if the lifespan is 5 years, then it would be like we're paying for this set, and then right when this is done, they would be paying again. And if it's the same company, kind of, it makes me think about cell phones, right? It's like they know you're gonna have to buy another one, so they're gonna break in 2 years, and then you get another one. So I'm just wondering about that kind of cycle. Takes 5 years to pay for it, and then you have to get a whole new set for probably more than this again. But
So-
it's not necessarily on usage, how many times they've been deployed. It's about whether they're going to upgrade them.
Or
Which is the
mm-hmm.
first time I had to get a smartphone, is because they would not fix my flip phone anymore. So,
I don't have all of the answer to that question, as in totality, but what I can say is that, of course, we've utilized what we've had, of course, much longer than the 5-year mark. I anticipate that we will have the same with the new tasers, especially, we are not a high deployment, high usage, over reliant agency on the system. So I think that, coupled with, what we have in the contract to be able to keep us, up to date, the technology, has changed. Like there's another one that's even more advanced, but the advancements I am completely uncomfortable with in some of the things that it uses. So I think, given our organization, the frequency in which we kind of use them, and the totality, I think this is the best option for us. In 5 years, will we use ours beyond 5 years? The answer to that is yes, we will. Now, I can't predict at what point down the road that, Taser is going to say, hey, we're 3 iterations, beyond this, so now we're not going to support this platform anymore. So
how
that's
new
the
is
risk.
this iteration?
This iteration, let's see.
Do they go by like release year or?
Yeah, so the technology on this one it came out in 2018. So that technology, and then the technology for the Taser 10, which we will not be getting, is that came out in 2023. So from what we have to now, there's been 3 other iterations.
And then my other question is around the in-service trainings,
Yes.
and just what kind of things that you already have in mind for those.
So I'll tell you what we've already started. So now when we hire individuals to come into the Ypsilanti Police Department, we now have an orientation process where we cover all of our high severity policies. Of course, we cover vision and values. We cover vehicle pursuits, emergency vehicle operation. We cover active assailant, and then a host of other de-escalation type trainings. What we're looking to do in the organization, we're trying to partner, like we've already partnered with MSP. We've gotten access to their training catalog. And so anything that fits our vision and aligns with what we're want to see taught, we've been given the opportunity to send officers to that training at no cost. So that will help us significantly. We're also looking to partner with Ann Arbor to bring in additional training to the region. So if we can host training, then of course, with that hosting comes free opportunities for our people to train. So we're looking at all of the the hot, not necessarily hot topic, but all of the topic items to improve, organizationally. We're, what's expected from us, from our public, has changed significantly. People want a different style of policing, and then we're trying to provide officers with that training to provide exactly what they want.
Yeah, thank you for that. One of the things that I've often seen or been in conversation about trainings is like examples of populations that's being served, and sometimes that doesn't show up in training. So for instance, when looking at like youth and adolescents, but then there's not necessarily a lot of trainings that I see happening focused on that population. So that would be just something that I would raise in terms of considering things like that.
Good. Any more?
For now. Yeah.
Other questions from council? Councilmember McLean?
Mayor, good evening, Chief.
Good evening, sir.
Wonder if you could talk a little bit about kind of morale, not particularly where it's been, but theoretically, how do you assess it? We're putting, as we've just talked about, putting a lot into our new officers, right? And our new staff. We're training them, we're giving them experience, sometimes their first law enforcement experiences, obviously paying salaries. And we don't want them to leave after 6 months or even 2 years or 3 years. So how do you assess the morale right now? I hope you're going to tell me that it's good. But in theory, how do you keep a handle on that over time so that we are able to retain the good people that we're hiring?
Absolutely. So of course, that is the challenge for anyone in leadership, right? How do you move your organization and get the buy-in, from everybody that's inside the organization? So to answer the first question about morale, I think morale is very good. And here's why. When you walk in the halls of YPD now, there's something that was very different than when I first arrived. People are laughing, they're joking, they're having organic engagement with each other. That's very different than what I saw when I first arrived into the organization. So that's an indicator to me when I got my ear to the wall and I'm just listening to what's happening. It's an indicator.
You got rid of that carpet.
Yeah, don't tell them that. So I hope they're not watching. Getting rid of the carpet so I can hear better. But that's, that was one of the first things that I really took note of was, how are we interacting with each other? Because if officers aren't able to, interact in a genuine way with each other, that translates to how do you interact, with the public. So that was one of the first things. It's no secret that we've been very intentional about, the recruitment, making ourselves competitive with our, with our partnering, agencies, all of those things, but also letting the employees know that we genuinely care about them being here. And it's also demonstrated from the people that's sitting in this room, in this panel, our city council. You come and you talk to our officers, you get the opportunity to really dive deep and to see their why. Right? The why is important to me as a chief, and I want it to be important to them, as an officer. So when they see mayor and council members come in orientation, show up for their swearing in, showing up at different events, it communicates to them that I'm in the right place and the people that are responsible for me legitimately care. There's a change in the people that are in the workforce, right? And so their value system is different than when we came into the workforce. They are very interested in a work-life balance. They're very interested in what is it that I can do in my community. So Ypsilanti and the way we're changing the culture has attracted those people, and it's from their mouth, not mine. They want to establish a career and not just move on, from one job to the next. They're looking for a career, and they felt like Ypsilanti was that place. So I think we're in a very good place from a morale perspective. I think the future is bright. We're continuing. We still have a lot of people in our portal for hiring. We went from one challenge to the next. First we didn't have people, and now we had to slow down in assimilating people into the organization because it was just too many, right? So it was too much, too fast. So I think we're in a great space. I really like what we're doing.
Mayor, one additional question, and I think it relates a little bit to what we just talked about. But as you know, I'm very supportive of your efforts to create a community relations unit. Talk a little bit about what are your hopes for that unit? What do you see them doing on a day-to-day, week-to-week basis?
So
Oh, you know, that they are successful.
great question. So community relations, before I talk about the unit, we have to talk about it holistically. So when we talk about community relations, it can't just be the unit. Community relations has to be a philosophy inside the entire organization. So part of it, you know, geographic-based policing, place-based policing, offender-based policing. What we're looking to do is when we have particular issues in, in a community, I don't want to put the entire community under siege. I want to deal directly with, the offender, whoever is causing the most harm in that community. So how does the community relations unit fit into that scheme and that plan? So the community relations unit will be comprised of 3 individuals, and we're going to split the city in 3 equal parts. So they're going to be responsible for community engagement in all of those areas, but also we're going to train them in CPTED. They're going to be working hand in hand with the apartment managers. So when we identify, problems and issues, they're going to be required to take a holistic approach to problem solving. We know that all issues can't be resolved through enforcement, right? So we have to have the ability to, utilize other means to effectively, get solutions. And the solutions have to be rooted in what the community wants, right? And some of those solutions has to come from the community. So the community relations unit, their responsibility is going to be to bridge those gaps, to provide those services. They're going to be out teaching, right? When we'll be able to go into, let's say, about elderly communities and teach about the dangers associated with being taken advantage of. That's just one, small example. Teaching in our, apartment complexes about, okay, well, what's really safe, right? Here are some of the things that we see from a structural perspective that you can do better to make this community a lot safer and reduce some of the issues. When you have a group that's able to intently focus on what I call quality of life issues, it really lessens the burden on your field services and patrol. So they all, it's a puzzle, but they all work in concert together. So I can't wait to get that unit up. I think this community is primed for that unit. I think the translation will be just fantastic, and the reception that we're going to get is going to be great. I really do.
Thank you. Other questions from council? All right, I have one. The crossing guard unit, there are folks in the community who didn't even know we had a crossing guard unit. So I'm wondering, how many people are these volunteers? Are they part-time? Like, what does that look like?
I can't answer that intelligently. I don't want to
Okay.
say the wrong thing. We do pay our crossing guards. It is a part-time, they're part-time positions. And we post pretty frequently I think it's an open enrollment. For those positions. We have a few people that have been there forever and they're staples, in the community. Those schools love them. But it's open. It's a continual recruitment. We don't close it.
So I guess that was leading to my question that we're not at like capacity for crossing guards.
We're
at
not.
this point. So this is my shameless plug for folks who want to support our schools and our students and folks who want to cross the street. If they're interested in being a crossing guard, that's a really important role. And again, I think that many members of the community didn't even know that our department is who provides those folks in the community. Can you talk a little bit about the support services, just briefly, around like what is the load of your records folks, your evidence custodian?
So we do have a heavy lift in our support services, particularly in our records section. Right now we have 2 full-time and 1 part-time individual. We have not filled the evidence custodian position. What we've done is we've increased the the pay scale for one of our employees, send them away to training, and they're kind of doing dual roles. So, twice a week, they take some time and work on our evidence. That's not ideal, but that is what we've had to do, currently. I know we want to, make that a full-time position, and we're, working towards that, but it's just not, in the budget at this fiscal cycle. But there is a need. If I can make one more shameless plug, soon we'll also have what we call, it's going to be some volunteer services at the PD for our fleet to help maintain, to do preventive maintenance and to, take our vehicles down to the yards, to take our vehicles to get cleaned, and all of those ancillary things that have kind of fallen by the wayside and put our fleet in a bad situation. And now we're playing catch up. We're trying to fix all of those things. Once we get it to an operative level, we're going to be asking for volunteers to work at the PD to help us maintain our fleet. It's something that we utilized at my previous agency, and it was highly, highly successful. I know we have a lot of people in this community who would be willing to do that.
Cool, thank you. All right, before we move on, any other questions? Okay, thank you so much, Chief Moore.
Thank you.
Next, I think we have the Oracle. DPS of Bonnie Wessler.
Evening, Council.
Good evening.
I apologize for the Oracle has failed you. I left out a very important slide from my presentation, one with actual numbers on it.
Okay.
Tracy, I emailed you a picture of that slide. I'll let you know when to get to it. But for now, let's just dive right in with the responsibilities overall of DPW. They include, of course, the administration, the capital improvement plan, transportation planning, staffing, the sustainability and parks and Rec commissions, handling a lot of infrastructure grants, project management, facility safety coordination, snow emergencies, disaster response, dam EAP, in conjunction, of course, with our emergency services personnel, overseeing our facilities maintenance and routine and capital maintenance, working on the maintenance of the park, both routine and capital, as well as some of the capital improvements, working on improving the dam safety and complying with the dam safety requirements, including maintenance of the vegetation there around, the Adopt a Park program, and special events. Right-of-way management, which includes permits, urban forest, our roads, our traffic, our storm sewer, and to some degree our street lighting, as well as our capital improvements there. Solid waste management, including our trash contract, recycling, yard waste, and composting, downtown and parks public trash can and recycling pickup, parking, policy and signage, and maintenance. I keep wanting to call him Captain Kirk. I'm sorry. Chief Moore oversees, of course, the enforcement.
Captain Kirk.
I'm sorry.
Chief Moore.
I'm gonna get him one of those badges, Starfleet badge. Sidewalks, to the extent of city sidewalks, we recently exited ADA ramp replacement agreement and to some degree the fleet. So the DPW fleet, which includes both our environmental trucks, which are its own activity code in the budget. I'm sure all of you have read the budget line by line, so please stop me if I repeat anything. As well as the administration to some degree of the 641, that motor pool fund, and some disposition. So overall, I just want to put out there the DPS budget over all of these various responsibilities just for operations is in the realm of about $6 million. So that includes such funds as, next slide, please. The General Fund 101, which uses money from the operating millage, state shared revenue, grants, and fund balance. 514 parking, which is parking revenue mainly generated by Captain Kirk's department. 202 and 203, which are our Act 51 funds, as well as our Metro Act funds. 226, which is sanitation. That 3 mil knocked back to 2 and a bit. Sanitation millage, subsidized heavily by the general fund transfer. In recent years, we've also had some grants to cover some of our recycling improvements. 414, we work on with finance and all of the other departments. That is funded mainly through general fund transfers to that fund. 495, which is a dedicated sidewalks fund that may be being phased out depending upon council's direction with sidewalks, but it was mainly put in place to track the sidewalk program from the city as well as the ADA improvements. And of course, our 641 motor pool fund, which is an internal service fund. DPW rents its vehicles on an hourly basis from the motor pool. Other departments fund their motor pool differently. Org chart, next slide. This is us. We've got myself. We have 4 supervisors. I'm proposing in this next budget year, 1 to or half-time to full-time project manager. I believe unfortunately, HR got our facilities manager and project manager confused. We are proposing adding a facilities maintenance worker, but that is a full-time and also a 1-for-1 swap of an equipment operator. We'd also like to propose for laborers, so temporary seasonal help. Right now, this time of year, a significant amount of my staff time is spent on mowing, just mowing, 5+ days a week, Riverside, all of the parks, multiple times a month, margins, city-owned properties, abatements. These are people that we could be using to help offset tree trimming, help offset stormwater improvements, but mowing has long been the priority given to us by council, based on citizen complaints largely, which is very understandable. I'd like to find a different way to meet those obligations and those expectations, while still addressing, of course, our capital improvement. These laborers would also be able to tag in on our environmental services operations. So that's the composting and yard waste and recycling operations. So rather than pull somebody down off of stormwater, trees, or potholes, what have you, we would be pulling somebody off of mowing instead to hang off the back of a truck and help chuck recycling into the back of it. Next, this is a far more detailed slide on that exact topic. So proposing to add 4 seasonal worker positions. They'd be non-union workers for a term of less than 6 months. This could reduce the amount of overtime needed to complete these regular maintenance tasks that I described. And they have the potential to free up OT to be spent on stormwater, trees, and other backlog items. This, by the way, is a real time card. In DPS, we are stuck in the 1970s and we hand code our time cards. Next slide, please. So this goes a little bit more into that personnel. So we're looking to swap an equipment operator for a dedicated facility maintenance worker. This is budget neutral. It is a 1-for-1 swap. It frees up supervisor capacity. So right now, whenever we have a contractor come to work in our buildings, be it plumbing, roofing, whatever, it is a supervisor has to come off another task doing supervisor stuff, or sometimes helping out in the field with these more complicated tasks to be available for the contractor should the contractor have any questions or need to be let into any part of the building that they don't normally have access for. So that's not only City Hall, that is sometimes police, sometimes fire, rarely DPS. We're also asking to add either a half to a full project manager. This position would help manage construction projects, asset management systems deployment, potentially provide additional coverage and additional capacity at peak times. This person would take a whole heck of a lot off of my plate. Right now, I am a bottleneck in the system for a lot of these projects simply because I have quite a bit on my plate. I would like to remove that bottleneck and add an extra body, an extra brain. And then, of course, adding those 4 seasonal labor positions to supplement mowing, yard waste, recycling, and rubbish pickups, freeing up capacity to address other items. Capital, we talked about that at the previous meeting. Highlights include Peninsular Dam removal, Harriet first to Hawkins in 2025, Harriet Hawkins to Hamilton in 2026, Cornell 2027, not pictured on here because it's not in this level of project, but it is in the tip. We're looking at 2029 for Huron from Forest to LaForge. Cross Bridge is tentatively scheduled for 2027. We have $3.5 million of about $6 million confirmed in funding and stormwater projects to go along with all of that. We have some grant funding to address some capital issues. We have some grant funding to address mapping issues. One of our issues with stormwater is we simply don't know where all of it is. And if we know where something is, we don't know what it's made of, how deep it is, or how big it is. It's very rare that we know everything we need in order to address it correctly the first time. Facilities projects you all are fairly familiar with. There's the facility assessment that we have not been able to get moving forward on because of that bottleneck issue that I mentioned. We have the ongoing fire and police concrete and waterproofing, ongoing DPS facility repairs, programming and adjustments, the City Hall elevator, HVAC and efficiency upgrades, including the senior center, which requires an $80,000 HVAC upgrade ballpark. Vehicles, DPS has a whole heck of a lot of vehicles. And of course, fire has far fewer vehicles, but they are very expensive vehicles. And then the next slide is a slide that is not included in y'all's presentation. Should be in your email, Tracy.
You got chickens.
Got the chickens.
Yeah, the chickens are with us always. They're the chickens of our heart. I don't think that works. No, I don't know the best way to put that one on Zoom. I'm sorry, Tracy. And I apologize for going very quickly. Andrew told me I had 5 minutes.
Oh, just throw Andrew under the bus. No.
I figured I should leave us something to talk about on Thursday at the Finance Committee anyway.
Wait to that. I got a minute. I don't have any snacks. I don't. Picking up any talking about snacks. Sorry for the. No, you're okay, Tracy.
All right, so these are not all of the budget categories the DPS touches, but these are some of the best known. So 101-2650 is facilities. So 101 is the fund code. That is the general fund. 2650s is the activity code, and it's facilities. So this year we have programmed about $375,000 in facilities. We're proposing 441,000 and then 444,000, mainly for an increase in capital preventative maintenance. So a lot of addressing HVAC issues before they come to us. Great example of that is there's currently a plumbing leak in the basement. It caused our water bill to be about $1,000 last month. We thought we got it. We got our new bill last week. We realized we had not in fact caught that water leak. So there's about 3 water leaks that we think could be the culprit, and plumbers are going to be here tomorrow to help us find them. But being able to actually assess the facilities and replace things not on an emergency basis and before they become $1,000 water bills is generally what a place we want to be at. 101-4410 is DPS administration. It's 132,000 in each year. Currently it is about 120,000. There's going to be an increase in professional development as well as printing and publishing. So the increase in professional development is partially due to changes in CDL licensing laws. So we are sending a bunch of people to training. That's also for leadership training. 2 of my supervisors are relatively new to management. There is an excellent statewide conference called the MPSI that is geared towards public services people. I sent 2 of my supervisors to the spring session. I and another supervisor are going to be going to the fall session, and they actually have a lot of good administrative information there. So we're looking at sending our office manager too. It's a 3-year program. So you go each of the 3 years, either the fall or the spring session. Printing and publishing, as many of you know, Ypsilanti Township sends out annually a magnet as well as a schedule for your recycling, yard waste, and trash pickup. We can do something, and we can do something better than the township. So I included a little bit of money to get us started on that. 101-4420, which is events. We currently spend about $99,000 in it. We propose keeping that. One of the things we're doing as we go along is working to correctly allocate our labor. The way that DPS works is a little bit more akin to how a lot of the private sector works. So for each job, we have a budget code similar to what you see here. So if my people were out hanging banners, that would be coded as 4420, an event work. If they were in the park mowing, that would be 7170, that would be parks work. If they were out patching potholes, I'm not gonna try and, I think it's 4660, no, 4660 is drainage. But whether they were on a major roads, it would be 202. If they were on locals, it'd be 203. Those are the fund names. So they go through and they choose the account code based on the work that they were doing that day. Although we have the ability to do this in the budget, that had not always been the practice to adequately attribute to events what should have been attributed to events. So for instance, we have about $10,000 in repair work in Riverside Park for our electric pedestals. We're estimating it at about $10,000. In the past, that would have been charged to 7170 parks. We are charging that to 4420 events because those pedestals are only used during events. So that helps us adequately determine what needs to be charged to the event so we can recapture our costs to put on events and to support these events, or at least, if not recapture them, be aware of the costs that go into them. The more information you have, the better decisions you can make. We're also working on doing a little bit more capital preventative maintenance there as well. 101-4480 is street lighting. We currently spend about $500,000 a year on this. That is a contracted expense. DTE owns, I would say 99% of the streetlights out here. Up until this past year, the city had been required to carry the stock for the lighting fixtures downtown and Depot Town. So basically, each of these light poles has two parts. They've got the luminaire, the light, and they've got the pole. The pole is not DTE stock, but now if you look out the window here, you can see that the luminaire is actually DTE stock because it's got a little black band on the bottom. That saves us so much hassle by saying, hey, DTE, can you go do it? Rather than try to spend $5,000 to keep stock of a luminaire that we literally physically do not have room for at our yard. So we only have to keep the poles now, which is fantastic. We're working on DTE street lighting division to paint the poles black so that everything matches. You won't have the black luminaire and then the green pole. We're also working with the DDA on swapping out those light fixtures on North Washington. Those are city-owned fixtures. They have not worked in decades. So with that partnership with the DDA, we're switching those out to DTE stock fixtures and getting that area lit better and more reliably. A couple of years ago, we did something very similar on West Cross. West Cross had a non-stock fixture, meaning we had to stock it. We said, DTE, the next time one of these things needs replacement or gets knocked down, please replace it with a stock fixture. They said, you betcha. And so you'll see it's a bit of a mix. We're going to be having discussions with you, Elise, the DDA, maybe later this year on switching over the ones that have not yet been hit in the last couple of years. Then going into 202 major roads, we get about, I want to say $1.7 million in gas tax revenues, so Michigan Transportation Funds, as well as Metro Act revenues. Right now, it's about an $863,000 or $865,000 expense. That's potholes, mowing, snow, drainage structures, street sweeping, stormwater, trees, everything comes out. Everything on a road comes out of these roads funds. That currently has a fund balance. We are using the fund balance to cover our capital improvements. So these bridges, Huron River Drive, our portion of the funding has come from the fund balance for 202. It'll be the same with Harriet, and the fund balance will be insufficient to cover those expenses by the end of budget year 25-26. I think my projections have us at about about $185,000 in balance in that. And yep. See, but by then most of our major roads will have been reconstructed. But this is why capital preventative maintenance is important. because preventative maintenance prevents you from having to do these reconstructions. On the flip side of that, these reconstructions are great. Because we're doing this in partnership with Yucca because they also need to replace the mains underneath them. So pros and cons. Local roads, we do not have any capital projects planned for this. That has a slightly healthier fund balance. But again, everything that goes on in a road, stormwater, potholes, trees, comes out of this fund for the local roads. It's about $900,000 a year. 226 rubbish. So this is our recycling, our yard waste, our downtown trash can pickup, our parks trash can pickup. We have about $950,000 coming in from the millage currently. And our projections have us at spending $1.5 million or thereabouts, just a little under that in 24-25 and a little bit over that in 25-26. Our revenue is now and has been insufficient to cover the expenses. I believe last year we were subsidized by about $300,000. This year, I think it's a little north of $300,000. The parking fund, so we're looking at about $457,000 in 24-25, $486 in 25-26. Ways we can increase revenue include exploring retiming of enforcement shifts. I need to talk with Captain Kirk about that one as well. We've planned for quite some time in the parking plan to meter the North Huron parking lot. We were waiting until after the downtown roads, but again, this is also a bandwidth issue. It is hard for me to change things when I do not have time to properly bid them out, plan them, etc. And then also reflects an increase in capital preventative maintenance and the parking fund's contribution to the Frog Island North End project. The 641 motor pool has about $600,000 in expense just for the DPS activity codes and about $632,000 expense, again, in just the DPS activity codes because we have a whole heck of a lot of equipment. That equipment, as well as our 2 mechanics, are funded out of this particular fund. There needs to be some rebalancing and retooling of how that fund is funded, both in my department and with other departments. But that is something I'm planning on working on with finance. So I think my 5 minutes is up. Does anybody have any questions?
Questions from council for Director West? Councilmember Sweet.
A couple comments and then a question. One, I'm very, I'll actually say thrilled to see the seasonal positions being added. That's something that I think the city, could have used a while ago, and I think you would probably agree with that. But to take the, responsibility and the time commitment that it takes to keep up with the park maintenance in the summer, and allocate those full-time positions elsewhere I think will pay dividends, in the operation of DPS. My question is in regards to the project manager. You listed in here 0.5 to a full FTE. I'm assuming your ideal recommendation is a full-time
I would love,
one FTE equivalent. Okay.
not sure where I will physically put them, but I would love to have them. Yeah.
And just for clarification's sake too, prior to your time as director, there was a director and a project manager
Correct.
position, right?
Yep. So my position prior to taking on the role of director was parking/project manager. And in that role, I did a lot of the things that I do now, including liaising with the boards and commissions, with the construction projects that go on, doing a lot of the RFPs, a lot of the parking management, fun stuff like that. Sort of the other tasks as assigned, but administrative, project-based tasks.
Then I have one additional. And then in regards to the swap from equipment operator to facility maintenance, is that going to cause any sort of, do you have any in the operator position, like
We have 3 operator positions.
where you're going to need to fill that eventually, you think, or you think that you would sustain without it with the swap?
It will be interesting to see how things shake out because, like I said, that should, in theory, free up the supervisor to do more supervisor things. With the addition of the laborers, that should help as well. So there's lots of levers being pulled. We'll see the net effect of these as time goes on.
Okay.
Right now, it's a position that has been open, so it has been very difficult to fill these equipment operator positions. Particularly with people that already have a CDL, which is, you know, why you see our professional development budget going a bit up. So we're going for it.
Thank you.
Other questions from council? Mayor Pro Tem?
Local streets.
Mhm.
I remember a couple years ago when we were using excess funds, not excess funds, but trying to coordinate the use of local streets with previous projects, and there was a North Washington project that got sidelined. Is that on the books for any time soon?
No,
And so that,
so you're talking about the additional funding stream that came from the Washtenaw County Roads Commission road millage. It's about $150,000 a year. This latest tranche, we are allocating towards the extension of the LaForge project. So the LaForge paving project that was spoken of and discussed at council this last round to pave the section of LaForge south of the bridge to the railroad, more or less just a mill and fill. That's going to more than eat up that amount.
then Elm Street. Where does that funding come from? The emergency and the sinkholes. Where's that?
So that is going to be coming probably from the capital preventative maintenance money we have budgeted this year for crack sealing.
Cracks.
Mhm.
And okay, that's fine.
Yep.
Be a separate conversation.
So one of the challenges that we have with everything coming out of 202 and 203 is that there is very little margin for these emergency repairs. So one of the things that may come up in discussion later on is some sort of subsidization of these funds from the general fund, particularly in 202. Or if we want to look at doing actual capital improvements like another mill and overlay run, or some of the capital preventative maintenance that we need to do with our storm sewers in either 202 or 203. So with the fund balances as they are, and the ongoing expenses as they are, there's not a lot of wiggle room for either getting ahead of things with mapping, with inventorying, with condition assessments. There can't do everything all the time. And that's what these funds are trying to do.
All right. Other questions from council? Councilmember McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. I know you were hopeful. First, before I ask a few questions, I want to thank you for your efforts on Elm and Congress, one of those emergency repairs. So I understand folks are coming out on Thursday to try to address that
As early as Thursday.
as early as
Yes.
information. Okay.
That's if Miss Dig clears and if they're able to mobilize everybody as early as Thursday. In the meantime, we are going to be putting a plate over it likely tomorrow. You'll also see more camera work done on a lot of our stormwater issues, starting at the Elm and Pearl intersection with the two failures there, and then kind of going around town.
So maybe we'll just stay with that. I'm wondering, you talked a little bit about what we know and what we don't know about our underground infrastructure.
Mhm.
Do we have a sinkhole problem, like a fundamental sinkhole problem in certain areas in North Park?
It's hard to limit it to certain areas. What we believe is happening is the net effect of deferred maintenance and when the roads were redone in the early 2000s, there was an opportunity to go through and map things out and do a condition assessment and do some repairs at that time. And I know that in certain circumstances that wasn't done. They had their priorities at the time, and I'm sure they made good decisions with the information and the money that they had. However, one of the things we ran into, we were out on Wallace at Sherman today, and we realized there is at least one, if not two, buried manholes. One of the recent failures on Wallace down at North Congress was due to a buried man. So let me back up a bit. So when streets are repaved, You first mill off the surface, so you have basically a giant shredder, chewer upper that takes off the top layer of asphalt. But before that, you have to remove all the structures. So all of the metal pieces that are in your way so that they don't get chewed up. So that's manholes, that's gate valve covers, that's everything you see in the middle of the road that gets in your way. So you take all those off, you run the mill over, you put down pieces of plywood or what have you, or pieces of metal, and then you put the asphalt over top, and then you drill a hole through where you know those manholes are, and you put those manholes back. Some of these were not put back, whether because they were forgotten, whether because they thought they were abandoned, who knows, I wasn't there. But this seems to have been a problem with these roads projects from the early 2000s. And as the pieces of plywood holding up the asphalt fail, we discover manholes. And we don't know how many there are because we don't have great maps. We digitized a map from circa 1971 that is an update of a 1916 map and have it overlaid with the results of our most recent inventory and explorations. We have it in GIS. It is fascinating to look at because you kind of triangulate from the two what's likely there. And then you ask the people who've actually been working out in the roads and they say, well, no, it's drawing a line from there to there, but I know that there's actually a bend in the middle where that used to be. So that's where that sinkhole is, and that's why that sinkhole is. But that's not available on a map. And you can't get that anywhere but the brains of the people who have been working here for 20 years.
Is there any technology that allows non-invasive testing for that?
So we've been working with some of these technical assistance groups. They are working on getting us funding to do a more complete mapping and inventory system. So we've been working with Palencia Mobley at, it's EPIC is the acronym. She's working on getting us some funding for this inventory. We're working with another couple of groups on similar sorts of projects.
I'm sure we'll talk more about that, but I
Mhm.
do appreciate your efforts. And speaking of your efforts, I have occasionally, when talking to constituents, described your department as the Department of Everything. And I was not really kidding. I was talking with one constituent about trees, and then that bled into streets, and it bled into trash collection, and who does that? DPS. Is it, maybe this is reaching out with a lifeline to you, but is it time for this to be more than one department? I mean,
I'd prefer to start small with just one more person.
Yeah.
I'm thinking aloud, so I'm not expecting an answer to that question tonight, but I think the structure as it exists is a challenge, and expecting one person to
No, so
run everything is a bit much.
the way it breaks down functionally, Tracy, you can swing back to that org chart. Sorry. You don't have to go back to the graphic that has the numbers on it, just the org chart. So the way this breaks down functionally is that each of these supervisors has sort of a topic area to which they are assigned. So Ryan, he primarily oversees our environmental services division, and then he's got his hand in parks as well. So he'll also be overseeing any laborers that we get in. Gary, he oversees, he's the brains of the operation. He oversees the streets. So the streets includes the literal streets as well as forestry and stormwater. It also oversees the traffic services division, which is our signs and the very few signals that we actually control over, because the ones on the MDOT trunk lines are actually overseen by Washtenaw County Road Commission. And MDOT actually. So both we and the Road Commission have our own maintenance and service contracts with MDOT. And then Blakely, he oversees our fleet services as well as basically all of our mechanical work and facilities. He also tags in on parks because he oversaw parks before Ryan came on as supervisor. And between the three of them, they don't need me there on a day-to-day basis. I just make more work for them. And hopefully another project manager will do that as well.
One final question,
Mhm.
Mayor. Back to the mowing.
Mhm.
Seems to be what I'm on tonight. Do we simply have too much grass?
Yes.
Grass, this is another whole conversation about why lawns are bad.
Yes.
But in this case, they're bad and they're costly.
Yes, that is what lawns are. We're working with the Washtenaw County Water Resources Commission. They're looking at grants for stormwater mitigation, potentially doing some great big holes in a couple of our parks that have standing water issues. I've been working with Katie on similar grants for Riverside Park and redoing the stormwater there. All of those envision naturalized areas with areas that don't need to be mowed. They might need a burn every year, every other year, but they don't need us with a mower in them. And they provide better stormwater control and of course, better habitat. The other thing that when I talk about cost allocation, one of the things that we do, so we have a great big list of everything we mow more or less in sequential order. You know, first you start here, then efficiency dictates that you go over here and here and here and there. When we have major events at Riverside, Frog Island, these things, we often veer off schedule and pop over to Riverside or Prospect or wherever's having the large event or the signature event. And we mow those out of order. One of the things that I'm going to be doing this year is allocating that labor to 4420, the events budget, because that accurately reflects the cost of the event. The other thing that we're doing is for some of these events, so this weekend I think is a great example. We do concentrated and targeted mowing in these areas. I believe it's a 5K that's coming up this weekend in Riverside Park. We're going to be mowing a certain distance off of the trails. So like 20 feet off the trails, whatever makes sense for whatever mower is working that day and the size of their deck and how wet the grass is, because part of the reason why we're looking at two parks in particular for the stormwater mitigation is there are parts of those parks that are constantly wet. With College Heights, with Candy Cane Park, that doesn't appear to be a neighborhood issue. However, in Recreation Park, that does seem to be more of a neighborhood issue, particularly to the south. It seems that there's some underlying stormwater issues there that actually end up overflowing onto the street to the south. So we're exploring some ways to address those issues. But these are long-term, big picture issues, and I'm a bottleneck right now.
Appreciate that, and anything I can do, we can do to push that conversation forward in a thoughtful way. Certainly, I would welcome.
Thank you. My only question, and I think maybe for me tonight, I'm looking at efficiencies across the board. So this might not be a direct question for you, Bonnie, but overall, when I go back in the picture of the time card, right? Are we looking in the future, clearly not in this budget, of ways to more effectively track time? I mean, earlier today, I was involved in a conversation here with someone wanting to, change some of their stuff in payroll and things like that. And we don't have like web-based or cloud-based or digital ways to do any of that. And so what does that look like for us in the future to, number one, help to track things better? Because clearly you can't track everything.
Well, we track actually everything on these cards. It's great. It's not searchable.
Right.
But for the short term, it's great because I can look at this and I can be like, well, the person whose time card I stole this from spent half their time mowing margins on majors and half their time, so probably the morning on the majors and their afternoon on the locals, and they used one of the grasshopper mowers and they towed it on one of the 1-ton trucks.
You can read all that from this little thing?
Yep, so 446 is the number for one of our grasshopper mowers. 126 is the number for one of our 1-ton trucks. 420 is one of our weed whips, and I don't know what 113 is. That's probably the trailer though. Yeah, because it stays with them. So anything that starts with a 4 is attributed to our Parks Department. Anything that starts with a 1 is attributed to our Streets Department. If it starts with a 6, it's attributed to Environmental. So there's a logic in this. And it's great. And if you flip it over, sometimes they'll add on like, well, these are the streets that we swept. These are the streets that got patch, those things. And you can tell, well, they used half a ton of patch. So that's why sometimes in the council information letters, I'll be like, hey, we used a ton of patch and these are the roads that it went in. I can pull that from this, which is hand-coded into Excel sheets of various formats and dates. So if you will, let's see, more on that, go to the next slide, please, Tracy. One of the potential projects for that project manager would be an asset management systems deployment. And so part of that could be the digitization of our time card system. So there are some unique things about DPS and how we function as a very union shop with some fairly rigid start times and end times and, you know, bright lines in various areas that make us more suited to an office-based system than perhaps like police, where they can punch in and out in the field on their personal devices. You know, we would implement a different system, but it could well be digital, and it would potentially be able to automatically update inventory and all of these dreamy things that in the year 2024 we should probably already have. But getting that off the ground from 0 to 60 is an undertaking. Yeah. And that is not one that we have the capacity for in our office at this time. I have the people, I have the brains to do it, but their time is elsewhere.
That was very thorough. Thank you. Any other questions for Bonnie?
That was totally 5 minutes, right?
5 minutes, well
5
spent.
minutes, good 5 minutes. That was, man. All right. Next, we have Joe Myers, Director of Community Services.
Good evening, council.
Good evening.
Before I start, I just want to kind of say, it's something I've been talking about when I was here the last time, is just to have one system that does it all, like was proposed in the finance director's budget. I know that previously every department head strongly encourages an update to a BSNA type software where it all can be in one. Right now, we have to double enter every payment we have into Encode and then into BSNA, which is a huge inefficiency. So that's not in my budget, but if I could beg and plead, please. So if you go to the next slide. I want to apologize for, I know my budget might not have been as thorough as some may have liked. However, I'm still learning what was put in the budget because it was done prior to me taking over the position. And I kind of look at this year as being a rebuilding year for the community service department. It's a brand new department that was just created. But really, if you kind of look, we had Eddie Schmidt and Carl Augustine come from DPS over to our code enforcement department. So we have a brand new code enforcement division. Delonzo Weaver, who was in our code enforcement office, is now in our building department as a rental inspector. Josh Burns is our new city planner. I started about 2 months ago, and then today we hired a building department manager. And so he started today. And so we're rebuilding, we're getting things in order, and there's a lot of things that need to be fixed because there was a lot of things that kind of fell to the wayside over the last year. But I will tell you this, every one of the staff members that are here have worked their butts off to make sure that things got done. You know, I did a little investigation today to figure out where we are as far as getting caught up with rental inspections. And I looked at it, we're about 15 to 20% behind, which is actually, you're usually about 5 to 10% behind. So we're really not too far off to where we should be. And I'll get you all those numbers. I'm getting it ready for the finance committee meeting in 2 days. I don't have the exact numbers to share with you today, but that's what I'm seeing is about 15 to 20% behind, which is not great, but it's much better than I had thought we would be at this point. And that's because even though a lot of things didn't happen over the last year, a lot of things did, and rentals were still inspected. And so we're excited to have that. We have a lot of projects, project management. Some of you might know of the little project called the Dam, which thankfully to Councilmember, our Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxon and Katie Jones has secured $2.4 million in the last month or two. And so that's huge. We've really gotten to, with our very minimal staff, we've really gotten to actually have that continue and make sure there is some continuity in the transition. So next slide, please. Obviously, you know, some of our current projects are future projects. So Clark Road is still happening. It's going to happen in the next budget year. And that should wrap up around October to December to do that. But people have started to move in, and the apartments are really, really nice. Huge, really. And so it's definitely pretty nice. As some of you saw, Dorsey Estates, who's on the agenda and a little bit, are building houses. They're up. The roofs are on. The porches are in. They're going up. And so you can see a lot of the work that we talked about 2-3 years ago coming to fruition today. We have 136 North Washington, which is still in the pipeline, the Peninsula Dam, obviously, and we did obtain a redevelopment ready community certification, which unlocks many, many, many opportunities for grants at the state. It's one of the best certifications you can have in order to get really good funding from the Michigan Economic Development Corporation. So it's one thing that we really like to do, and it's basically showing that our processes are transparent. Moving forward, obviously, Clark Road, Dorsey Estates, and the Peninsula Dam, but we're coming due for a master plan and update. And our zoning ordinances we've talked about with signage and with RVs, there's a lot of our ordinances that need to be updated. And so that's on the radar. Granted, we're not gonna have the master plan finished next budget year, but we're gonna have to start the public engagement process because that's super important. And then obviously, we've heard the community benefits ordinance. That's something that we're gonna have to really take up and get through, because there's developers who are in the process of trying to develop in the city, and some of the ambiguity is really hindering some of their work. And so we want to make sure that we have a fair, clean, fair process that is understandable. And so that's kind of the future projects outside of who knows what's going on. The one thing I didn't add on here, which I should have, is the College of Business. It's actively being redeveloped, and they're going to be in before the end of the year, at least Michigan Medicine side. So we're going to have a huge, amazing new facility in there. And I'd like actually council to take a tour of what's going on in there before our next meeting. And that's, I've talked to the owner. He's willing. It's just, I want to make sure we're a touch further. So because right now it's still kind of an active construction zone, I want you to see some of the vision, and right now it's not as visual. And so I'm going to say in about a month, I'll send out a poll to make sure that you guys can all go through there to see what's actually happening. Because for those of you who went to the College of Business before, it is a completely new building, and there are going to be many new elevators, and it's really, really exciting to see the work going on. Next slide. As it comes to the building department budgets, the past few years have been kind of, for lack of better words, insane when it comes to our budget. And just to give you a little bit of an example, our typical building department building permit revenue was about $160,000 to $200,000 a year. That's pretty standard. Last year was $696,000. This year was $496,000. So granted, we had a $250,000 decrease in permit revenues. We're supposed to have about 200,000. So that's the Clark Road. That's the College of Business. That's Dorsey Estates. Those permits are coming in, and it kind of overwhelms the system. But luckily, we have really good partners that help us to make sure that the permits are still happening, and it's still going on. Nothing is being held up. Electrical permits the same. Plumbing and mechanical permits, once again, higher, except for plumbing. That's kind of it's down a touch, but not really. Sign permits are kind of status quo, and code compliance permits, which is where you can see that those were about at the level of 22, 23, which we ramped up to make sure we could actually get to a point where we could say we're not behind on our rental inspections. So we're still a little behind, but that's where you can see the actual rental. We budget typically about $240,000 in revenue every year. This year, the actual is at 292. So we are actually getting these the revenue from that to cover the expense of the program. Most of our fees are up. Some obviously, it's really hard to say that building permits are down, even though they are from last year over year, because sometimes when you have a big project, year over year doesn't work in the building. We've also lowered our contractual services numbers because we're not going to have next year nearly the amount of inspections that we're going to have. Like the last 2 years have been kind of exploded because of the Clark Road. Actually, it's all Clark Road. When you have a project of that size, the inspections are quite insane, and insane in a good way. There's just a lot of them. You have to go out and, for putting in a wall, you have 4 inspections, and 4 times 310 is a lot. And that's just for building wall permits. So, you know, also, some of the office supplies come up, because we have a lot more permits and we're not to a point where we can accept digital permit applications. So right now, there's a whole lot more printing that's happening. And also because we have such a young staff, the training budget's been increased to make sure we can cover the training of our new staff. We've never actually paid for memberships in any of the organizations that provide training for our code enforcement officers or our building inspectors, and that is changing because they need to be trained. And now with our new building department manager, his requirement due to some of his certifications, he has to be trained. So, we've worked really hard to get caught up. We're actually pretty close. I'm also now working, it's kind of hard to have the guy's first day be today for me to actually say we're working on it, but he's got a lot of ideas. Jerry is his name, and I will bring him to a meeting. His first day was a little much. But really to reestablish our business inspections. He also has a lot of ideas for online payments. He's worked in Highland Park, Illinois. He's worked in Lansing and Grand Rapids and up in Benzie County. So he's got a breadth of knowledge where they do a lot of the things we need to do. And they've implemented a lot of these changes. And so I'm really, really excited to have him on board. The planning department, the small and nimble planning departments busted their butts to make sure that all of our reviews get done in a timely manner. And obviously we continue to work on small projects like the dam removal, Water Street cleanup, and various projects as they arise. And so special events, we're still in the process of reviewing our fees, and we're going to have a much greater discussion when we propose the fee schedule. And I think that's in 1 month, that was the fee schedule we proposed. And so that's where I'm at. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Questions for Joe?
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Mayor, Director, when you listed the projects for current year and the upcoming year, one of the projects I didn't see on your list was Water Street. Now, I know we've got significant amount of money set aside in the budget this year for testing and remediation. But what can you tell me about kind of how we're thinking as an organization about that property going forward beyond the testing and remediation?
It was a touch of an oversight, but not quite, because right now we're still in the process of figuring out how our funding is gonna work. Katie has been working really hard with the Washtenaw County, who is holding some of our funding, and there was a bit of a delay on who actually controlled the funding from the federal level. I think we've all figured that out now. We're working through kind of the process on how to do that. So there's been a little bit of a stall to try to figure out how we don't lose any funding, and then how we progress the project forward. And so I think, Katie, please correct me if I'm wrong, we're about a month away from actually presenting, getting council a memo exactly spelled out how things are going to move working. Sorry, I'm just getting over being sick. And so my brain's a little foggy, but we're very close to actually having a memo explaining everything to you all, because we don't want to leave any money on the table, and we're ready to bid it out. But the federal government had a little snag on how, like, letting us know what we needed to do to use those fundings, and we couldn't do the whole project, and we might have had to split it in half. And so there's a lot of things happening. Katie's been working really hard prior to me joining to figure that out. We're close. And Andrew,
if I could add one thing, council did approve Carlisle Wortman to undertake a community engagement process to gather what the community feels needs to be there. It includes different charrettes and things of that nature. And then they will develop an RFQ to submit for potential developers for the site. So once this gets cleaned up, we get a little bit further, then Carlisle or Wortman will be engaged and start that process.
mostly an oversight on my part.
Other questions for Joe? Go once. All right, well, thank you.
Thank you.
And last but certainly not least, our DDA Executive Director, Elise. Good evening.
Hello, save the best for last, huh?
Yeah.
Just kidding, guys.
Well, I don't have an organizational chart because it's just me. So I'm really looking forward to having,
Of yourself.
yes, having, a part-time city employee and DDA employee. Our role at the DDA is to improve the quality of life, create a sense of place, attract and retain residents, businesses, and talent for private reinvestment and increase property value in and around the area. That's my own sheet. 1 second. All right, so I'll just look up here. So the top DDA budget items year to year is our IGA with the city at 20%. That's TIF capture, administrative contract that will be going up now that I am solely with the DDA, and we're going to be also having another employee. TIF capital improvements, facade and building rehab grants. That is, we do about 3 or 4 projects every year, mostly in downtown. It's available West Cross as well. So a lot of, you'll see a lot of great projects, facade work happening annually. Daytime and overnight shelter support. That was from our community health fund that we allocated. Special event contribution. Annually, we distribute about the same amount to special events. Holiday lighting and maintenance, and downtown waste management. I'm remiss to not add landscaping, and I don't know if you saw outside, but our brand new hanging baskets are up, so they look really great. And that is going to be continuing forward. So our last fiscal year included downtown construction water shutoff relief grants that we distributed that actually got reallocated from capital improvements, streetscape improvements that we were planning for downtown. Freight House Plaza and North River Street concept designs, we're actually in the midst of that. We're looking to redo the plaza, and we're going to have stakeholder meetings starting with Depot Town stakeholders tomorrow, but we will have more public meetings June 10th, and I'll send out that information. That'll be put everywhere. North Adams lot milling and paving is a project that we supported the city on. North Washington street lighting project, that's what Bonnie had mentioned before. Full-time DDA executive director, myself, starting April 2024. That is something that the DDA hasn't fully funded since 2016, 27. Joe would know if he's gone. 2015. And we do many incentive programs, but one that I like to mention is with Game Above and Engage at EMU, where we gave gift cards out to all the new students coming into EMU, $10 gift cards for them to check out our businesses downtown. I can't read what it says on the last one.
Solar grant payout.
Solar grants, yeah. We had a solar grant program where we have been doing those payouts. So I've got these anticipated So again, I can't see what it says on there. Anticipated, anticipated downtown projects. We're doing some streetscape improvements, and we're going to be beginning the TIF renewal. That is up in 2028, and so we have to get started on that sooner rather than later. And so we've just budgeted a little bit more overall for just those improvements, but then also just in general, kind of breaking away from the city. There's a little bit more costs with, our operating office supplies, that sort of stuff as well. So go to the next slide. You'll see that our fund balance kind of dives here. And that is on purpose for the Freight House Plaza. Depot Town, our Depot Town district has been putting away some funds. They were hoping for a different project a few years ago. And when that didn't come into fruition, they really wanted to do this Freight House Plaza upgrade. And mainly the trees there are overgrown. It's making unsafe concrete sidewalks, and just to make it more accessible, a better community space for everybody. And West Cross, anticipated costs. We didn't spend a whole lot of money there this year.
our last the big project there was to redo the alleyway behind kind of Sweetwaters. But we're anticipating working with the city or starting those conversations to help redo the Ballard lot on West Cross. It's been neglected, as well as their TIF plan also needs to be renewed in the same year, 2028. So we're going to start those as soon as we can. That's it.
Questions for Elise? I get to hear this stuff all the time, so. All right.
Thank you, everybody.
Well, thanks. Thank you. Okay.
Council, before moving forward with the public hearings and the ordinances, I know there are the brownfield amendments. And if council would be willing to move the brownfield amendment and then the honorary street naming of Woodward. I know there's people in the
Can we get a motion to move? Can you say what you're?
I move to move up the brownfield item and the Woodward item to now.
2024-111 and 2024-113.
Yes.
And just, sorry. You're supporting. Just for clarification, we're doing these because there's people in the audience for them, because I think there's some also for the conversation around Fed Up too.
Yeah. So this, I don't know, it's up to council, but the discussions I think are a little tougher, especially because they were added at the table and we had people that were invited to be here for these. So I would definitely like to get them on and out. But again, it's the will of council, so. We had support for the two to be moved. So we're in discussion. Like we just call the roll.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Sure.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Council make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30. We're
gonna be here past that probably. Sure. Yes. Is there support?
Support.
So, Clerk Ridgewell, Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen, and then Councilmember Tucson. The motion and support. You got it? Okay. Thank you. All right. It's called the roll
To extend the meeting.
to 11:30.
just do a voice vote.
Oh, all in favor, sorry.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Sorry, we've already been here for 3 hours, y'all. My brain is like, okay. All right. So what we're gonna do is Councilmember McLean, you have resolution 2024-111, which we will go to, and then Councilmember King, you have the following resolution.
Resolution 2024-111, whereas Washtenaw County established the Washtenaw County Brownfield Development Authority in accordance with Brownfield Redevelopment and Finance Act, being Act 381 of the Public Acts of the State of Michigan of 1996, as amended, to encourage redevelopment of contaminated, functionally obsolete, or blighted property by providing economic incentives. And whereas the property located at 220 North Park has been determined to be a facility as determined by a Phase 2 analysis, and whereas the Brownfield plan for 220 North Park has been created to facilitate the redevelopment of the property, and whereas due to unforeseen site circumstances, Renovair is applying for an amendment to the Brownfield plan, and whereas the plan must be approved by the city of Ypsilanti, then the WCBRA, with final adoption by the Washtenaw County Board of Commissioners, and whereas neither Washtenaw County nor the Washtenaw County Brownfield Redevelopment Authority will incur a financial note or bonded indebtedness, and now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council approve the Brownfield Amendment Number 1 plan for 220 North Park Development as authorized by the Washtenaw County Brownfield Redevelopment Authority. I so move.
Support.
By Councilmember McLean, supported by Councilmember Tucson. Good evening.
Good evening. And I believe we have either Shannon or Jill online. Developers.
Anyone with their hand up? but Shannon-
Oh,
They're there. They may not have their.
There we go.
hand up, But I believe they are there.
Jill, you need to unmute.
Hi, Jill. Good evening.
Hi there.
If you guys have questions specifically about the brownfield plan. But we have reviewed this at the BRA as the memo described. We also reviewed it with a small group and feel quite comfortable with it. We also have Nathan in the audience if you guys have more specific questions about the brownfield. We also have Scott from AKT Peerless for questions.
Questions from council?
As we look at you with shock and awe.
My questions were answered at the last one. But my only question is not about the mechanism of funding and all that, as so much as the piles of dirt that were complained about before and what's happened with those. I'm asking anybody in the room.
Come talk to us about the dirt.
Gosh, if you want to
We also have Landon here as
Josh,
well.
like anybody.
I apologize.
Anybody who feels so inclined.
Yeah, and Jill as well.
Yeah.
Unlike
I'm hard of hearing. I didn't quite hear the question.
piles of
Piles of
dirt.
dirt.
It was a general piles of dirt question.
But I think it might be good just to explain who I am and kind of like the county's role, because there's a lot of council members and it's been a couple of years. I'm Nathan Vogt. I work for OCED at the county. We have a county regional authority. 23 local units of government sort of participate under us or joined us over the years, City of Ypsilanti being one of them. And so all that means is we work with the local unit, the City of Ypsilanti in this case, to kind of work with the developers, develop plans, brownfield plans. We take it up through the authority and then to the Board of Commissioners who hold the required public hearing. And then it's adopted. And then all the administration, the tax capture and the reimbursement is handled by the county, by myself. And so you all don't have to have your own authority. You don't have to do the reimbursements. Kind of, I handle the accounting. I work with Reagan, of course, closely on the capture for Thompson Block and Water Street. But that's kind of the role we facilitate and work with all the local units, but mostly Ann Arbor, Ypsi, Chelsea, you know, the bigger community. So that's my role. Thank you for letting me re-explain that.
The dirt.
The dirt.
Yeah. So I don't know who best to explain kind of I'm assuming you were looking for like status in terms of when that might be gone.
Yeah, and I remember seeing an explanation of what was there and what was found that hadn't been. I'll figure that, but just status of where that is, right?
Between Scott, you and Jill, maybe you should decide. Jill, do you want Scott to tackle that or?
Well, I think, and Shannon is here with me. I think we can, from a high level, say that we are planning significant excavation activities this summer. Part of our delay in the process was to make sure that we had clarity on how MISTA wanted us to handle the removal, disposal, and the remediation criteria for the site. Now that plan has been approved, MISTA documentation has been signed, and we will be moving forward more quickly on the excavation and removal. But the piles, you know, as soon as we remove soil, we're going to be excavating other footings for foundation or other areas for foundations. So there will be soil movement over this, you know, throughout the summer and into the fall, as we build new units.
Thank you.
I want to emphasize the plan itself. Although there's increases in the eligible activities on the environmental and the non-environmental side, we wanted them to make sure and show the funding sources, the grants coming in that were not shown in the original plan, offsetting most of that. And the biggest point I want to make is this Eagle grant that the city has applied for. We got the final application finally submitted, which if it were approved today, it would probably cover 99% of all the increase you see in the brownfield plan. So, but takes about 2 months for Eagle to execute a contract with the city, because of that delay and the fact that the project's underway, they can't just stop. They'll probably incur some grant eligible costs that will not be covered by the grant, but will fall back to the TIF. So there will be some increase expected in this brownfield plan amendment, but not the full, I think, 800,000 that you see. This is just giving the project a guarantee that whatever is not covered by the grant will fall back on TIF.
Other questions from council? Making sure I'm at. Councilmember Simmons.
Thanks for that. That was one of my questions or clarifications. I was, as I was looking at this, was to say that the grant is covering this increase, and so folks can kind of not feel that there's this more coming out of the TIF. So what you're just saying is that some of it will hit it because of the timing and then what would happen with the funds that could have been used for that but won't be?
Eagle allows the grant recipient to move those around and try to cover other things. We will certainly do that if we can. And we can't determine that until the project starts getting toward the end of the brownfield activities. Otherwise, it gets maybe goes unspent and just goes back to Eagle. But Eagle has a lot of grant funding right now. I've got 2 other grants, well, 2 West and then 1 in Scioto Township that I'm applying for. They've got a lot of money, so they actually want to use the money and give it to the communities as much as we can use it. So I think they'll work with us. It's just a timing issue.
Mm-hmm. And then when will we know how much would be added to the brownfield?
Oh,
would it be like the end? We'd have to wait to the end
Yeah.
of the project,
yeah,
or
I'm
there
not
be?
gonna know because there's so many funding sources, the 3.6 million in ARPA that is flowing through the county, and then I'm kind of it's a matrix of various eligible activities occurring and various funding sources. So I wouldn't be able to tell you, we wouldn't be able to tell you probably till more the end of the project.
Further questions? Oh, okay. Seeing none. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Absolutely.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
unanimously.
Councilmember King, you have resolution 2023.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas petitions were circulated to cause the change of Woolward to Minnie Hughes Drive. And whereas the petitions included at least 10 city electors, and whereas Minnie Hughes was a mentor to the community youth and provided patience and grace to help them navigate times of trouble in their lives. Whereas Minnie Hughes demonstrated a great gift, a great faith in Jesus Christ and a commitment to their community and family. And whereas Minnie Hughes loved her community and served with a gentle spirit. And whereas Minnie Hughes was a mother to her neighbors on Washington Street, where she lived for 61 years. Now therefore be resolved that the City Council of the City of Ypsilanti hereby approve that the honorary street name of Woodward be Minnie Hughes Drive and direct staff to install signage to reflect that name. I so move.
Support. Moved by Councilmember King and supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
And then I just want to say that the he needs to be changed to she on the last whereas.
Oh, yes. Yep. Thank you. All right. Any discussion?
I am excited that this is happening. I remember when the resident reached out to me a little while ago, so I am so excited that we can honor a resident of Ypsilanti that has given her time and effort to the community.
Logistical question. So when we add the new street sign, do we take away the old one or do we keep them both?
They usually go.
Keep them both. It's similar to what is on Black Lives Matter Boulevard.
Just be below the other one. Yeah.
Nothing will have to be readdressed or anything like that.
Additional comments or any questions from council members? I will say I wholeheartedly support this. I think it's wonderful and we're able to honor members of our community who, gave their time willingly and, free of charge. There's lots of folks are not willing to do that. And to the extent that, Ms. Hughes did. So if there's nothing else, you please call the roll.
Absolutely. Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcox.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimous.
Congratulations. And I know this is only a small thing in comparison to all that she did for our community, but hopefully you and your family see how much we value individuals such as you. Oh, do you want to come to?
Thank you all so much. One of my neighbors, Jim Fink,
Oh.
he it's like a big brother to me. And every time him and his wife had children, he brought his children to my mother and put them in her lap before he took them home. So I really love that. And then my dad was the big barbecue king around the area, and all the neighbors were welcome. As soon as the parade was over and they saw the smoke, just come on over and get you some food and take it home, eat with us, whatever you like. And that is how I grew up. And so I really appreciate you guys so much. It's so touching. I was my mom's caretaker, so it's very hard for me, but this means so much to me, and my family is going to be so happy. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing her with us.
Yes, thank you.
All right, folks. Well, I'm a softie. I get emotional. Okay. Pardon me. So we're gonna move back to our public hearings. Councilman Tucson, you have resolution 2024-098 for the sale of 756 Harriet.
Indeed, I do. So resolution number 2024-098 resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti, whereas the city of Ypsilanti has a property disposition policy, and whereas the city of Ypsilanti owns 756 Harriet Street and held a lottery to determine a purchaser, and whereas now according to the property disposition policy, the city held a public hearing on May 28, 2024 to authorize the sale of 756 Harriet Street and delegate the city manager to enter into purchase agreements for the properties, and now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council approve the sale of 756 Harriet Street and delegate the city manager to enter into purchase agreements for the properties to the selected purchasers, and I so move.
Support.
Then moved by Councilman Tucson, supported by Councilmember Sweet. Hello again, Kate.
Hello. So as you guys know, we gotten 756 and that we worked earlier over the last year to demolish the structure there, and then had reworked the property disposition policy at one of the last meetings, and then so we did the lottery and selected a purchaser. So I've been working with the purchaser, and now we just need to authorize the city manager to work with the city attorney to work on setting that up for the sale, and then we will be ready to sell the property.
I'm gonna go ahead and open the public hearing, and then council can ask questions after we do that. So the public hearing is now open. If there's anyone in the audience who would like to address the council on the sale of 756 Harriet Street, please raise your hand.
Anyone online, raise your hand if you'd like to speak. No one.
All right, Councilmember Tucson, you can close the public hearing.
Right, resolution number 2024-099 resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti that the public hearing to consider authorizing the sales of 756 Harriet Street and delegate the city manager to enter into purchase agreements for the properties be officially closed, and I so move.
Support. Moved by Councilmember Tucson, supported by Councilmember King. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. All right, questions for KT?
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
How does the lottery work? I understand we've been through this before with, but how do you choose that? I mean,
So we just noticed it, and a bunch of folks applied. We actually had several, we had, I think 10 or 12 people that applied for the different, we had two properties, because we had 756 and 856. And between the two, I think we had like a dozen or so folks. And so we put it in a hat of sorts. It wasn't actually a hat. It was a, I don't know, what do we, it was a Kleenex
Oh, was
box.
it really? I
And
thought
we
you did.
used business cards and we put them in there and we shook it up and we drew out.
It wasn't based on monetary value of the bid?
It was
You
not-
made a lottery. It wasn't just to the highest bidder.
It was not the highest bidder. It was based on like, you guys actually had to help determine, like, we made it based on, it was weighted and it was weighted based on like, if they were a first time home buyer, and it was also weighted on whether they were a city resident, like, so it was a weighted bid, but not based on that.
So it was a set
It was
price.
not- Yeah, but like, it was not, yeah, there's a
The
set
price was the price and whoever.
price is
pull
the
out-
price, but it was weighted on other factors. Not price.
Councilmember King?
Interesting suggestion though, sorry.
I'm just wondering, when will we know who those people are that won the lottery? Just because, again, we did put certain requirements on that property, and I just want to also assure that those guidelines were followed. And again, I just wonder, when will we know who those people are?
So I know that what we did was we recorded it, so that there was transparency, like that we followed it and that we sat in here and we recorded ourselves doing it so that it was, that there was transparency on it. I don't know. I don't know if we were going to publicly disclose the names of, I mean, like, it will be in the public, I mean, it'll be in public record, certainly, of the purchasers.
So maybe in addition to that question, so before the names could go into the box, you had to vet those folks to make.
Yes, exactly. And there was applications and we had to like look and see, like, there's criteria in the policy that we had to like verify whether they were city residents. We had to verify other criteria that was in the policy of whether or not they had like any debt to the city and things like that.
Mr. Barr?
Well, council certainly has the right to know, and if you'd like, we can make that available.
I would like to know.
Thank you. Sure. Other questions? Councilmember McLean?
Councilmember King referenced things that they're required to do. What are those things?
They were, so that, I don't have the policy right up in front of me, but were required to be, they weren't required to be a city resident, but they weren't required to be city residents, but if they were, then they had like, it was weighted in their favor if they were a city resident. Does that make sense? So they had like multiple, like you had multiple, what we did is we put two of their name in there if they were a city resident.
That speaks to eligibility, but are there also behavioral things they must do with the property once they have purchased it?
So yes, it was also, it needs to be a primary residence. I can print out the policy for you guys as well, but I don't have it, right in front of me at the moment.
Thank you.
And I thought it was a requirement for them to be a resident of the city. I just want to get clarification on that as well.
I can look it up, but like I said, I don't remember. Joe, do you remember off the top of your head? Or anybody else thinking about it off the top of their head? I apologize.
Yeah. And if that was a requirement, and if that is not the case, what would happen?
I don't believe that is a requirement, and I don't think we can legally require someone be a resident in order to be eligible for this, but that would be a question for the city attorney.
Or if it doesn't, if they turn it down or like you find out something wasn't working out, then you have two other names.
So the purchaser agrees the property is to be developed and will be maintained as at least 50% principal residence use. Purchaser is current on the property taxes and shall have no outstanding tickets or property violations in the city. The purchaser agrees to repair or restore any structure habitable condition within 1 year of purchase. Should the purchaser fail to meet these requirements, the city could reclaim the property, but that was at the purchaser's expense if there's more than one. Let's see. But there's not anything that says that they had to be a city resident. Like it didn't say, it was just, that was priority, was that they were a city. That they were a city resident.
You said that it's priority,
It was priority.
like a city resident would get priority to the property. Right. Okay. Do we know if that happened? Like, is it a city resident or not?
I would have to look.
Okay.
I don't remember off the top of my head. And I did not bring the applications down with me.
Okay. Again, I just would say I am interested to know that information.
Yep, we can make them available.
Additional questions from council? Seeing none, Clerk Pedro?
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Councilmember Tucson, yes, you have the next one.
Indeed, resolution number 2024-100, resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti, whereas the city of Ypsilanti has a property disposition policy, and whereas the city of Ypsilanti owns 856 Harriet Street and held a lottery to determine a purchaser, and whereas now according to the property disposition policy, the city held a public hearing on May 28, 2024 to authorize the sale of 856 Harriet Street and delegate the city manager to enter into purchase agreements for the properties, and now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council approved the sale of 856 Harriet Street and delegate the city manager to enter into purchase agreements for the properties to the selected purchasers, and I so move.
Support.
Moved by Councilmember Tucson, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. I believe Katie, same situation, so we can go ahead and open the public hearing. If there's anyone in the audience who would like to address council on this matter, please raise your hand. Please come forward. It's been a while.
Been a while.
Yeah.
I just have one quick clarifying question.
State your name for the.
Oh, Bill, Ward 3 resident. I have one quick clarifying question. Where is this property? Because I tried to look at it and there's one on Google Map that looks like it's off of Harriet and First, I believe. Is that it? Or
Yes. Yep, it's at the corner
Okay.
of Harriet.
that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. All right, is there anyone else in the audience who would like to address council? Anyone online?
Anyone on Zoom, raise your hand if you'd like to speak. Nobody?
All right, seeing none, Councilman Tucson?
Indeed, resolution number 2024-101, resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti at the public hearing to consider authorizing the sales of 856 Harriet Street and delegate the city manager to enter into purchase agreements for the properties be officially closed, and I so move.
Moved and supported by Councilman Tucson and Councilmember McLean. All in favor of closing the public hearing, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Questions for Katie? All the same ones?
Yes, thank you. All the same ones for me. I would definitely like to know, who got the property and if that priority was followed. Thank you.
Any additional questions?
Just a comment that former Mayor Richardson had been working for years to try to get this
Mhm.
unfinished basements filled in or taken apart or whatever. So just want to acknowledge that she was diligent in trying to get movement on this. So I'm sure she will be glad to hear that this has been, the hazard has been removed. There will be somebody occupying the space.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Further comments or questions? All right, seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say it like that, but. that's
Um,
okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen
Yes.
carries unanimously.
All right, thank you very much. Next, we have ordinance 1431, Councilmember Sweet. And, just so everyone knows, the numbers on our agenda, don't match what's on the actual resolution, so when you hear them, it's not gonna say 098, it's 102.
Resolution.
No, you're
That's okay. Excuse me, resolution number 2024 -102, resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti that an ordinance entitled an ordinance to amend chapter 10, article 6 events be approved on first reading, and I so move.
Support.
Been moved by Councilmember Sweet, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. Is there anyone about this?
Good evening, council. This is, I brought this up during the last council meeting. This essentially would just remove the ability of the city manager to waive any fees. It also would give qualifiers on, what would be a characteristic of an individual to apply for a hardship. And it would have to be done or voted upon by 5 council members in the affirmative. The street closure, if in a business district, would be required to have 80% of the businesses support the closing in writing. The application would need to include a description of why this is a benefit to the whole community, and the applicant should provide a reasonable description of why the organization or person is unable to meet the financial requirements. And then going down to C, that was put in, let's see, 22 in August. And I just wanted to remove any ability of the city manager to waive any fees. I think it's become a slippery slope, and I think it makes sense that the fees that council has approved should be waived by council. And then one last change is the exceptions from special event fees. Currently, there is an exemption for Memorial Day and the 4th of July parade. And then I'd like to see, or I'm suggesting that Juneteenth and Pride be added to that. I look at all of those holidays as essentially a celebration of freedom and what people that have come before have given to the society of the country as a whole. And those are the only suggestions of amendments that I have.
Thank you, city manager. Okay, so we will open the public hearing and then we'll come back to our discussion. So if there's anyone in the audience who would like to address council on the amendment to chapter 10 events, please raise your hand.
No one online either.
Let's give people a second. All right. Oh. Seeing none, Councilmember Sweet, you can close the public hearing.
Resolution number 2024-103, resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti, the public hearing for an ordinance entitled an ordinance to amend chapter 10, article 6 events be officially closed, and I so move. Support.
Supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. All in favor of closing the public hearing, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, discussion. I guess I'll start by saying, I wholeheartedly support your suggestion there, City Manager, adding Juneteenth, and Pride to this, events, ordinance. They can't make any motions or anything, but just wanted my colleagues to know, I support that. Councilmember Simmons.
So this is just a clarification. So under for the waiver, are these, the A, B, C, is that related to if the street closure, if they're asking for a waiver, or is that they want a street closure in general?
If they're asking for a waiver, this section of chapter 10 is specific to waivers.
Okay. So then, other than that, if they want a street closure, it's a different process. They don't need to get
It would just follow
signatures.
the special events process. They pay the fees. They would be able to do it this way. This is only if they were requesting the city to waive the fee associated with it.
Okay, thank you.
And then I think.
Just a note, Mayor, that I have a small personal conflict with this one, so I'm going to recuse myself
Oh, okay.
from the conversation and the vote.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm trying to remember when we gave the city manager this power to waive. It seemed like there was a number of cases that came over the course of a year or maybe 2 years where lots of people applied for it. And he said, if it's under a certain amount, we gave that power to the city manager.
So it was never set at an amount. It was just the city manager had the ability to waive it. If council wants to maintain that, I don't think it's a great idea. I think council should always waive the fees that it sets. So, but if council wanted to maintain that's at the will of council.
Not at all. I appreciate you bringing this back to us because that got to be, I think it was to streamline the administration of that. But I appreciate I appreciate you bringing it back because I think I agree that puts it on us, right?
Yeah, yep. All right. Further questions or comments from council about this? Mayor Pro Tem.
I guess I do have a question for Mr. Barr. We have something coming up after this, where a waiver has been asked for. So if we vote for this now, does this take effect immediately or does that?
City manager, but ordinance
It'll be 30 days from now.
30 days after adoption, so second reading.
Perfectly. Thank you.
Yep. Councilmember Sweet.
So since we have a meeting next week, is the second reading gonna occur next week then?
Correct.
Okay.
And
Councilmember King.
I know I stepped out for a minute. So what prompted this change?
So there have been, in 22, the city council voted to allow the city manager, the ability to waive, special events fees, and I see it as a mistake, so I'm bringing it back to council to see if they'd like to change it. I also provided criteria of what a waiver should include if it's going to be requested of council. And then I also added, I thought it would be a good idea to add Juneteenth and Pride along with the Memorial Day and July 4th as an exemption from special event fees.
Thank you.
Further discussion or questions? City manager, those last two, you already put them in here or we need to add that? 'Cause I
No,
don't see,
everything that I've suggested is in there.
I don't see it.
It's under 10272.
It's 69 of 161.
Oh,
Is
that's
it?
just a legislation.
Oh,
It's
it's in this part.
It's in the actual.
Okay,
ordinance.
so
We had
it's,
it.
so it's already there.
Yeah,
Just
he
wanted to
put it
make
in there.
sure. Okay, great.
Section 10, 272.
Oh, as long as it's in here, I just wanted, if we don't, if
we
we
can
need to add it, that somebody would, but it's there. Yeah, he said 10-272. Here.
Right there.
Yep, okay, perfect. All right, further discussion? Yeah. Seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean is abstaining,
Abstain.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you, city manager. I appreciate this. Councilmember McLean, you have ordinance 1432, collection and disposal in chapter 86. It should be 104.
Resolution 2024-104, resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti that an ordinance entitled an ordinance to amend chapter 86, article 2, collection and disposal be approved on first reading. I so move.
By Councilman McLean, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. Is this good? Okay, perfect. All right, presentation.
This change was based off of the conversation of council, I believe last meeting or the meeting prior regarding the ambiguity in chapter 86 more specifically 34. In that I struck out the and out of general view and then added or to the side of the building. So it will read, starting at the comma, must be taken in prior to 8 a.m. of the day following the day of collection and placed behind the building line or to the side of the building. In addition, and then that would be the end of the sentence rather than and general view. And this amendment is only based off of, or this proposed amendment is only based off the discussion. It's, if council sees fit to add anything else, staff has no issue.
Thank you. All right, we'll move to open the public hearing. If there's anyone in the audience who would like to address council on this topic, please raise your hand. Please come. Hello again.
Hello, I'm Bill. Still, Ward 3. I'm assuming this is for, not private, housing, individual homes. Because I know that there's lots of, even if there's garbage for disposing the trash dump, there's lots of it outside. But one of the things I noticed is that there's different pieces of furniture, other things that could be used. Sometimes it's not. And I was wondering, in addition to the trash, so if there's something that in the works for some sort of either trade or recycling of furniture and stuff that then just to put them into the dumpster, especially when you have lots of rentals in the area. That's all.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address council on this matter? Or anyone on Zoom?
Yes, there is a hand on Zoom. Gary, you can go ahead.
Evening.
Okay, I hope I'm being heard.
Yes.
Hooray! Anyway, I just had a question because some of my neighbors were a little confused about what front line of the building means. I assume that means to the side of the building, but behind the front line that faces the street. I think that's what some other ordinance refers to. And then my other question is, for example, our house has a garage that's recessed behind the front line of our house. So does that mean that these storage, the recycling bins can be put in the area in front of the garage, but behind the front line of the house? So it just seemed a little ambiguous. And then another person, maybe they'll come through with the question, having to do with corner lots and what the placement of trash and recycling bins would have to be in that case. That's my only question. I'll keep it brief for obvious reasons.
Thank you. Are there any others on Zoom?
No one else.
All right. Councilor McLean, please close the public hearing.
That the public hearing for an ordinance entitled an ordinance to amend chapter 86, article 2, collection and disposal be officially closed. I so move.
By Councilmember McLean, supported by Councilmember Tucson. All in favor of closing the public hearing, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. So we have a couple questions that came from the audience, if someone could address, especially that front line for corner lots. What that means, I would love to know how we would interpret that.
So I'll have Joe answer this or Josh.
Hello, Josh.
But he could correct me if I'm wrong, but I would imagine that a garage is an accessory unit, so it would be the main structure that would be the property line.
Correct, yeah. And additionally, I heard that he had a question about the corner lots. Basically, what classifies the front yard on a corner lot is what your property is addressed to and where your front door faces. And so, yeah, in most cases, people's front doors will end up facing the property they're addressed to. So, yeah. In terms of what classifies the front line of the property, it's basically the front wall of the primary structure. So, you know, your house, for example, and anything in front of it.
I was wondering, like the caller, person that called in, whether or not we had enough clarity or we needed to add a little bit of clarity in those cases of corner lots. What you said mostly makes sense to me,
Mhm.
but there are cases I know in my neighborhood of places where the homes where the street, where the home is addressed, the front of that structure is not the front door. The front
Mhm.
door is actually on the side of that property. So I'm not necessarily proposing anything or not proposing anything. I just want to know if we've got enough clarity for somebody who is doing code enforcement to know exactly what is allowed and not allowed.
So it is possible that we could just use the zoning code to define what the front of the building is, but I'll let you.
Yeah, so sorry, just to talk about the logistics of the code enforcement. Essentially, if it's behind the house in any way, like as long as I'm protruding up in front of the house, that is what our code enforcement officers would actually enforce on. And so, so long as it is,
The front line is the house, the part of the house that faces the street.
yeah, so they're gonna use
Address.
as discretion as they need to. I would say as long as the receptacle is behind that front line. So speaking to the guy, I don't know the dimensions, but if his garage is recessed back and he wants to store it in between the front line of the house and his garage, that would be fine.
Yeah, that one makes perfect sense to me, but I just want to make sure that my neighbor that has a side front door.
Well, so we look at a front doors on the street where the front door faces. Now, there are doors that don't face the front. There's actually not that many in the city. There's some.
Or some.
And so we would take the front yard as that. We wouldn't say you can't have it there. Our code enforcement officer doesn't really ever get that involved. So your neighbor would be okay.
Also, I think Josh just said the front of your house is where the street gets addressed to.
Yes.
Even if your door's on the side, if your house is addressed to
Yes.
the other street, that's the front.
So long as it is behind that building, is behind there. In view doesn't matter. And I'm in view if this ordinance takes effect, in view won't matter at all.
Mr. Barr, yeah.
Well, words can sometimes be funny, but in this case, I think you have to define the front as opposed to the main, and the front is the part that faces the street address.
Door and front door have different meanings. Got it. Can have different meanings. Thank you. Well, there might be more questions for you both, but Mayor Pro Tem?
So the intent of this is to keep people from having their garbage all over the place out in open view, general view. I think about my neighbors who have a house that mostly comes from the side. They got cited because their garbage cans were halfway out their driveway, which is probably about 30 to 40 feet behind the front line of their house because they're on a corner. And so that could never happen again. But they could leave their garbage cans out by the sidewalk on the side of their house, and it would still fit the code, but it wouldn't fit the intent of the code to keep people from having their garbage sitting around, because they don't take their garbage out to the front of the house. They put their garbage cans out to the side of the house for pickup. So it's solving a problem by creating another one. Another question is, there are some houses that have the only place that they can put the large recycling bins, because they don't fit in the garage, are in front of their garage door. And that may be in front of the front. I'm trying to think about these things, but they're the tri-level or split level, and I don't know where the front of the line of the house is versus the garage, but that's the only place to have them, because the landscaping is up on the sides. There's no place to put those things because of hills and things like that. So we've got a population of people that would have their garbage sitting in front of their door, and depending on if their garage is recessed, they're fine. If their garage isn't recessed, then they're screwed.
One thing I like to mention is there's always some sort of discretion when it comes to enforcement, and I like to point out the Cortland, Garland Vinewood Court area as a really good example. So we require sidewalks to be shoveled in the winter for everyone. Those sidewalks are right on the road. And actually, as our snow plows move, they blow snow on it. So we actually don't enforce our because they're not accessible anyway. So they're not accessible sidewalks. We don't enforce against the Garland Miles neighborhood because most of the problem is not actually made of them, it's how we plow our streets. And so there are always cases where if there is not a place to put it, we can work with a property owner. I know the garage that I'm talking about, they do keep it out in front, and I understand they don't like to have smelly trash in their garage. I wish I had a garage to put mine in. I don't, mine are on the side of the house. So there are always places where you can put it. Some of it is preference, and I get that. But if there is a house that actually there's no other place to put it, we have and will work with people to either find a solution or to know that there isn't a solution. But I've yet to find one where there isn't another place to put the bins that aren't in front of the house. I could be wrong. There's a lot.
I can think of a few.
There's a lot of houses in the city, and I don't know I know a lot of.
I know that there are people that claim this when there clearly is another alternative, but there are some places on Whittier down the street from Mr. Barr's house on the same block. They don't have an option.
Yeah. And so if there is no other option, there is always the ability to talk to us to figure out a solution. But those are much fewer.
Okay.
And discretion can be made if there is no other option. But I found there might be a less good option. But that's why codes are written for a whole city, right? It's so.
Thanks. Further discussion or questions about this? This is interesting. All right, seeing none, clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, you have our next resolution, 2024-106.
I do indeed. It is resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti that the certain ordinance entitled improving regulations for recreational vehicles on residential lots be adopted on second and final reading, and I so move. Or
Been moved by Mayor Pro Tem, supported by Councilmember Sweet. Discussion, questions on second reading of this? Councilmember Sweet.
I still, in regards to the enforceability of this, when we have the or guests, I don't know how we determine that and how that would be able to be enforced upon. So I think that creates a sense of vagueness that I don't know that it gets the point across.
Okay. You know,
Just a statement.
all right. Further discussion or questions?
I guess I don't comment. Was so on 122,560 general.
Yeah, the highlighted part.
Huh?
Yeah, personally owned by their persons or their guests. How, in regards to enforcement, how do we even determine? Right, anyone could say, "Oh, that's my guests," and that's the end of the conversation, right? So, I guess if we're trying to put a way to have staff enforce it, that leaves it very vague. Is my question or comment.
And Josh?
Hi, I am so sorry. Can you repeat that? Like what your question was again?
I guess it's more for council, like, do we want to keep their guests? Like, it doesn't give, I don't think, staff good direction when we just put their guests instead of leaving it to the persons that own or live on the premises. That just creates a sense of vagueness that it could be anybody then, right?
Section 122-560.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Councilmember King.
And I was just gonna say, if the question is to council, I think we didn't we put it back in there last time at the last meeting? I feel like we did.
Yeah, everything that's highlighted was put back, it basically was put back in. Or, well, in 122-560, what was highlighted was put back in, 122-562. That's what was requested to be added to the ordinance amendment.
And so I guess for me, is it up to us to determine how it will be enforced, or is it up to enforcement? Because enforcement, if I remember last time, said it was difficult to enforce. But I think it should stay.
So it's up to us to give direction so that they know how to go about enforcing it. So yeah, to us really. Mayor Pro Tem?
To that point, people visiting, park on the lot, park in the driveway, they can't occupy the thing that while it's there, but it allows them to not, have to park it in Belleville and then somehow find their way to where they're. I appreciate the staff's and the planning commission's consideration of this and just taking it out, but I also appreciate the comments from council last time to have this put back in, but I am in favor of keeping or their guests.
In that conversation was when we talked about what it would look like if someone were occupying that recreational vehicle beyond what is allowable, right? So like water hookups and all these other things. And so that's another reason why there was support to put this piece back in, because if they were residing beyond visiting, there would be means to enforce that because they'd have other mechanisms that are not allowed. Councilmember McLean.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Or you're not done? I bet. I'll come back.
No, go.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. So a couple of questions to make sure I understand this. So what we are currently considering would allow, for example, a person who does not own the home where the RV is parked to leave that. They could be considered a guest and could leave that RV there for an indefinite period of time. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that the way it's being proposed to be written is exactly what that's allowing.
Second question, unrelated, has to do with where one can park the RV. Is it possible under the current language that we're considering to park it on front lawn in front of the house?
It's not as part of what was requested to be put into the ordinance. We did specify that recreational vehicles may be located within a completely enclosed building within a rear yard or on a driveway in a side or front yard in compliance with Article 6, Division 7. So it now has to be parked on a driveway in the front and the side yard. However, in the rear yard, it could be parked realistically anywhere.
But if the driveway is in the front of the house, it could be parked there.
You have to be parked on the front. The front yard, not the front yard, the front driveway. Yeah.
Councilmember Sweet, you had another question?
I guess my point with their guest is kind of addressed in section 122-562, section B, where no more than 2 per dwelling can be stored outdoors at any time. I guess you have the or guest, and then it's like you have 3, 4, 5, like what is where's your guest like capacity?
Your guest list.
So, but I guess having the 2 kind of limits it, right, to not become just you renting out your lot for storage for whoever. So I think that kind of helps maybe curtail some of the like multiple, obviously. So.
To the point of storing more than one vehicle. The conversation in the planning commission was, well, if you have a motorhome and you have a boat that you pull with it, but this doesn't distinguish between that and 2 32-foot motorhomes being parked on your driveway. I don't know too many houses in the city that could accommodate 2 32-foot motorhomes, but this doesn't exclude that.
Wait, it doesn't? I thought it said the size.
No, it allows you to have two, and then it says size restrictions.
Oh.
And says if you have, you know, something of this size, it has to be at least 10 feet back from the street or the sidewalk. But this doesn't prohibit anybody from parking 32-foot motorhomes.
They got space for that in the
It's just like, I don't-
I don't know.
Councilmember Simmons.
I mean, is this a area of income that I should be looking into? I just want to know, because I mean, I might have some room, y'all. Apparently my lot used to have boat, vehicles, a lot of stuff. So I think I'm underutilizing it. I mean, I think that, you know, there's probably some other things. It's just kind of like, what is the like spirit of this? I mean, and also I think even to some of the length of time, you know, I don't know. I'm just wondering, you know, if we're like over laboring this ordinance, to be honest. So that's my honest feeling.
I think we're taking a deep
But
dive
also, if
into
anybody
that.
wants to store something, you can be my guest.
At a cost. At a cost.
You left that off.
All right, further discussion from council. Yeah, I will agree. I think we're getting into the weeds on this one. But further discussion. Yeah. The long
RVs parked on top of them.
It's the RVs. All right.
Triple deckers.
If there's no further discussion, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
No.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. I know, I like it too. Okay. All right, next, Councilmember King, you have ordinance 1430, but first we need a motion to remove it from the table.
Motion to remove ordinance 1430 from the table.
Support.
And moved by Councilmember Sweet, supported by Mayor Pro Tem, sure. Yep, I heard two voices. Right. Do we have to can we do a voice poll on this one? Do we have to? All right, all in favor of removing from the table?
Aye.
All right, any opposed? All right, thank you so much. It's back on the table, Councilmember King.
Resolution 2024-108, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the City of Ypsilanti recognizes that the city has an interest in protecting the economic diversity and image of the community. And whereas the City of Ypsilanti recognizes that the city has an interest in updating regulations to address changes in technology, and whereas the City of Ypsilanti recognizes that electronic message board signs allow for easy and clear communication among residents and business. And whereas the City of Ypsilanti recognizes the importance of regulations that ensure electronic message board signs are compatible with neighboring uses and unobstructive to traffic. Now therefore it be resolved that the City of Ypsilanti approve the zoning text amendment provision in the zoning ordinance to permit electronic message board signs in the CNSF, CN Mid, CN Center, SH, GC, and NC zoning districts with corresponding regulations to protect neighboring properties and traffic from visual distractions and or glare. That's a move.
Work.
It's been moved by Councilmember King, supported by Councilmember Sweet. Man.
I just want to say, in terms of process, this matter was tabled to allow for planning commission review. When you table it, it has to come back to the next following council meeting, or the item dies. So that's why it was brought back to this one.
So I guess my question, I believe it said that the planning commission, they plan to reassess this, but that wouldn't be until June. The June
No, I
meeting.
thought that
They discussed it at the meeting the next day after we had our meeting last 2 weeks ago. But then they said they wouldn't be able to fully dive into it until June.
Yeah, that is
And-
correct.
Okay. Sorry. Whoever wants to answer.
So what council could either do here is postpone this matter to a date certain, or council could vote to either remove the amendment that was made, pass this on first reading with the understanding that the planning commission will be reviewing the sign ordinance comprehensively rather than just having this one size for EMBs. Or, like I said, you could postpone it until after the planning commission has had time to review the proposed amendment.
Member Simmons?
So, but likely we would still need to do talk about this again regardless if we wait. Like we would pass something. If we decided to pass something tonight, we remove the amendment, passed it, we would still likely see something come back to us.
Yes,
Regarding the electronics.
you would definitely see something coming back to you if the planning commission reviews the sign ordinance. However, if you wish to just move forward with the EMB, you could do so, remove the amendment, pass this on first reading, and then approve it on second reading, and then the planning commission still has the opportunity to look at the sign ordinance more holistically and bring forward recommendations. This is the first reading, correct?
I also want to add that the planning commission will be meeting on the 27th next month due to the 19th, City Hall being closed. And so the meeting will be a week and a day later than usual.
I just want to clarify, it's the first reading because we removed it and brought it back. Okay. I don't want to remove the amendment. I think if we need to table it, maybe we can table it until
So postpone.
postpone it. Yes.
Mr. Barr?
Rather than table it, I'd suggest that you postpone it for a time certain, which would be maybe the first or second meeting in August
Yes.
August or July?
or July.
I.
So do I need to say I move to postpone this? Okay, do I need the number? No. I move to postpone this until the first meeting in July.
Or
It's been moved and supported. Councilmember King, supported by Councilmember Tucson. All right. Please call the roll.
oh, are
Oh,
we
wait.
done?
I messed this up about
Yeah.
postponing, tabling. Which one doesn't get discussion?
I believe you can just.
Okay, I always mix that up. I don't know.
Oh, okay, I just,
Postponing, you can discuss. All right, go ahead.
so this is a question, because foggy memory of that night. Chair, no, there's a discussion about having the EMB in general approved, that the only thing that the planning commission has to review is the size of the sign.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of the options that was put forward. So taking the amendment with the 50% zoning district maximum size would allow them to just focus on the size of the thing instead of general, or we can just instruct them that that's the only thing that we have issue with.
Weren't they supposed to be, weren't they supposed to be looking at the size across, like in general, to see how that kind of size would fit in other areas?
Right, but the thing now is that the whole topic of EMBs is open. So the question was, we could pass a general statement about EMBs and leave the size out of it, and they would take that and remand it to them to determine the size.
But the size is already in here. There's already a.
Right, and when I asked him why the 50%, it was pretty much arbitrary. The whole notion that we allow for a bigger sign because it's only 50% and double the size, which was a ridiculous conversation both here and in the planning commission. Sorry about too much time. So the question is, do we move forward with approving EMBs in general as a concept, or just throw the whole thing back to them? It sounds like everybody wants to just postpone the whole thing and.
And
About the size myself, I don't know.
My other question is whether one meeting is enough. Like, based on the conversation, like, would that one meeting in June be enough for them to say that they know what's what?
I mean, in theory, it could be because they have had a meeting in December, they had a meeting in January, and then a meeting in February discussing this, and we will just be discussing the size. I mean, but that, you know, that could also, they could also want to talk about it a little bit more after the June meeting. I can't really determine exactly what it is they would like to do with the discussion.
So I guess the reason I was asking that question is whether if we're postponing to a specific date, whether we want to do it like right up against it so that there's no wiggle room, or give ourselves some of that time. Because then we could always add it. Well, I don't know.
Give them 2 meetings time to.
Well, yeah, well, I'm just saying, like, if we give them time and if they do come to a determination, if we could then still add it back, you know, the way we would typically add something to an agenda. Or would that not be possible? Like, if it's postponed to August, but then, oh, they finished early, we can add it to July. Would that be possible?
The postponement could just be based off until the planning commission concludes its work on this. So then it just comes back when they're done.
Yeah, so can I make that a friendly amendment to this postponement? As opposed to, you know, so it could be to the date, the next meeting after the planning commission completes its study of this issue.
The mover and seconder,
Support,
okay
yeah.
with that? Okay. Oh, sorry.
No, and so, I mean, I know that's something different, but I'm interested to know, I don't know if we have to have that conversation right now, but what was the reason? What was like the base reason that sounded like it took up too much of the meeting? And I'm only asking that because as far as I understand, the size of the sign that they are requesting is the same size they had prior to not having a sign at all.
Oh, the same size as the static sign.
I know, the thing was the 50%. It was an arbitrary thing why they can't have a sign the same size, and that then moved into the other thing. So I'm totally cool with the way this is going and postponing until they're done. Because it was, you know, if you make it 50%, then they ask for a waiver for a sign twice the size. And I was like, well, what's the point of that? It's just math. You know, it's just like, and then you get these gigantic signs that have nothing on them except for this thing in the middle. It's like,
So, does everyone know what we're about to vote on if there's no further discussion? Mr. Barr, you had your hand up and I want to know what you wanted to say. Okay. Correct.
yes.
Thank you. Is there further discussion? All right, seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion to postpone carries.
All right, thank you so much. Councilmember Simmons, you have our consent agenda. That's where we're at. That's where we're at, guys. That's where we're at. All right.
Yes. All right. So resolved by the council of City of Ypsilanti that the minutes of May 14th, 2024 city council meetings be approved, and that city council approves Mark Nelson as the Administrative Hearings Bureau Officer for the City of Ypsilanti as appointed by the city manager. And I so move.
Support.
Then moved by Councilmember Simmons and supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. Please call the roll.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Councilmember McLean, you have resolution 2024-112.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the City of Ypsilanti adopted a special events policy and pursuant to the policy, the city may waive park rental fees due to the financial hardship for an event if it is of general interest to the public and advances the city's public image. And whereas this year, the Depot Town Cruise Nights, which are held on each Thursday starting in June and ending in September, and whereas the applicants are requesting a waiver of all fees for the event due to financial hardship, and whereas City Council agrees that waiving the fees associated to the event would be in the general interest of the public and advance the city's public image. Now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council approves the request to waive fees for the 2024 Depot Night Cruise Nights in the amount of $3,676.40. I so move.
Support.
McLean, supported by Councilmember Tucson. All right. Discussion. Councilmember McLean.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So a couple of points on this. While this resolution as drafted approaches what I had in mind, it's not exactly what I had in mind. It is what I had proposed is that the fees for both Cruise Night and the Orphan Car Show revert to 2023 levels. Now, one of the whereas clauses in there suggests that the organizers have requested the fee waiver. That may be true. I don't know that it's true. I don't know if anybody here, city manager or anyone else, can tell me if that's true. I've not gotten that request or anything.
I would like to know if it's true or not.
It says Cruise Night submitted one at 4 p.m. the day of the meeting.
Yeah, the application, yes, I do want a full waiver.
They did request a full waiver.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But again, it's all up to council, whatever they would like to set it at. And the Orphan Car Show hasn't submitted anything, so they would have to submit a hardship waiver as well.
Maybe I could ask, is it possible to say what the difference between the fees for the cruise night would be? We know what it is for 2024. You know what it is for this year, and they're asking to waive the whole thing. What would it have been in 2023? Do we?
1,400.
1585.
Mm.
Correct.
1585.
$1,585.
That was 2020.
That was 2023's contract estimate price.
Okay, Councilmember King.
And so I would just make a
Oh,
note.
22.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you. Go ahead.
I would just make a note that we know during COVID prices went up for everything. So I would just like to make the note of just that. And I would also like to make the note that this will bring money into that community, into the Depot Town community. And I am just wondering in the past, how many times have we waived the entire fee? And I also want to note that this fee is already discounted because they have not been charged for the month of September. And those are just a couple things that I just wanted to note, that it is already a discounted amount, so they have already received the discount. And I want to know, I understand it says financial hardship, but I think of people, yeah, I don't know. I don't think I would be agreeing to waive these fees, especially not the entire amount of fees, because the fees have already been discounted.
So a couple questions that I heard out of there was how many times, or at least in the recent past, have these fees for cruise nights been waived? If any, I don't know if you know, because you're pulling up something here.
That I can find.
Yeah, I don't know if you
It
have.
was waived.
I know 2023, 2022. They
2023, they
2020.
weren't waived because they didn't hold it as a result of the Forestry Bridge.
Oh, okay.
I think 2022, I
1585.
yeah, I do not recall what they would have if they.
It was 1435
2022.
and 22.
Okay.
What's the number?
1425.
1435.
1435. Is there a way to waive that amount?
You
Wait,
can,
which amount?
city council can
set
set
any.
set the
Well,
fees at whatever
I
you'd
know, I guess
like.
I'm asking the body, what you think about that. I know we can do whatever, you want with that, but.
Again, I feel like we need to keep in mind, I'm sorry, somebody else's hand was raised, that this is already a discounted price because September is not being charged under this $3,676.40.
Mm-hmm. There was, Councilmember Simmons, sorry.
Yeah, I guess my question, I'm just thinking about like the amount of what we're waiving because this event is a weekly event. Right? So, and it's June, July, August, and half of September each week. And so I'm going to guess that we are going to accumulate some costs just from that, with them going back and forth, increased trash during the week, those times, so that means more pickup that has to happen as well. So I guess my question, I mean, and maybe this is a question to Councilmember McLean, if you brought this forward to go back to 2023, kind of what would be the reasoning for that? And yeah, why this over something else? And what do we kind of think of as a good amount? Because I think even at going back to 2023, it would be even at going back to 2023 with the addition of knowing that they already are getting half a month without charge already. I don't know why. That was a question I originally was going to have, that's over $2,000 in a waiving of the fee. So I just want to put that out there in terms of what would be the kind of, yeah, why?
Happy to respond, Madam Mayor and Councilwoman Simmons. I think it's a good question. The bottom line is I propose this because I actually want the event to happen. I think it brings in lots of people, including people from out of town, to these events. And I think those kinds of events, we want to have more of them. Now I propose the idea of going back to a prior year's cost because I'm not aware of any objection to paying those costs in prior years. I could stand corrected, but I'm not aware of anybody that said we're not going to have the orphan or the cruise nights because the cost is too high. I am aware that they said that some of the organizers said that for this year. So there is a potential that if we decide, no, we're going to stick to our costs, come hell or high water, then it won't happen. And I think that would be a mistake. And the second reason that I posed the prior year's fee level is because we're still going to have conversations about fees in a couple of weeks, as I understand it. And I think that's going to be a good conversation. We should talk about that. We should talk about where should we set the fees, and under what circumstances should we waive fees, and when we waive fees, how much should we waive, and for what kind of events. It's a good conversation. We're not going to get through that conversation in time for the organizers of this event to decide. So that's the second reason that I thought it made sense, in effect, to create a placeholder to say there should be some cost. We're not quite sure what the right cost, what the right number is right now, but a reasonable level might be what we charged in prior years. So that's the reason.
I just want to add, maybe to get folks thinking about this, because you did bring up that we're going to be looking at fees, is that the intention of us charging fees is not for us to make money. It is to cover the cost of services provided by the city for these things to happen. And so keeping that in mind, that this is not like a price gouge because we're trying to, build up our revenue stream. This is literally what it costs for our staff to close off streets, and our police and all these other, mechanisms that are required when we have small and large events. And so I'm not against waiving fees for folks who have financial hardship or, for events that we feel are valuable and bring people into the community. I want those things to happen, but I do want us to keep in mind, because I know we get some mixed communication from outside voices about what our fees are for, but we are not here to make money on the fees. In reality, for many, many years, we were not charging enough for fees to cover the cost of what we were expending in our workforce and in the services that were being provided by our team. So I just want to put that level, set the conversation there too, that that's not what we use fees for. Our city manager.
Just real quick, in 2022, council waived all fees except for the refundable, the non-refundable fees. They paid $935.
I saw an arm, yep.
Yeah, so I guess there's a couple of, well, I guess I have just a couple of quick thoughts. I mean, when I'm looking at this, again, just this amount, which does include a deposit, so some of this will actually change. This isn't even exact because the deposit is refundable, right? The deposit goes back. And it doesn't have those 2 other weeks, but at the way it's cost now across 15 closures, it's $245 per closure, yes. So I guess I'm just thinking like how, when we think about our costs and what we're trying to cover, is $245 an unreasonable amount to think that we would incur that much cost? I mean, that's just like a couple of hours of staff time, to be honest, right? So anyway, so I just think like as we're looking at our fees, I don't know that I'm not sure that they're so like outrageous as it is now to then think about that. And I think if we are looking at what we are going to waive, we should make sure that we're looking at that full amount. So we should make sure to add those next 2 weeks as well as we make that determination. Because right now we're already making a determination where we gave them a discount. And so we should make sure to add that on to know what we are completely looking at and then make a determination based on that. And then the other thing is it's hard because we don't know that even like whatever we change it to, if it's not complete, that the people will be satisfied and that means the event will happen. And then I guess the other thing would be just that if the event, if next year, like, how we would determine some of those things, like what would be the qualifiers for deciding how much to waive in order for the event to happen. Because I'm sure, tons of events. Every event we have here can, bring something, and anything else, if we don't have, something else will fill its space. So, yeah.
And I just want to say again, just keeping in mind what City Manager Andrew just stated, we did waive all the fees in 2022. They paid $935. So how many years will we waive these fees with the threat, hey, it won't happen because people won't come? I know it was a festival in Perry School that ended. It was the Black Festival. It ended because of funding. So we don't want to be funding events just because. When this first came out on the agenda, I spoke to some residents and they didn't even know about the cruise nights. So again, that brings up the question, how is this event noticed to the public? And how many people are really taking advantage of it? Because while we do want to bring people in from outside of the community, we also want to engage the people that are in the community. So I think all of that we should be looking at.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I have a question about our history. It seems that when we were waiving fees before, we came up with a plan so that we would know ahead of time who was going to be. We're on a rolling schedule, and we waived so many fees that we like accumulated as debt. And then there was like, okay, council's got this much money that they can waive the fees. So is that still in effect?
I don't believe that that process was ever created. If council would like, we could do something similar to what's done with the youth mini grants. And then you could have a certain specific time frame, and then you can budget that, and that could be a part of the budget process, which could be implemented next year.
So, Mr. Parker, go ahead. All right.
Yes, I agree with the city manager. The fees have just been kind of worked out as they come. There's really never been a overriding policy on them.
Must be confusing that with the mini grant because
No,
it
there
seemed
was
like
a
we
time we did
set
say
it
that.
up so that
Yeah.
we would have all of the events known so we could decide where we're gonna.
There was one time that we made that request. I remember when City Management McMullen was in the role, but it didn't, I guess it didn't come out in any type of firm, like ongoing legislation for us to do that. But there was one year that we did do that because we knew people
Because
told us.
the
they
year
were
before,
coming.
we had spent a bunch of money.
Yeah, we had spent so much that we said, okay, we're gonna tell people to turn them in by this date, but we never turned that into like a process, is what I think is what happened. The other piece that I was just gonna add, and I think it's in alignment, and again, we can discuss further during the real conversation about the fee schedule, was that I do believe, this may go back to like Councilmember Murdoch's time when I was on council, where we asked to see like, what is the cost to the city in comparison to the cost of like the events, and what are we losing and what are we gaining when we are waiving fees? Like, are we spending exponentially more and not getting any return to again bring us whole, which is when I learned that, again, we are not, well, I mean, I knew that, but we are not doing this to make money. We are doing it to cover our own costs. So I think that's another important part of the conversation, is that we're already stretched and we need to make sure that we are covering our costs. I don't mean that we shouldn't waive fees for events that have hardship, but we should have a process for that, because we are doing ourselves a disservice. Overall, we won't be able to even support events if we can't even balance our budget. Just want to say that. Councilmember Simmons.
Yeah, this was just the other point that I just wanted to mention, and I don't know that there's a good answer for this, but I remember when we were talking about this during our last meeting, the question was whether there might be an increase in police, a need for police presence, and the answer was no. And so I just have questions about why. Like, what would be, like, if in general, special events, things might have an increased presence for police or other emergency services because there's a lot of people coming into space. That's one of the things that our fees are supposed to help cover. And so I just wonder at why there was a quick no to that ask. And I would, I guess, push against it, because I think anytime you're going to have 500 people within one street block, there can be an increased need for service. So I just want to name that, because I that didn't sit with me really well, because I was kind of sitting like, well, yeah, like what is it on what event? Is it on where it is? Like what makes that determination? So I was concerned about what went into that. But then also saying that, to me, that this would, it's summertime. You got a lot of folks who've been doing this for a long time. So I mean, I feel like there might be an increase of emergency services. Anytime there's a summer event and you have older folks, younger folks in the space, I think that increases likelihood of need for services. So anyway, I just want to put that out there, because I don't want us to be using that criteria as we're making this decision without understanding what goes into that.
Councilmember Sweet, you had your hand up. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. In regards to kind of what Councilmember McLean spoke about and about the 2023 rates, I'm not, I wouldn't say I'm in support of a full waiver for this, this function or this event per se. I would support the use of previous year fees. I also would support a higher amount of that in that regard. If it's, you know, if a half off of what's currently being proposed, or some sort of percentage discount off of that 2024 rate. But yeah, I don't believe that a full waiver per se would be justifiable.
How do we determine? Never mind. Nope. Councilmember McLean.
Well, I will, first, I'll simply in the interest of time and the fact that we've got another meeting a week from now, just leave the whole orphan car show out for the moment, especially since there's no application in yet. So I think that just becomes a confusing factor for tonight. I think it's a good conversation, but I think most of this conversation is about kind of philosophically, where should we set our fees? Where should we draw the lines? Where should we, where should we hold tight and where should we have some give? For tonight, my hope is that we can have this sort of side conversation about an event that has drawn historically significant numbers of people into the Depot Town area. And I think the 2022 number that we had for the last one, the 935 plus 1435, is as good a place to start as anywhere.
Plus 1435?
No, 935. I think the difference between what President Pro Temp Will Coxon mentioned, I think he's 35, and I think City Manager mentioned 935. I believe the difference is the deposit.
Yeah, correct. It is, excuse me, it was the waiver of the street closure security deposit. So it was just the 935. So if we maintain that, if we provide those type of fees, assuming there's no issue, they would get their security deposit back.
So in the interest of moving the conversation forward for tonight, knowing that we need to have a much more in-depth conversation in the future, Madam Chair, I would move that all fees except for $935 be waived, and that the $500 deposit be maintained as well.
There's a motion. Is there support?
Support.
Moved and supported. Discussion on the motion. I just want to clarify. So you're saying the 1435, but they would get their $500 back. Councilmember King?
I would say I do not want to support that, because as Councilmember Simmons also brought up, and me as well, that the $3,676 is not the full cost.
It would be $41.76 full.
So we would be taking it down, what, almost $3,000?
$3,240.
And this is an event that happens 4 months. The street is closed. I'm not in support of that for the reasons I stated already.
You? Further comment, discussion, Mayor Pro Tem?
Backing to the previous conversation about financial hardship and the reason for this, how do we know that this is the case? Like, what is the funding source for this? They didn't have to pay for anything in 22. They didn't pay for anything in 23 because they didn't have it, but they probably didn't generate any money. But what is the source of revenue for this? Is it a nonprofit? Is it a collection of business owners? And where's the DDA in this?
Oh, thank you.
This is a Depot Town business-oriented endeavor, and where is the Depot Town DDA in terms of supporting this? All right.
So sorry. I will say, as a sitting member of the DDA, the reality is there was not a request. We just approved a request for event support. And I'm a double check, but there was not a request for support at the DDA level for this event. So that is where the DDA is. There was nothing brought to us for that.
And so this Depot Town CDC, what is that? Where's Linda French when you need her?
I think it's Community Development Corporation.
Community Development. Corporation,
Yeah, I've heard of that before. It's been around for a minute, yeah. For a minute. I mean, I don't know what else to say. It is. All right, well, there's another hand I saw, I thought.
I had raised my hand and I was just gonna say thanks for bringing that up, Mayor Pro Tem. Because when we had that discussion earlier, I literally highlighted it and I wanted to bring it up, but I actually forgot. So thanks for bringing that up. Like, can the ask go to them first? Because as Mayor Brown stated, we have always heard talking to community, and it's true that we are a somewhat cash-strapped city. For me, I would rather this probably is not going to sound good to everybody, but for me, I would rather these funds go to a raise for city council.
Okay, so what I will also say as a sitting member of the DDA, that time frame has passed for sponsorship of events.
Okay.
That has been completed and voted on and passed. And so that is not an option for the DDA unless the DDA makes some special, I don't know, because I don't, you got to ask the people who run the DDA. I'm just voting on stuff. But that time has come and gone in terms of sponsorship event applications, and there was a full process and review of all of those.
Would it be like a bad ask to say that, okay, we're not gonna charge the 36 and some odd change, but we are gonna charge you the 1435, but we hold on to the deposit instead of giving it back? Would that be a bad ask?
Legally, it's in there. It's refundable unless something happens, but I don't know if that's a thing.
Okay.
It would more likely be that you then say you want like 19 something.
And then give you
And then
500 back to get the 1435.
Councilmember Simmons.
My other question is it required that this has to happen every week? This is the thing, is that they're deciding to do, right? If you were asking people to determine costs, there's many ways that you go about it. So one way is that you actually limit what you put forward. If you can't afford to even cover, we're not, at this point, we're not even asking, we're maybe asking like not even a third of the cost. So, and we don't even have, I don't have like evidence of hardship besides that they said that they felt like it was too much. But when they first were saying it was too much, it was before they even put in an application to actually get the number. So we were twiddling our thumbs because we didn't even know what it was. They were coming out with big numbers like $5,000 and then come to show that it wasn't that. And even at the full amount, which is $4,176, that's still under what they were originally saying. And then they didn't even get charged that much. So to me, I would say, maybe in this interim time, thinking about half of the total amount, that feels like it's barely going to cover our costs, but at least it's given a good faith effort to say that we're trying to meet you halfway. But what we're talking about, I just don't understand. I'm not sure where it fits in terms of all the things. And I would go back and say, maybe you don't do it every week.
So what I will say is not someone who knows a whole lot about this, but because of all of the conversation in the community about it, I have done some research and asked some questions. And a part of the weekly ask, I believe, is because the participants have opportunities to take their vehicles elsewhere, and if they choose to come to the city, then they eliminate the opportunity to participate in other events. And I think it's out of respect for those folks, like participants, to start, number one, because they can't, like, come every other week to Ipsy and then go somewhere else and do it every other week in another community that has the event at similar times, is what I was told. Like, folks are making commitments to other communities with their fancy, beautiful cars. I'm no expert on this. I have just gathered things, tidbits here and there about it. The other piece is that the date that we're at now, I believe, is also making it difficult for them to secure the participants. And so that is a concern. Again, that if it's supposed to start on June 6th, it's May 28th. What does that do to their ability to secure their participants?
And
King, I'm sorry.
And just even with that in mind, they turned in the application right at 4 p.m. at the last meeting that something was turned in. So the time is kind of on them. And again, I just want to know, when I looked over the papers that the city manager sent, in past years, not only was it discounted, because in past years, I seen the month of September was not charged. And some years it was, and some years it was not. And again, I think another question that remains is, how many years do we offer a waiver, and how many years do we say, hey, we're going to give you a discount?
Councilmember Clean, I feel like you had your hand up, but maybe not.
Just one more consideration here. I don't know if the city manager can help with this or not, but when we calculate the costs, I don't know to what degree those are marginal costs. In other words, additional costs that, but for the event, would not be incurred. For example, overtime that wouldn't be earned. And how many of those are simply straight costs that are calculated based on an employee, for example, that might be working their regular hours, and this is simply part of their paycheck, and they're going to get that paycheck regardless.
It is calculated in a way, it's obviously it's the overtime, but it's also the impact for emergency services and having to reroute and things like that. So there's things that are straight costs, and then there's other things that disrupt services in a way that we need to incorporate costs for as well.
So we may incur, what the point that I would make is, we may incur some of those costs. If we think that the cost as calculated is $4,600, some of those may be actual new costs. Some of them may be incurred probably anyway. We assign a value to something like what it takes to reroute services, for example. So, but the certainty is, if we charge them $935 and they have the events, that's $935 that we might not otherwise have. They, in effect, call our bluff and say, nope, we can't, we're not going to, or can't, or we won't, whatever it is, pay that. So we're not going to have the event this year. Then that's money we don't have, and it's money that all those restaurants that are full on those nights don't have either. And that I should say, maybe I should have said it earlier, but that's part of the bottom line to me is that we ought to be doing things that we think are going to bring folks in and and support our local businesses.
So currently we have an amendment on the floor for $935 with the $500 refundable fee. So is there further discussion? Because otherwise I'm gonna call the room.
So I guess I just would have one more comment. Where would the funding come from? I know when we recently did a sponsorship for a holiday that had not been celebrated in years. I don't know. For me, this is a no. I just have to be upfront. This is a no for me, because I feel like this is over $3,000. When Councilmember Simmons made a good point, why can't this event be shortened? I heard what you said, Mayor Brown, but maybe this event can be shortened, but I don't think we should waive over $3,000 for an event that spans over 4 months. I'm just not in agreement with this.
Sweet.
I just had a clarifying question in regards to the amendment. So the 935 plus 500,
1435, and they get 500 back. for the
because that's the deposit.
So I would read the motion as this 1435, including the $500 refundable deposit.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Just a comment. Every time something like this comes up, it basically amounts to sponsorship by the city. And if it's a partnership that they're looking for, then why didn't they ask for that? Instead of, we're gonna come to you, we don't have to show you anything of our cards about any of our finances, anything like that, but we want you to do this thing for it. And, you know, this happened with the Jazz Festival. Well, we want you to sponsor. It's like, well, you've already booked the acts, you've already secured the spot, you didn't raise the money, and now you want us to be sponsors for that. It's just like, where's the partnership early on? Why isn't this a proactive thing instead of, it's always the last minute, there's a crisis. You know, this is like, if they knew this was coming and they didn't have the money, again, why did they wait till the last hour? What, you know, it's like, I have no insight into the finances of this to know whether this is an earnest request. That's my comment.
I agree, the last hour.
Yeah, we've been on this for a minute. I have another thought, so I'm sorry, y'all. But I'm wondering, I don't know if I'm okay with 935, but I do think that half with the 500 being refundable, I would be amicable too. So it'd be like 18 something, but they get 500 back from that. I could do that.
Wait, half of what?
Half of the number that's on the sheet, like the
Which isn't the full amount.
Hmm?
So,
Yeah, but what they were quoted from our special events person, I would be okay with half of that. But I mean, there's already a motion on the table, so I can't do any of this. McLean and
Two supported.
with the understanding to have further conversation about what partnership looks like over sponsorship, I would say, but sweet.
Oh, I'll echo your sentiment. I would support that. That was kind of, I was taking notes over here while we were talking, and that was a number that I was also looking at in calculation wise, and I would support that half amount.
Draw my amendment if that's in order.
Want to make support of that as well.
Councilmember King,
I'm just wondering, do we know why that September month was not charged?
we'd have to ask. Not yet, but there, hopefully. Is there another motion? Yes,
Withdrawn.
Withdrawn, yes. Right.
Yes, I'd like to make the motion to, instead of charging the 36.76.40, instead charge 18.38 and 20 cents. Yeah, half of that original price, $500 being refunded back from their security deposit. That'd be 13.38.20. I'm
that's
sorry,
fine.
I just got to do the math.
There's a motion,
Support.
support. Any discussion on that motion? All right, seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
This is for the amendment motion.
The amendment to the resolution, yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
pass.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Nope.
Councilmember,
No.
motion carries 4 yeas.
All right, so now that the original resolution has been amended, is there further discussion on the amended resolution? Councilmember King.
I understand the event is supposed to happen on June the 6th, if I heard everybody right. But again, it would be kind of hard for me to make a decision without knowing why that September month was not charged. And I know we can't get that answer right now, but for me, it will be hard to make a decision without understanding why that September month was not charged. And again, I noticed from looking at the papers that in past years it was not charged, while some years it was charged.
Further discussion from anyone? All right, seeing none. Clerk Boudreaux, you can call the roll on the amended resolution.
Councilmember King,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
No.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
No.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you all. No, I'm not, listen, I got so many thoughts. All right. Next, Councilmember Tucson, you have resolution 2024-114.
Yes, I do. Resolution number 2024-114. It is resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that whereas Juneteenth was recognized as a city holiday by passage of resolution number 2021-068 on April 6, 2021, and whereas Ypsilanti, Michigan has a proud record of fighting bigotry, slavery, and racism, including prior to the Civil War being a part of the Underground Railway to help slaves to freedom, and sending soldiers, black and white, to fight for the Union in the Civil War to free the slaves and passing ordinances to prohibit discrimination. And whereas June 19th, 1865 marks when the final group of Black Americans understood that they were free, when Union Army General Gordon Granger landed in Galveston, where he read General Order Number 3, stating that all slaves were free and that former masters and slaves were absolutely equal in personal and property rights. And whereas Juneteenth, June 19th, 1865, acting as the date of emancipation, became a long-standing day of celebration meant to honor Black Americans' resilience and the end of slavery. And whereas it is fitting and proper for the city of Ypsilanti to honor and celebrate June 19th of every year as Juneteenth, and whereas we must work together to continue to build a justice Ypsilanti free from prejudice, bigotry, and racism, now therefore it is hereby resolved by the Ypsilanti City Council that June 19th be recognized by the city of Ypsilanti and display the Juneteenth flag from a window in council chambers viewable from Huron Street through the duration of the month, and I so move.
Support.
Moved by Councilmember Tucson, supported by Councilmember King. I am always happy to support this. Proud of our community for this, proud that we'll be hanging the flag in the window. And I'm just happy that we're in a community that actually acknowledges this holiday and is willing to display that for our community.
I too. Oh.
No, please.
I too share those same sentiments. I think it's really important for not only just the Black community in our city, but the whole entire community to celebrate this. So I'm extremely excited for this as well.
Any further comment from council? What you eating, man?
You know,
Okay.
all the above.
Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you all. Councilmember Sweet, you have our next resolution.
Resolution number 2024-115. Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas President Bill Clinton declared June Gay and Lesbian Pride Month in June of 2000 to commemorate the June 1969 Stonewall riots in Lower Manhattan. And whereas President Barack Obama expanded the commemoration further by declaring June Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, and Transgender Pride Month. And whereas Pride Month is not only a time of celebration, it is also an opportunity to peacefully protest and raise political awareness of current issues facing the LGBTQ+ community. And whereas much ground has been gained since the 1969 Stonewall riots, however, injustice and negative attitudes remain that threaten the LGBTQ+ community. And whereas the city of Ypsilanti has a proud place in the history of the LGBTQ+ quality in the successful passing of our inclusive non-discrimination ordinance in 1998, a historic victory that received national attention and acclaim. And whereas the city of Ypsilanti has a long and proud tradition of being an inclusive community, it recognizes as long as injustice exists, it threatens all that has been accomplished. Now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council of the City of Ypsilanti declare June as Pride Month and direct staff to fly the pride flag from a window in council chambers viewable from Huron Street through the duration of the month. And I so move.
Support.
Moved by Councilmember Sweet and supported by both, I think, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Simmons. I will echo my previous statements and just add that our identities matter. And so it's really important for us to acknowledge all members of our community if we want to pride ourselves on pride, on diversity, on heritage. So I'm happy that we are moving this forward as well. Any other additional comments, Councilmember McLean?
Mayor, certainly echo your comments about this and yours and my colleagues' comments about the last resolution. I would simply note that at a time when in other parts of our country, people seem to be backing off of these kind of causes and this kind of recognition, that Ypsilanti is a place that is holding fast to its values and its principles. And I'm proud to stand with the group.
Discussion, comments? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Member King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you. I know, absolutely. At 11 o'clock, I know. Councilmember Tucson, you have our next resolution.
Yeah, I do. So resolution number 2024-116, resolved by the Council of City of Ypsilanti, whereas Alexandra Anisimova was appointed to the Police Advisory Commission on June 20th, 2023, and whereas often the demands of a voluntary board member make it difficult to attend required meetings, and whereas Alexandra Anisimova has been absent for several meetings since being appointed to the commission, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Ypsilanti remove Alexandra Anisimova from the Police Advisory Commission for a lack of attendance, and I so move.
Support. By Councilmember Tucson, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcox. Any conversation on the city manager?
Excuse me, I brought this forward. I know the chair of that body had tried to reach out to the member and has been unable to. They have missed the majority of their seated meetings. So I brought this forward.
Thank you. Comment or discussion from council? All right, seeing none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
and Councilmember Sweet is absent. Motion carries.
I can comment after this.
Or you can go first.
This is sad. You know, I talked with this person and nominated this person to come forward. It seemed like great potential, and I don't know what happened, but I thought there was good discussion when Asha first came on board.
I was just gonna add that I think, I've been doing my shameless plugs for different things, and this is another opportunity to share that we have so many vacancies on our boards and commissions. And so if there are folks who are interested in participating and even have questions before applying, so you understand what the demands are, please, when we're trying to make contact and engage with folks when we're vetting applications, or even before you apply, reach out to us so that we can at least talk about what to expect. We can't guarantee what things are going to look like, but we really want people to participate, but also to stay engaged and be engaged so we can, do the work and keep things moving. So hopefully there are folks out there who are going to apply because we want you on these boards and commissions. Oh, you got an advertisement? All right. Sorry, I stole your thunder. My bad. All right. Yes, sir.
Is it possible to reopen the roll to allow Councilmember Sweet to vote in the event that he wants to vote?
I mean, did you want to?
Are we on item G?
Yeah, we were
F.
on F, but I mean, it passed, but you're good.
Good.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen, you have our next resolution.
And your last comments were an excellent segue.
No,
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the following resident be appointed to the City of Ypsilanti boards and commissions as indicated below. Michelle Marin to the Planning Commission with an expiration date of July 1st, 2027, and I so move. What?
And moved by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen, supported by Councilmember Sweet. Any comments on this? Mayor Pro
Yes.
Tem?
Yes. So I contacted Michelle and had conversation, labored conversation with a phone that wasn't working, but she's a great candidate. There was conversation, I asked Mr. Barr about a conflict of interest. She also had talked to her employer, who was Carlisle Wortman, about the conflict of interest and advised that there would not be one because she doesn't address any of the issues that they're engaged with the city for. So, but she is a planner. She is eminently qualified to sit on this board, staffs meetings for other communities in that capacity, so she knows exactly what's going on. I warned her about all the pitfalls of doing it, and she said she was still interested in doing it. I don't know who.
Councilmember McLean.
I would briefly note, I also communicated with her a bit, and I understand that she's persistent. I believe she has actually applied more than one time for this position, so.
Thank you. Yes, I was also excited to see her application, and I know I spoke to Councilmember McLean about it as well, my support. So I'm glad that there's no conflict and she is able to serve. Further comments, any? Member King?
I guess for me, when I first seen the application, just like Mayor Pro Tem stated, I did think it would be a conflict, and we did get the opinion back from Attorney Barr. And I don't know, for me, this one is also a little hard just because, again, we are rebuilding with the community as well, and just being transparent and just those questions of, while Carlisle Wortman is not staffing us, is it something that will happen again in the future? Or like, I don't know, this one is a little hard for me because, again, we want to stay transparent as a community, and we want to make sure we are not doing things that are a conflict of interest. And while some clarity was given there, I'm not sure how it won't at some point still be a conflict of interest. That's my opinion.
If Carlisle Wortman does have something that goes before the planning commission, she would be required to recuse herself.
Would that include all the things they work on? So for instance, they have the contract to do the work for Water Street, so things like that that would go before the planning commission. Would she need to recuse herself from those things, even though it's not? Yeah.
Yeah, if Carlisle Wortman is engaged with the city and creating profit for it, then yeah, she would recuse herself.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Member Sweet.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. Okay, y'all, okay. Discussion about amending chapter 102, traffic and vehicles. I believe Councilmember Sweet, did you
Yeah.
press forward?
So after, well, let me just say this before we even start. So after conversation, after asking this to be an agenda, conversation with city manager, and given the capacity and our current agenda tonight, I'd actually like to propose that we table this conversation for further review to our first meeting in July 2nd, after budget process. It's not an urgent request, but it's a conversation that we need likely to have about a bigger topic. That's
Support.
Oh, to table. I think it was both Simmons and King, was it? Or
No, it was
Okay,
King.
Simmons. All right, sorry. Okay, my apologies. I didn't see. Okay, and then there's no discussion on tabling.
Sweet.
Oh, okay, Councilmember Sweet. Please call the roll.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Sweet.
Yes.
Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Oh,
The table.
yeah, but if it tables, it has to come back the next session. If you want to postpone it, you can postpone it to a different date, yeah.
Yeah, they tabled it with the.
With the date.
With, July.
Oh.
Or the first meeting in July. So it's. Yes.
Okay.
We're assuming it's a postpone.
Sorry, postpone, yeah.
Sorry.
Clarificate, your words are,
Yes, I just want to be clear. Yes, okay, yes.
thank you. Clarification.
That was a yes vote.
Yeah.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Motion to table carries, or sorry, motion to postpone till the first meeting in July.
The next resolution is about reappointment for sustainability, but Mayor Pro Tem can lead it.
We have a resolution?
No, it's added at the table.
All right, well.
Something for a moment. Julia Bayhay's application did come in for reappointment. Everyone got it. And I just wanted to let you know that she is not a registered Ypsilanti voter. That is part of my responsibility to let you know. I just wanted to let you know. I know, surprising.
So I find this curious because she's lived in the city of Ypsilanti for years.
Yes, but she is not a registered voter in the city and never has been.
Mr. Barr.
We don't ask that they, oh, go ahead.
What's that?
But it's part of it's just my responsibility to tell you that they are registered. Nothing against her. I think she is fabulous. I'm just trying to do my part and let you know whether she is registered or not.
Language in the charter about commissions and membership refers to as electors. So could you please give us a definition of elector?
An elector would be someone that lives in the city of Ypsilanti, is of the proper age and majority and has the right to vote, which she would qualify as, even though she didn't register and apparently hasn't voted, she could still be an elector.
Thank you for the clarification.
She does note an Ypsilanti address on her application.
Right over-
That was
Yes.
my belief as well.
Lives in the tower. Yeah. Councilmember King, I believe you brought this forward.
I did. I brought it forward because as her application stated, she did a lot with the Sustainability Commission. I brought it forward because at the meeting, because her application has already expired and Councilmember Simmons mentioned she had missed the last meeting, and I'm not sure if that is why. But I think she is someone that has dedicated a lot of her time and efforts to sustainability, and I think I would love to see her continue. And I would love to see her continue.
And you bet.
I am.
And
All right.
I don't know what you're just talking about.
So,
Okay. Other comments?
well, the motion has not been made. Just catch you up here.
Oh,
It was having a definition of elector, since she is not registered to vote in the state of Ypsilanti, but she's a resident. She fulfills that role. There would need to be a motion,
I would, I would move to reappoint Julia Bayhay to the Sustainability Commission.
support. It's moved and supported, moved by Councilmember Simmons, supported by Councilmember King. Further discussion, if any. Seeing none, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sweet,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
no.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. Finally, we have the discussion, that was added by Councilmember Simmons about Fed Up Ministries.
Yes, so thank you. So I wanted to bring it forward in discussion. I know I shared the proposal with everyone yesterday. I had just, but I didn't really put any information in there. And what I would like to do at the next meeting would be to actually make a disbursement request from the Housing Trust Fund. So I wanted to have a conversation with folks about that as a source of funding to support this, and see where folks are at for that. So that's what I wanted to bring forward for discussion.
Thank you. All right, discussion. Councilmember Sweet.
Is this the same fund that we've used for like barrier busters support? Is this the same fund that would be? Okay.
Yeah.
And you're proposing for current fiscal year budget or starting
For the,
next?
well, yeah, because we currently have this in our fund now. So I'm proposing using money that we already have budgeted, but that hasn't been expended yet. So in that fund, we had 75,000. We put 25 toward barrier busters. So it still has 50. And yeah, I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, it does actually. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Councilmember King, I saw your hand.
That's what I was gonna ask. Do you know how much money is in that fund and how much would you be proposing at the next meeting?
So there's 50,000 in that fund. And the request is for 50,000, and looking at these amounts of what's being proposed, it feels pretty reasonable. The other thing is I was thinking about, as looking at this, the support in particular for our unhoused community, as well as others who are housing and food insecure, in terms of employment opportunities, which I think are great, in addition to the services that they're providing during this time before the winter sheltering season.
So looking at this is presented to us as a grant request. And I'm just wondering if, even if for the next meeting, or if you have the information right now, in totality, this is based on that $50,000 number that's in the housing trust. But what is the current operational budget? Where are other funds coming from? Like, how much does it cost in total to do this, to provide these services? If you know, or is it? It can't. I don't think it's just $50,000. I know we can get that information, but I wanted to say it on the record. Further discussion? Councilmember King?
And if these funds were depleted, when will we get an allocation into this fund this year?
We would
To
have,
the housing trust?
we would have to make that,
Put it there.
Okay.
yeah. So,
Councilmember McLean?
I think I'm getting at something similar to Councilmember King, but do we have any proposed allocations in the upcoming budget that would therefore not have funds available?
To place another 50,000 in the housing trust fund. I mean, it would come out of the unassigned fund balance.
The general fund.
Yep.
But currently in the budget, is it budgeted to put money in there?
Mm-mm.
And is there anything budgeted to spend from there in the upcoming budget?
Not in the upcoming budget. I'm 90% sure, but I can be 100% sure tomorrow and send that over.
So if we, just to clarify, if I'm trying to find out if we deplete all of that fund with this request, is there something that will go unfunded or require us to tap?
There's nothing else programmed for that currently.
Okay.
And this is a protected fund currently, right? Like
Right.
this doesn't just go back into the general fund if it's not used.
Well, no, yes, it does.
It does.
Yeah. But you still have something budgeted from last fiscal year. Only capital expenses maintained. So anything
Gotcha.
outside of that.
So this 50,000 is still here from 23, 24.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just clarifying. All right. Further discussion?
This has typically been funded through, well, it's from the general fund.
Yeah.
Everybody says, it comes from the cannabis money. So just make that clear. And the budget for that revenue is always conservative. It doesn't even come close to what we actually got. So we get $750,000 last year and we had budgeted for considerably less. So the surplus from that is what has been funded.
Although I don't know if that was the case when it first started, because when it first started, that was before we had cannabis revenue. I only know that because I was on the committee that was stewarding that amount early on until 2017.
The Housing Trust Fund began as a result of the public safety mental health millage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then just to also note, so as part of the community benefits agreement from the Dorsey Estates CBA process that has the city adding to the housing trust fund each year.
From the start or after they, like, when does that begin for Dorsey?
I mean, that was part of why we did it last time, and we didn't do it, I don't think, at the amount that it said. I think the amount was 100,000. That was what it was originally, but we put in less, and then we allocated part of that to go to barrier busters.
I'm asking when does that begin? Are they already doing that? Like, is it after completion of the project that money goes in? I don't remember.
No, I think it was just one of those things to council to add to the housing trust fund. That was one of the things that was part of the CBA. That's why yeah.
Right. I'm asking, when did we state that would happen? Once the completion of the project, or like, I'm trying to understand that.
I don't know that, I'm not sure that, I don't remember that level.
Yeah, me either.
But I think that's why we did it, was at that point. So, I mean, I guess we could look and see what the language says, but.
Further discussion?
Also to just say, this is, well, I don't know, other people might also not know this too, but just in terms of what kind of things have come out of this fund in the past. So the money that was used to purchase, what is that, whatever that address, I don't know.
206 Washington.
206 Washington, that now is being developed by Avalon Housing. So before the funds were used to purchase that building, which then the city was able to turn around to be developed by Avalon Housing. So that's just like an example.
Councilmember King?
So I guess one question is that, so if we deplete this fund, we would likely to replace the 50,000, is that correct? And no?
You have to make the decision.
Yes. But will that,
That'll be part of our budget.
Yeah.
That'd be in for next fiscal year.
and then if we did replace the 50, would we still, and I know these are questions coming forward, do the 25 to barrier busters?
It'd be up to us.
Yeah. Okay.
Further discussion?
In the event that we did what Councilmember King just suggested, that money presumably would come from the general fund. So our fund balance would keep
Correct.
dropping.
So just looking at it, and thank you to Bonnie, she sent me, 102 is our housing fund. And we have $50,000 in there currently, but there's nothing programmed for the next fiscal years. So that would come out. We'd have to do a transfer out of the general fund into that housing fund.
Further discussion? Well, thank you all for the discussion. So we'll see something on the next agenda. We're at liaison reports, Police Advisory Commission.
All right. If you are interested in what is going on with the police in your community being Ypsilanti City, I advise you to show up to the Police Advisory Commission meeting June 20th. Right here in council chambers at 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Our last meeting last week was canceled due to a lack of quorum. So if you would actually like for these meetings, for all these commissions to actually be able to meet, sign up, please. We have many open spaces on YPAC. and we would love to have you come on down, apply, participate. If you have any questions, you can give me a call, being that I am the liaison. My phone number is on the website. Yeah, that's all I have.
Thank you. Human Relations Commission.
I know last meeting, I did not have my notes today, but I do remember at the last meeting, I did tell you all that we were gonna bring a couple things forward. We were not able to bring them forward at this meeting, but they will be brought forward at the June 4th meeting. Our last meeting consisted of a joint meeting with YPAC. And we are planning on doing some things for the community for, mental health. Again, I don't have my notes, so I am can you help me, Mr.
Yeah, so
I,
at
cause
the
I,
at the last meeting that it wasn't really a YPAC meeting, it was actually a HRC meeting. We were just guests. But we discussed location of this community forum, I think. I think that's what we called it, community forum. And we discussed different topics and how to phase those. So it wouldn't be like a one event thing where we talk about everything, but it'd be phased out in, I think, 3 or 4 different events. So all the discussion and some of the deciding of these things happened at that meeting. So yeah. Yes, more information on the way.
thank you. That's what it was, the community forum. I needed a refresher. So thanks for that. So we will have more information coming forward. We, as HRC, probably will meet with YPAC on their June the 20th meeting, just to iron out some more of those details. And next week, we will bring the complaint process forward to make some changes on that. And yes, that's all.
Thank you. Parks and Arts.
They met on May 20th. I was not able to attend, but our lovely staff liaison, our public services director, was there. And they had a conversation about ordinance revisions. They're getting close to a finalized draft that they will send to staff and legal counsel before coming to council in regards to the Parks and Arts Commission ordinance. They're taking a tour of the park system on June 10th at 6:30 as a group, and have a tentative date for Fall River Day of September 29th. It's a Sunday. That's the high level recap.
Thank you. Sustainability.
We haven't had another meeting.
HDC.
Next meeting is June the 11th. Oh, sorry, but I don't have a report from the last one.
Planning.
Planning obviously declined to take up the EMB at the last meeting, and that will be postponed to June. They did deliberate on the site. It was the last opportunity before the deadline to approve the site plan for Peace Plaza, which is the Centennial Building and the parking lot behind it with the proposed 6-story structure. They approved that with contingencies. They also reviewed a PUD from the developer for that site. The developer is still in a lawsuit with the neighbors to the north, the Mowers, over an easement. There were lots of questions about the need for easements for fire, access on all sides, since they're planning to build the building out to the lot line, and not have any setback in any way, shape, or form. And so that created a lot of conversation, and basically it was remanded back to upon approval of the fire chief for those things. So gaining access to fight fires from other people's property is one thing. The easement to the north is about the parking lot and whether the Mowers have rights to use that. They don't own the property, but they've had an easement for quite some time, and they're contending that. So that is still an issue that needs to be resolved before they can go forward with any of this construction. So since Planning Commission approved both the site plan and the PUD that will be coming to us in the future.
Thank you. ZBA? Nothing? No.
That's me.
That's you now.
That's
Oh
me.
my God.
And they didn't meet, and they only meet when they need to.
You need to. All right, SEMCOG? That's you too.
Oh, nothing. Sorry.
Watts, isn't that Desiree?
Yeah.
All right, Urban County, there'll be a meeting coming up soon. The last meeting was canceled. DDA, our last meeting, we approved again the special event sponsorship. Discussed the IGA, which is the intergovernmental agreement. And a few other things, but in general, things are moving. There is, again, the Freight House, and the plaza, meeting for stakeholders tomorrow evening that I plan to attend. Rutherford Pool.
They did not open on Memorial Day weekend, but they did get resurfaced and the pool was filled. So they will be open next weekend. I picked up my pass and I encourage other people to do the same. They have basically sold out of their swimming lessons, which they received a sizable grant for.
Awesome, great. All right, council proposed business, Councilman Tucson.
When I came into the meeting, I had a lot of stuff that I wanted to put in my council proposed business, but I cannot for the life of me remember thanks to a headache. So I would like to just highlight the fact that I got to witness our 4 newest officers take their oath of office this morning here in council chambers. And I actually am looking forward tomorrow to actually meeting them in person and understanding their whys and why they're in police work, and more specifically why they wanted to choose police work in the Ypsi. And yeah, that's what I look forward to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember McLean? Oh, wait, pause, sorry, I'm sorry. It's 11:26, we'll need to extend.
Motion to extend to 11:45 PM.
All right.
Support
Seconded, moved by Councilmember Sweet, supported by Councilmember Tucson.
reluctantly.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, well, we're just gonna keep going. Councilmember McLean.
Rather quickly. As summer is upon us and sometimes activity changes with the summer months, we have some sort of specific driving issues going on in Normal Park, particularly on Congress near Rec Park. So I'm curious to find out what we might do to address some of that. It's reached some dangerous proportions. So whether it's something other than the speed bumps that are what everybody wants to do and what the fire department doesn't want to do, or some other possibilities. I know already some road narrowing and traffic calming has already taken place there, and that still doesn't seem to be addressing the problem. So we'll be looking at having some community conversations about what might be done in that particular area. And I had some good conversations with the Oracle about trees. And she's, I think, giving me enough background for tonight. So
Yeah,
we'll bring that up a little bit later, but would love to tree canopy, tree cover, maintain the health of trees, which are tremendous asset for all kinds of reasons, not least of which is climate change and climate resilience in our neighborhoods. So more to come on that.
Thank you. Councilmember Sweet?
I just want to say I'm glad to see the pedestrian, I'm going to call them pedestrian gateway signs, but that's probably not what they're technically called, out, especially in Ward 3 specifically. I've heard a lot of positive feedback from residents who use those to safely navigate our streets. So thank you to DPS for deploying those in an efficient manner. Also, I noticed some additional signage placed around the Washtenaw Hamilton intersection, overhead and on street. So thanks to staff, MDOT, Road Commission, whoever had a hand in that. I think it's helping. I think people still are learning and adjusting, but I think that those were needed, and it was glad to see those additions and improvements made to that new intersection, if you will.
Same issues that Mr. McLean had brought up in terms of safety in Rec Park. I think part of it is also in the park and in the park. People have asked for increased patrols during summer activities. Next Saturday is Normal Park yard sale. We'll be out in the streets, interesting event. So I'll plug that. The day after that, on Sunday, the non-motorized advisory committee, which is a subcommittee of the planning commission, along with Bike IPSI, is sponsoring a ride to explore the new infrastructure for bike paths. And so that will leave from Cafe Live and go around the Washtenaw, Hamilton, out across the board on that infrastructure to the bike shop, Freeport Bike Shop, and then come back into town and meet back at Live. And so this is an opportunity for people who are somewhat timid on a bike to have group rides. There will be small groups led by individuals who are experienced cyclists. I'll be one of those. And so if you haven't ridden on them and you want to do it in a group so that you feel safer, come on out.
Thank you. Councilmember Sims?
Yes. Gotta finish my notes so I can keep track. So a couple of things. One is that on May 18th, I was able to join a group of residents to plant a pollinator and natural garden in the Awkward Island over there on Garland. And so that was really great. We have quite a few residents who have been going through the different programs with the county around rain garden and pollinating and all of these great things. So we have a lot of resources right here around this. And so that the community has dreams of really filling that whole island and even putting plant trees. Oh, not plant trees, fruit trees. I also, let's see here. Let me just go back up here. Something else I want to, well, I'll just start with all the positive things first. Also, in a meeting with a community member and our partners, there was accommodation for Katie Jones. So always like to pass those along. Thank you. Well, congratulations, Katie. And then also, I also wanted to bring forward, as we've been talking about different things, and this is maybe a couple of things looking for some potential cost estimates. One, we've been talking about different kinds of bathroom situations in the park, and I was remembering from that I had a conversation with the supervisor in Canton when we had the conference, the MML conference, about porta potties and what they use. And so they use John's Sanitation. I don't know what company we use. Parkway. So I don't know what the cost comparison would be for that. But they had some pretty nice ones in all the parks. So I'm trying to get a sense of how much it would cost for us to actually have that and to think about how many times they need to be serviced. I've been trying to like pop into the ones that we do have just to kind of keep track, but I don't know when I don't know how often they get serviced. Also just wanted to say that I also am interested, and so this will be something else I'll bring forward to the group, as we start to think about the information that we need to understand where we are in terms of rentals and costs, is I'm interested in exploring and having, I don't know, some other conversations, but really around thinking about what we could do to make sure that it's clear what rental costs go to. As it is now, every time that there's an increase, residents are told that it's because of city taxes. And what we know is actually we can't increase taxes all the time whenever we want to. We actually are restricted. And so what I know is that that's not actually a true statement. And so I think that we should actually be more clear about what that looks like. And so, and I think that people who are residing here deserve to know where their money is going. So, I want to look into that among other things, in terms of our rental properties. But this seems like actually just a pretty easy step of understanding even what the costs are for people and what they're paying. I also did want to ask about, so I know that when we last talked about the CBO, and I know that Joe brought that up, that we will be looking at that again. And we had talked about bringing it back later in June after we get through the budget. And I just wanted to figure out like how we are going to approach that. If we're going to do an informal work group, if we're going to do a more formal committee to work on that, what kind of approach we might take for that. Because people have been asking and I want to be able to kind of give them a sense of what the process will look like and maybe what the timeline will look like. So I don't know if folks have a thought on what that will be.
It would be at council's discretion and on how it would like to proceed, or staff can bring forward some potential amendments. So it's really however this body would like to move forward with that.
Yeah, I think I would like for there to be some conversation about proposed amendments. I mean, I definitely know there's some things that I know I would bring forward, but I'm sure staff has some too. So I don't know what would be the best way to do that. So I know it's late. It's just, I know this has been on people's agenda since for, 2 years probably. So that's the only reason why I'm like, I just want to know what the approach is going to be. So I could just bring it as a discussion or propose something. I don't know.
We could have a work session on it sometime in June.
Okay, thank you. Another thing, this is a question for you, Andrew, really is I mean, I know that we got the a memo about the Headley Amendment, which was helpful. And as we're thinking about budget and what we need to be thinking about, both obviously for this year, but even past this year for the next cycle, I want to have a better understanding of like all the different fund revenue streams that are available for cities and municipalities. And, I know, for instance, there's things that we might not want to do or that have come forward in the past and didn't succeed. But I just would like to have a better understanding of what that looks like so that we can better think about what's possible, if that makes sense.
In terms of revenue streams,
Like an example, for instance, is like we don't have a city income tax, but I know that that's something that has been proposed in the past and could be possible. I'm sure there's other things, right? So when people talk about, oh, do we bond out for that? Like, I don't actually, like, is that just because it's a certain project and you say you just do that? So when we talked about, for instance, the sidewalk situation, and knowing that this is kind of going to keep coming up as I've been starting to survey the sidewalks in Ward 3, my own informal survey, of course, understanding that. So if that's something that we want to do, like, how might we fund those things? So that's what I'm just trying to get a better sense of. What are our actual tools and mechanisms that we should be considering, so that, even if we're like, okay, that one doesn't work for us for this and that reason, or this would work for us in this way. That would just be helpful for me. And then I was going to talk about mental health first aid, but I'll save that because I see Bill's here. Maybe he'll say something about that later. But just in terms of Mental Health Awareness Month, Bill, who's here, met with me to share some information that I thought would be great to share with everyone else. And then the last thing I just wanted to mention, and I know that I shared some emails back and forth with some staff around this, but just around the closure of the parking lot at Riverside. And it made me think y'all were just talking about concerns for safety too. But I felt like when that was going on, I had a lot of people starting to reach out to me about it. And of course, I didn't have any more information about why the lot was being closed. And I just have concerns about, like, what's a credible complaint, I guess, that details a lot of our action. And so that was a question that I did bring forward. I asked our police chief and our city manager about whether we were having an increase for calls for service to Riverside, if any of the claims that people were putting out on social media had been founded by any of our professionals who provide services for the city. And that was not the case. And so, yeah, so I don't know what to say on that, besides it just feels like we should have more information before we take such drastic measures, which really, in my mind, punish the wider community. So I'll say check on that.
Councilmember King?
So I just have a few things. Two things. The first two things is I just want to highlight a couple businesses here in Ypsilanti. The first one is Candy Coated Creamery. It's located at 1076 North Huron River Drive. And they just had a small soft opening this past weekend. They will be opened again on Friday, I believe from 2 to 10. And also on First Fridays at the beginning of this month, I was able to try a new store right down the road, Love at First Try. And I know when I was at her store, she mentioned that even though First Fridays is a thing, she noticed a lot of people don't come all the way down the block to Michigan Ave. So I just wanted to give her business a shout out. I know I went and I found quite a few pieces that worked for me. Another thing I want to address is the speed monitor. I know I talk about this a lot because this is where I get a lot of my phone calls at Perry School. So I have noticed that speed monitor has not been on in probably about a week. Is there a reason why? Okay, thank you. And also, I wanted to say congratulations to all the graduates of 2024. I know Ypsilanti Community Schools will be graduating this Thursday, June the 30th. Thank you.
Can somebody move to extend a little longer? please?
Yeah, I'd like to make the motion and extend the meeting to 11:50. It's midnight.
Support.
For,
All in favor? Any opposed?
mm,
All right. Okay, I will try to move quickly. I just want to highlight a couple things, where the city was, represented. So Women on the Move had their inaugural gala this past weekend where they honored, folks who have done exceptional work in our community. One of them being Miss Kathy Wyatt, the other being, the Weathers. And the other, oh my word, her name is slipping, but oh man, I knew I was gonna mess up tonight. But all doing amazing work in our community, and it was a really beautiful event and very well attended, very well organized. It was just a really, really good time in support of our community, and to just really pay homage to folks who, again, their selfless acts within the city and in the county. Some of us were able to participate in the memorial procession yesterday. I personally had a really great time with Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember McLean. It seemed that, you know, there was some low attendance, the rain, the weather also deterred folks from showing up. But I hope to see that procession grow back to what it's been in previous years in the community, because it was moving and very meaningful, but also enjoyable to participate in with our colleagues from Ipsy Township, folks from the county, sheriff's department, fire, everyone was a part of it. That was wonderful. Echoing that we did swear in 4 new officers this morning. I look forward to sitting and meeting with them. And not only learning about them, but also laying out expectations for them as members of our community. Just another plug, the Grizzly Soiree for Ypsilanti Community Schools is tomorrow evening. If you have not RSVP'd and would like to attend, you're still able to do so, but I would move quickly. And going back, I missed something from Women on the Move. There was a special presentation to Mayor Lois Richardson as well for all of her good work that she's done in the community. And I would be remiss to not add that. Some sad news, and then I'll end with good news. Unfortunately, yesterday, Tommy Fry passed away. For those who know who Tommy Fry is, he was integral, along with former Mayor Richardson and Mr. Barfield and others, in keeping Park Community Center open. They worked diligently in 2012, I believe is when it was at severe risk of closure, and they came together to make sure that the doors remain open, and even had plans for expansion and doing additional work at the center in the future. I plan to bring a proclamation or send some information over to staff so we can complete that to honor him, because he was a pillar in our community and made sure that he gave back to the community that gave so much to him, and will pass on information around his homegoing celebration when that is shared, but would be remiss not to acknowledge him in tonight's meeting. And then last but certainly not least, to take it up, I said this in the beginning of the meeting. Well, we hadn't started yet, but I want to publicly acknowledge that I have gotten so much positive feedback about our new city clerk, Ms. Tracy Boudreau. While it's only been a short time that she's been here, her engagement with the community, the folks are literally telling me how kind you are and the empathy that you show, and the support that you have provided. And so again, I think we're doing well. We're lucky to have you, and being a front-facing person for us in the community. Keep up the great work. All this other stuff, we'll figure it out. But the people-centered things are very important to me. Relationships matter, and so I thank you for that. So I wanted to end on a positive. City Manager.
Just a couple things. As was stated earlier, the building department manager, Jerry Dunham, began work today. Once he is settled, I'm hoping to have he and the director of community services come discuss the status of the building department, things that he plans on doing to bring the department forward. Once he gets settled and we have a little bit more information scheduled. I encourage council to submit any questions they have or potential budget amendments to staff by the end of this week, just so we have a little bit of opportunity to research anything if needed. We did a little discussion on the fee schedule today. I plan on having a work session on the 18th, not necessarily a earlier start, but just so we can really kind of dive into it for a July 2nd approval. Going to be meeting the department heads, and I will be meeting on Friday to discuss internal and external workflows and how we can reduce redundancies and create better efficiencies. I will be going to an upcoming HRC meeting just to help the the re-engage commission, kind of understand processes and how best to get things to council so that we can get things approved in a timely manner. The department head evaluations are scheduled for the beginning of July, and the IGA amendment should be coming forward sometime in June. That's it.
Thank you so much, city manager. All right. We do have a communication here, a memo regarding the HRC's commission's proposed ordinance changes, so please take a look at that. And this is our second opportunity for public comment. Come on down, Bill. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Well, first, can I? Hi, I'm Bill. I'm still from Ward 3, Mental Health First Aid. For more information, please visit the website. After the Oxford High School shooting, I am convinced that a good mental health training program, such as Mental Health First Aid, might have prevented this tragedy. The school noticed the problem but did not know how to respond to the problem until it was too late. Mental Health First Aid might have provided the tools needed to prevent such a tragedy by learning how to prevent, prepare for, and manage mental health crises. This need became evident in Washington County when I went on events. The first event was in downtown Ann Arbor when I was waiting for a bus and someone was throwing sandbags that held up construction sites into the street. Depending on the city you live in, the criminal punishment can vary from vandalism to attempted murder. I was relieved when I heard the ambulance as well as the police cars arriving to the scene to send this person to the hospital instead of jail. I wonder how the outcome might have been different if someone had mental health first aid training. On a different day, I was walking through a park when a person started to shout at anyone that came near them. Being that they were nonviolent and needed medical care, who do I call? What do I say? At this point, I did not know what to do and was thinking if I was trained in mental health first aid, I would know what to do. After talking to the county Department of Public Health, I was informed that I could get trained. In August 2023, I completed my mental health first aid training. To my surprise, there have been 2 events in which my mental health first aid training worked and kept me out of trouble. Mental health first aid is an investment not just for the mental health care, an investment in the community as large. I would strongly urge you to take a look at the website and consider taking a class. Thank you for your time. And that's all for that public speaking.
Thank you. I 100% agree with you. I'm trained in mental health first aid for adults and for kids. And it is very valuable. I remember us talking about this some years ago with our former police chief around bringing in the health first aid training for officers at that time, and I'm not sure where that may fall in training with our new police chief, but I do encourage anyone who's interested to take the training, because I'm a train the trainer actually, but I can't train at the city because so that's why I can't offer. Would you like to give comment? No, nothing. Okay. Is there anyone online?
Anyone raise your hand if you'd like to speak? There are people there, but just raising.
Okie dokie. Well, seeing none, my remarks are, it's almost the morning. Good night. Meeting's adjourned. It's almost midnight. It's the morning.
Good morning.
We did it. No, what did we do? It's just about to close in 3 minutes. Say it again?
Fire, you mean? I read that.
No, the police department.
Oh, the fire department has to. The fire department has to.
They're
Yeah,
spelled-
already confused.
They're spelled a little differently.
Yeah.
One has a T,
One
one
has
doesn't
a
have a
T.
T.
That's fire, yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at that too, and I was like, wait, is that the same person?
Plus, we only have one captain at the police.
That would be
Anderson.
the guy.
That guy.